Hello and welcome into the stream. For everyone joining us on YouTube and for everybody joining us on TikTok, it is so good to see you today. Today we have quite the breaking news. Now, before we hop into that, guys, make sure that you're saying what's good if you happen to be one of the many people tuning in for the live broadcast. I know that there's also a whole lot of people that will actually watch the stream once we're done on the VOD on YouTube. So if you are watching the stream once we're done, you're watching from the VOD. Bestie, and I appreciate you for that Galaxy. Let me know in the comment section. I think that's pretty cool. Now, for everybody tuning in, it is so good to see you guys. Make sure to say what's good down below in that chat. I always like to try to say hey to at least a couple people before we hop into the news, before we hop into the debate. So make sure to say what's good. I'm gonna make sure to say hey to a couple people over on YouTube. What is going on? Lord Doink, Spider Brad, Lily, User Scarlet. What is up, Maddie? What is up, everybody? I hope that you're doing all right. Over on TikTok, Chloe, Jaden, welcome into the stream. Luna, super duper good to see you all. Okay, let's go ahead and hop into the breaking news, guys, because we have some crazy news today. Before I went live, Donald Trump took the mask off. Before I went live, Donald Trump made it explicitly clear that he is an authoritarian, that he wants to be a dictator, that he wants to rewrite the rules of this country. Seriously. Donald Trump did something this morning that I think should serve as a red line for everyone. Now, has he crossed quite a few of those red lines in the past? Sure. J6, the Republicans didn't care. Raping E. Jean Carroll, the Republicans didn't care. Epstein files last week, the Republicans didn't care. Sexually exploiting women and girls, Miss Teen USA, Miss USA, the Republicans didn't care. But this morning, Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats. He went on Truth Social. He reposted an article written by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress are telling members of our armed forces to disobey and ignore unlawful, unconstitutional directives from the president." Donald Trump reposted it, calling them traitors and saying that this act of sedition should be punishable by death. He then went on to repost a comment made under his post by one of his followers saying, "Hang them." I'm not making this up. I know that this sounds like a parody headline. I know that I sound like a reporter from The Onion right now. But Donald Trump wants you dead if you think that members of our armed forces should abide by their oath and uphold the Constitution. And funny enough, I made a video about this. I posted it on TikTok. It's already live on TikTok. But I also posted about it on Instagram. And I want to show you this. I want to show you what I'm seeing on Instagram right now, okay? Let me show you. On Instagram right now, it is stuck on the posting bar. See that bar at the top that says posting? It has been like that for the last 30 minutes. Instagram straight up will not let me post a video just simply going over what Donald Trump said on Truth Social. Absolutely insane, okay? I have never, ever had this issue before in my life. Not once until today. They do not want the news out there, okay? These media conglomerates like Instagram, owned by Mark Zuckerberg, who sucked up to Mr. Trump, who spent some time with him at the White House, who tried to blast the Biden-Harris administration, that Mark Zuckerberg, they're not even letting me upload the video. Okay? So not only is America under attack by a wannabe dictator who is now arguing that it should be punishable by death to suggest that the military ignores his unlawful and unconstitutional directives. But the journalists reporting this fact are under attack. So while we're live today, because I'm going to be live, for as long as we usually are, I'm going to be live for 4 hours. Let's see. Oh, now apparently the TikTok live stream is glitching. Apparently the TikTok live stream is glitching. So before you can't make this up. Before we get into the debates, everybody in the TikTok chat is spamming glitching. Let's see if it's glitching. Let's see if that's something that we could expeditiously fix. Let's listen in. That we could expeditiously fix. Let's listen in. I'm not seeing any glitch. I think that we're good on TikTok. I was gonna say that would be quite ironic. That would be quite ironic if we were getting absolutely silenced by TikTok, and then silenced by Instagram. Then on TikTok the live was glitching. But thankfully, I don't think it is. I think that we're good to go. But I just want to put it out there. So I'm gonna continue to try to upload this video on Instagram. I'm gonna be trying literally all day long. Right? In fact, right now, I'm going to pull out my second device, and I'm going to try to upload the video off of the second device. So let's do this together real quick before we hop in the debates. But if you are watching on YouTube, not on YouTube, if you are watching on TikTok, guys, make sure to hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that somehow, like some fucking how, still supports Trump as president. I would love to get you up here. I would love to have a conversation. I think it would be a good one. And we're going to do that now. But before we do, I'm going to get my second device here. I'm going to go to Instagram, and I'm going to try to upload the video on here, right? Because what I'm trying to determine right now is if there's some type of glitch in Instagram that's preventing me from uploading this local to my device, or if for whatever reason this video is just being censored, right? I really hope that it's the case that it's just, there's a glitch, there's something going on. But we're going to see right now. But, just for everybody tuning in, right, there is absolutely no way to support this monstrosity as president. There's absolutely no way to continue to justify the tyranny, and anybody that does is a traitor, okay? There's zero way that you could sit here and tell me that you support this guy as president when he is calling for the execution, the hanging of Democrats just for suggesting that the military only follows lawful orders. But go ahead and hop in that queue. If for whatever reason you still support him as president, just make sure that you're following our rules. Make sure that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's go ahead and try to upload this video for my second device now. Every American needs to see this video. All right, let's see if this works, folks. So look it. We're gonna go ahead and post this video on Instagram. We just hit share. Let's see if that posts. Let's see if it posts, everybody. I'm going to keep you guys in the loop with that. I'm going to have the second phone literally just sitting on my desk to allow that video to try to post, and we'll see what happens. But at this point in time, folks, let's go ahead and hop into those debates. Hop inside of that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, and we'll get you loaded up into the live right now. I genuinely am so curious if Instagram is suppressing that video. Genuinely curious. We're going to go to get that very first guest up of the day, James. Hello, James. Do you support Trump? That is a child. Guys, please follow the rules today. The rules are very simple. You just have to be an American adult that somehow still supports Trump as president. If you follow those rules, then we'll have you up here. We'll have a good old conversation. But let's go to get that next guest up here right now. We got Dadbod 3.0 loading into the stream. And by the way, that video still hasn't posted on Instagram for my second device. We're going to continue to try to get that up. Just absolute insanity. Just absolute insanity. All right, we're looking for Dadbod somewhere inside of that queue. Doesn't look like we could find him. We're going to go to get that next guest, Gavin, loaded up in here. What's up, Gavin? Do you support Trump?
No, but did you post that guy from last night?
Just Jen, I appreciate you so much for the Viking hammers. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate that, Jen. Good to see you. I hope that you're well. We talked to you a couple days ago. I don't know what he asked. Hey, what's up, Dadbot? I know that you're a Trump supporter, right?
Hey, Dean. Yeah, your videos are being suppressed, though, because I actually tried to repost, or I tried to do a stitch on one of the videos that you had the other day that you posted when you were speaking to, I think it was someone talking about the grape situation, and he asked you, why do you think it's wrong, that specific video? And I literally tried on multiple social media platforms to just repost it, and it just would not repost. Like even on
Very
TikTok,
interesting.
it just was not reposting at all, which was really weird. And I actually did a screen record too, just to just to see if I could like.
Oh, I just heard. I didn't mute you. It seems like you went off the TikTok app. But what we just heard in the background of your mic, are you driving?
No, I'm not. I'm not currently driving. No, but I am sitting in my vehicle. I can, if you want me to turn the camera on, I can do that. I've done that before with you.
You're good. I believe you. You're good. I believe you. Well,
Okay,
I mean,
cool.
yeah, that's crazy to hear. That's absolutely insane to hear. Yeah, I mean, like, listen, we're still waiting on the upload over on Instagram, right? We're still, it's crazy. My videos just won't even go up over there. Absolute insanity. But I want to ask you a question because you said that you are a Trump supporter. I mean, I think that we're all dying to know what your thoughts and what your response is to Donald Trump literally calling for the death, for the execution, for the hanging of Democrats on Truth Social just hours ago, right? That suggested that the military should not follow any unlawful or unconstitutional directive from himself. I'm sorry, man. Like you came up here, you sound like a nice guy, I guess. You're honest. You're telling us, right, that, TikTok was suppressing my videos, but I legitimately hold a level of disdain in my heart towards you for still supporting this tyrant as president, considering the fact that just hours ago, he called for my death and he called for the deaths of any other reasonable Americans that think the military should honor their oath and only follow legal directives from himself.
Yep. So I get where you're coming from. We actually have had a conversation before, and we actually ended it pretty well. You said that I was a breath of fresh air. But that said, I would say based off of just the rhetoric that Donald Trump is saying, and I'm not condoning obviously any of it, but what I am saying is based off of his rhetoric and his past history with posting on social media platforms and just saying some really just egregious, ridiculous things, and narcissistic, things as well. I tend to look at it from a perspective of like this. It's like a lot of times when I say something about Donald Trump that he's done good, then I get told that he's just lying and he's, just talking, just pulling things out of his butt. But then in retrospect, whenever he posts something on, Truth Social, then it's taken seriously. So I look at it like from a perspective of, okay, well, how if we're going by that logic, like everything that comes out of Trump's mouth is a lie, then how is it that I'm going to take what he's just posted on Truth Social seriously too? Because that seems to be the argument that I constantly have with individuals that are following that logic.
The president is calling for the deaths of American citizens. The president of America is calling for the deaths of American citizens. And your response is, well, I don't care because I'm not going to take it seriously. When is enough enough? Where is the line? Why do you keep employing these same old excuses? Okay, every Trump supporter, likely yourself included, had a field day when Biden suggested that Trump supporters are garbage. I mean, that was like the worst day in this country since 9/11 to you guys. Now, when President Trump says that I deserve to die because I'm one of the many Democrats that have said the military should refuse to abide by unlawful directives from Trump, and he says I deserve to be hung, you don't take it seriously. And on top of that, even if Donald Trump didn't say this seriously, he's still saying that from the most powerful position available to any human alive. So even if he doesn't follow up with a directive to the DOJ to find a way to kill me, what do his supporters hear? What do his supporters hear when he says that I'm a traitor? What do his supporters hear when he says that Democrats, millions that think the military should fail to abide by any unlawful order, deserve to die, deserve to be hanged, deserve to be executed? This is a direct and intentional call for violence and death of his political opponents all across this country, regardless if it is serious in the sense that he's going to follow it up with a directive to the DOJ, or unserious with no follow-up to the DOJ, yet still a call for violence of his supporters towards people like me.
So I would just say in response to that, first of all, I reiterate, I said that, I don't condone his rhetoric. I never said that I approve of what he's saying. I'm not saying that it's not something that I don't care about either. Those words were never said from my mouth. What I'm saying is that a lot of the rhetoric that he says, he literally puts his foot in his mouth every single day. Can we agree on that? Like he says stupid stuff all the time.
This
I'm
thing,
just saying
this thing that he said right here, right, deserves to get him impeached. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I mean, I would say from a perspective of if if he was sincere and it wasn't just him being a troll, an internet troll,
But
absolutely.
dude, I'm so sorry. If I was in high school and I trolled on the internet about this, I said that you deserve to be publicly executed, right, for suggesting that the president for suggesting that the military only needs to follow lawful orders, like I would likely be expelled. Right? If I was going to high school and I said that on the internet, I might be expelled. Okay? Right? And now you're telling me that if he's just unseriously trolling about this on the internet as the president of the United States of America, he doesn't deserve to be impeached. Like it's just insane to me, dude. You cannot sit here and say that this is unserious, that this doesn't matter, that this just is another day when it's the president enacting a direct call for violence because Democrats are suggesting that the military should only follow legal and lawful orders from their commander in chief. Like this is a line between me and you that I do not think could be rectified. And quite frankly, if you stand by these virtues, you are vermin. You are seriously a stain on this country. And this is in huge juxtaposition to the last conversation that we had when we ended it by me calling you a breath of fresh air or whatever, right? Because this is just a line that ought not be crossed. Okay, sure. There's been many of those too, with a rape, with J6, with the sexual exploitation of women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, and all of these things in conglomerate are indefensible. But to see you just take another step and defend the most indefensible authoritarian president that has ever served this country is nuts.
But I'm not defending it though. That's the thing. What I'm doing is, again, context here is important, where I'm looking at it from a perspective of based off of his history. I can't take what he says seriously because he says so many ridiculous things online all the time. I'm not saying here that it's right of him to do so. That's not where I'm coming from. But this is where context is really important. I look at that and I say, you know what? That was a misstep, a huge misstep. It was poorly executed. What he said was very stupid, in my personal opinion, and I don't condone that. But I also look at him from a perspective of this man's fallible. He's flawed. He tends to, again, put his foot in his mouth, and he says some really stupid stuff quite a bit.
And these stupid things that he says deserves to get him impeached.
I think that he should be held accountable. Yeah, to some extent, but I don't know as far as impeachment, because I honestly really don't know what his rights are when it comes to saying something like that. I mean, if he's going to execute his rights, his First Amendment rights, then I would have to say, based off of just that alone, I can't sit here and say, yeah, you should, be impeached.
So
because
if he
opinion.
executed his First Amendment right and said "Hail Hitler," would you still support him as president?
No, of course not.
So if he said
absolutely not.
So if he said "Hail Hitler," you'd stop supporting him as president. So what about
if he was sincere about
Democrats?
What
do you mean?
Well, because I don't know the man's heart. I don't know what's in his mind.
Wait. So if he said "Hail Hitler," you would still support him as president, since you wouldn't be able to determine if he was sincere or insincere?
I don't know if he's actually being. It's like this, Dean. You've said things before in your past that you regret, right?
Oh my God!
Correct.
Oh my God! I've never called for the deaths of millions of Americans because they're suggesting that that the military should only follow lawful orders. I've never said "Hail Hitler," right? But if I was serving as president and I said that, throw me the fuck out. Stop supporting me. What about if he went on Truth Social tomorrow and he said, "I want every American woman to get raped"? Would you still support him as president if he said that?
No, of course not. Because that's disgusting.
Okay. Is it disgusting and despicable to say I want every Democrat who thinks our military should only follow lawful orders to be publicly executed?
Yeah, I think it's a terrible thing to say. Of course.
So if you'd stop supporting him for saying "Hail Hitler," if you'd stop supporting him for saying "I want all women to get raped," why wouldn't you stop supporting him for saying if you think our military should only follow lawful orders, you deserve to be executed?
Because it's based off of his history, and the logic behind that is we all know that he's a troll. He literally has a very sarcastic sense of humor.
So how would you? But if he was quote unquote trolling, when he said "I want all women to get raped," would you still support him after that, since he was just a troll?
No, I think it's disgusting behavior.
Oh, okay. So regardless of the fact, right, that you think it could be a troll, which by the way is just a trivial, terrible suggestion. Regardless of that fact, even if it was a troll, why won't you stop supporting him? Because it is still disgusting. Because it
I
is
never said
still
it.
an abhorrent call for mass violence. Because it is still the president of a country sitting here saying that because you're suggesting to these military members they bend the knee to my unlawful orders and they need to stop doing that. That you deserve to be publicly executed. Why is that not a line? Why is that not where you redact your support, even if he's quote unquote trolling?
Well, again, I never said I support him, though. That's the thing. And this is where context is very important.
What
I
is
look
this?
at
What does
him-
this sentence say?
How do you still support Trump? Yes, I know.
And what were my rules? What were my rules for getting in the queue?
I support certain elements of Trump. There are certain things that I do support, and there are certain things that I do not support.
Think about it this way.
Can I not have an opinion on that?
Think about it this way. Hitler made the Autobahn in Germany. Okay, not only was it great for the German economy, but the Autobahn continues to be one of the most famous roadways in this world. Okay, the Autobahn was historic. Now, would it make sense for somebody to say, well, because Hitler made the Autobahn in Germany, and that really helped, the German economy, so on and so forth, that there's some things about Hitler that I do support, like the Autobahn, but there's also some things about Hitler that I don't support, like the Holocaust. Would it make sense to say that? Or do you think the only reasonable approach would be a full-hearted condemnation of Hitler, for the Holocaust of 12 million individuals inside of the Holocaust?
But that's conflating two totally different things. I mean, you're talking about economy versus calling for the unaliving of millions of people. That's two totally different things.
Can you answer my question before we go on to it's two totally different things?
Well, I mean, yeah, I could sit here and say from a perspective of based off of that logic, if you're going to look at it from that perspective, and we knew, let's just say that the Holocaust occurred after the Autobahn, or Autobahn occurred first or foremost. It depends on which scenario occurred first.
Wait. So if Hitler made the Autobahn, so if Hitler made the Autobahn before he committed the Holocaust, you'd say, well, I don't.
If we
there's some
didn't know
good
the
things that
future-
Hitler's done. There's some bad things Hitler's done. No, I'm asking you in retrospect.
Well, in retrospect, of course, I would condemn regardless of whatever he's done, because what he did was egregious.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So when somebody does such heinous and egregious action, right, there's no reason to be a fence sitter, even if you think that you could identify some minute level of good based upon the heinous and egregious nature of the wrong in which he's done. Right? Like basically when you're arguing that maybe you still support Trump as president and you're looking at the pros and cons, right? And when the cons include heinous human rights violations, like the rape of E. Jean Carroll, the sexual exploitation of kids, J6, the attempted coup of our government, and now a bold-faced dictatorial call for the public execution via hanging, right? For American citizens that are suggesting to the military they don't bend the knee to Donald Trump's unlawful orders, right? What you're doing is you're basically telling us all that you're willing to negotiate human rights. You're willing to negotiate with a dictator. You're willing to negotiate with modern fascism. You're willing to negotiate with a transformation of this country away from the values rooted within freedom and equality for all, freedom of speech, and adherence to the Constitution, to the shadowing of said values with the overreach of a wannabe dictator calling for the death and execution of people that oppose the tyranny.
Now we're talking in assumptions and hypotheticals, though. You're assuming
nothing what
that
I just said was an assumption nor hypothetical. Donald Trump is absolutely a wannabe dictator, and today proved it. Can we agree that only tyrannical dictators want to kill people for suggesting to the military they should only follow lawful orders?
Historically, yes.
And that's why you shouldn't support Trump. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, I can't really debate that, so I will have to concede.
Exactly.
I appreciate it, though.
It is an undebatable point.
Well, I appreciate it, Dean. Thanks for having me on, man.
You have a good rest of your day.
Hey, you too. Bye.
All right. All right, folks. By the way, I have an update. I have an update on that Instagram video. I have an update. Look at that. Look at what that says at the top of the phone screen. This video has not been posted and it's been saved to your drafts. Instagram will not even let me post a video going over the fact that Donald Trump posted on Truth Social today calling for the execution of Democrats. They won't even let me get the video up. This is insane. This is truly preposterous. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you up here. We'll have a conversation. We're gonna do that right now, in fact. So let's go to get that next guest up here, guys. Only join inside of the queue if you are an American adult. We'll get you loaded in. We'll have a dialogue. All right. As well as in the meantime, Zaza, appreciate you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much. Zaza, if you're a Trump supporter, feel free to join the live. And Sarcastic, thank you for the $5 as well. All right. Appreciate you guys. Guys, make sure if we are in that queue that you are an American adult that is at least 18 years old that supports Donald J. Trump as president. If that's not you, then please don't join the queue. Please don't join the queue, folks. Please don't join the queue. That is crazy that they won't even let me upload this video. I'm like seriously in shock. That's nuts. I've never had that happen before. They want to suppress. They want to suppress the truth. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. So what pros of Trump's outweighs this new con of him calling for the execution
So I
of
basically
Democrats?
requested to join this live because like you have all this motion apparently, but you don't have a Hellcat.
Okay. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Here we go. We got Justin857 connecting. Oh, fuck, it finally posted. Let's go. After 1 billion attempts, we finally got it up. We finally got it up on Instagram. We finally got it up on Instagram. We got it up. There we go, folks. That's a W. We finally got the video up on Instagram. It only took us literally an hour and a half. What's going on? Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds to respond. All right, Justin857 did not respond, so we are going to go ahead and kick him and move on to the next guest, guys. We got a Black Shadow loading up into the queue. Once again, guys, if you are joining in that box, y'all just make sure that you are following our rules. Our rules here are very, very simple. You just have to be an American adult. You have to be a Trump supporter, and you have to be ready and willing to come up here and have a debate. Hello, what's up? Do you support Trump?
So I would like a perspective from a combat vet to kind of like for you to understand why someone would support Trump and like his orders. Is that all right if I
So
that?
are you a Trump supporter?
I was until I got discharged. And I want to just explain why. Is that okay?
Unfortunately, we are just looking to talk to people that still are Trump supporters, but I'm really happy to hear that you've changed your mind. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you?
18.
Cool. What year were you born in? All right. Kaylee is not 18, folks. Moving on to Daniel. Here we go. Hello. Do you support Trump? Diener. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and, you're like 14, so I'm going to go ahead and kick you. Maybe even 13. Youngest person ever. Who knows? Let's go to get that next guest up here. Here we go, guys. If you're part of the 12.2 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, folks, just make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and shout out this live with a handful of friends. What's up, Danny? Do you support Trump?
Get some testosterone in you, mate. The West is going to shit because of people like you.
Okay, why's that? Go ahead and argue that. I mean, I think I have a crystal ball in my hand that's going to tell me that you're going to get real big mad
Because
and
do you
leave.
see any
right?
other country, apart from the countries in the West, that have men like you
Men
in
like what?
positions of power?
Men like what?
Huh?
What about me? Also, what about me screams low test? Come on, man. I think I'm doing all right. Come on, man.
Hello?
I work out. I'm looking right. Obviously got some tests in my body. So, what about me screams low test?
You're built like a 5-year-old boy, mate.
Can 5-year-old boys bench 2 plates? No, definitely not. So that point fails. Is this a 5-year-old boy? Wait, 1 second. I just want to clarify. I just need to ask you real quick. Is this the build of a 5-year-old boy? You know, liberals like can work out too, right? You're real quiet now. He literally has nothing to say. He's not even muted. Fuck. Rip. He has nothing to say. Yo, you came up here with so much to say. What happened, brother? He's unlocked. He can't even speak. You came up here saying that I'm Lotus, that I'm built like a 5-year-old boy, etc. What happened to that energy? Oh my God, this is brutal. He's still like, shut up. What do we do? Any ideas, chat? He's still loaded into the live. He's just not saying anything. Do we just move on? I think we just move on. Yeah? Okay. Wow. We're gonna go ahead and move on. Sounds good. He was still, I just kicked him. He was still loaded into the stream that whole time. Rough. Super rough. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Love you.
Oh, I appreciate you for that, Love Maddox. We are only looking to talk to some Trump supporters, so we're going to go to kick you and move on to this point. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Are you MAGA? No, they're not here. Oh, all right. Moving on to the next guest right now, guys. If you are inside of that queue, make sure it's because you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. What's going on? Are you MAGA? You got 5 seconds to respond.
Hello?
Oh, hi. Do you support Trump?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to tell you I love you and like you're doing everything great.
I really appreciate you so much for that kindness, Garrett. You do take care. And Lone, I appreciate you for that motorcycle. Thank you so much, Garrett. For everybody that's in the queue that is a supporter, for everybody that's in the queue that's a liberal, for everybody that is in the queue that is anti-Trump, I will ask you all simultaneously to please leave the queue at this time just so we can hopefully get some debates going on. But just know that I do really love y'all. I do really love y'all. That is true. That is true. This person did the same thing as the last couple. Oh, hello. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, man. How old are you?
I'm 29, May 7th, 1996.
Perfect. Before we hop into our debate, do you mind if I thank a couple people real quick, sir?
You mind if you, what? I'm sorry you broke up on my end a second.
I got a couple people to thank. I'm going to thank a couple donors, then I'll pass you the mic so you can tell us why you're MAGA, all right?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is your show. Handle your business. I'm honored to be here.
All right, man. I'm going to put you on mute just in the meantime because there's a little bit of background noise. But real quick, Stacy, thank you so much for the $45 over on Venmo, my friend. I want to see 450 big Stacy W's down below in the chat. Stacy, that is so incredibly kind of you. Stacy with the $45 says, here's $45 for the 2 dinner plate bench press. Well done. I appreciate you for that love, Stacy. Yeah, I finally re-hit that PR yesterday. Actually, no, the day before yesterday. Thank you so much, Stacy. And then Nicole, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Nicole with the $20 says, thank you for giving me help. Well, Nicole, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your support and love. Show some love to Stacy and Nicole. Ashton, thank you for the $5. Vinny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Vinny. And Emily, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. That is, Emily, that is way too much money. I do not deserve that level of love. Thank you so much for your kindness. I want to see 1,000 Emily W's down below in that chat. Thank you a billion times over, Emily. Thank you so much for your kindness. Emily says, Dean, I admire your knowledge and skill in being able to consistently stay calm when reasoning with unreasonable people. Keep on keeping on, Dean. Emily, thank you so much for your kind words. Let's show some love to Emily down below. Seriously, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Brianna, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Bailey, thank you for the $10. By Axelot, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, by Axelot. Thank you so much. Sarah with the $10 who says thank you for everything that you do. Thank you so much, Sarah. Kaylee with the $10. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And we are all caught up over on Venmo, over on PayPal, super duper quickly. And good to see you. Thank you for the $100 over on PayPal. You guys are so kind. Jesus. And with $100 on PayPal, says with lots of love from Quebec City. Canada needs you too. P.S. I hope you will publish your music in the future. Oh, thank you, Anne. And you've been watching for months now. You are always dropping in here and showing some love. Just know that I really genuinely appreciate you, and I'm really happy to have you here. And then Morgan with the 10, Brad with the 20, and Catherine with the 10. Thank you three so much for the love. It looks like we're all caught up. We're gonna go ahead and pass the mic off to this guest to tell us how the hell they still support Trump as president, even though we figured out he's been lying about the nature of his relationship with Epstein, even though today he officially called for the execution of Democrats that just want our military service members to abide by the Constitution, even though he kicked 10 million people off of health care, passed some of the worst economic policy we've ever seen, and his character is absolutely abysmal. Take it away.
Because I support women, and I think women should have safe spaces in a bathroom, and I don't think we should allow trans people in women's spaces. Not that I don't support them, not that I don't care that they're struggling what they're going through, but I do believe women should have that space, sir.
That's crazy. I'm going to put you on mute again. You really do have some background noise.
That's crazy.
That's crazy that you're going to pick a tyrannical, ruthless, right, bloodthirsty, literally, dictator, right, just so you could give the middle finger to 0.1% of our population. Actually, 1% of our population. That just insane. And by the way, if you think that women should have their own private spaces, right, with no trans women in that space who you think are men, well, then you should never support Trump as president, considering the fact that he has boasted about unconsensually barging into these private women's spaces to sexually exploit the women and girls inside. We talk about this every day, and it is so relevant to the point that you made. In 2005, Donald Trump went on Howard Stern's show and said, "Hey, Howard Stern, you know what I'll do, right? Because I own Miss Teen USA, I own Miss USA, is I'll unconsensually barge into their dressing rooms of the women and girls when they have no clothes on, and I'll look at them while they're naked. And I get away with it since I'm the owner, amounting to sexual exploitation. So if you really cared that much about the safety of women and girls, then why are you supporting a sexual predator that has unconsensually barged into one of those private women's spaces to prey on the women inside as president?"
Sir, that man did not say that. We have to be so for real. Can you play the entirety of the clip where that man said that verbatim?
Yeah, actually I can. Funny you ask. Funny you ask, because I actually can.
As the owner of the pageant, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. Right, I want to make sure that like everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Thank you so much for asking me to play that clip. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello?
Hi.
You can hear me, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That was just funny locker room talk, sir. That was a joke. We can't joke in America anymore, Dean. We're better than that. You were just on Mother's Live making jokes yesterday. You're better than that. Don't do that.
Okay. So if it was all so what about the tonality or the rhetoric used inside of that clip made it clear it was a joke? Because if you want me to be honest, what I know what you're doing right now, it's called a cope and seethe, where I'm able to prove to you that Donald Trump is the antithesis of the values that you espouse coming up on this live, and your only coping mechanism is to deny reality and basically say that it's a joke, even though there's no rhetorical indicator inside of that clip that it was a joke, even though he explicitly said that this is something that he's done after Howard Stern explicitly asked him if this is something that he's done, and in response, he then described this. And by the way, the women and girls that he did this to have testified to the fact that he did this for beauty pageant contestants. And Miss Teen USA said that he did this to them in 1997. Miss Arizona, Miss USA, said that he did this to her in 2001. And that's just after 30 seconds of research. Explain the joke, give us the punchline, give us the rhetorical and tonal indicators inside of that clip that I played that make it clear it's a joke, and then explain why, if it didn't actually happen, we have over 5 or 6 people at these beauty pageant contestants that have spoken out about it happening.
I can't give you a punchline in the first thing you said, but I can give you the tone, and there was laughter, there was a playful banter in it. Even the woman that was on there was laughing and playing it.
Oh,
It was
so,
a joke.
so you're saying that because the other people in this space laughed in response to Trump saying this, that therefore Trump didn't actually do it? What if they just didn't care?
No, I didn't say
What if it wasn't a joke in the sense that this was presented as information that didn't actually occur, but rather they found it funny because they're insane?
You'd have to prove that they're insane first.
Well, okay. My proof that they're insane is that they laughed at Donald Trump telling them that he sexually exploits women and girls. That's pretty damning proof.
But it was a Dean.
Oh yeah.
Come
Go
on.
back to baselessly saying that it's a joke with no rhyme, no reason whatsoever. What you are engaging in is cult-like mental degradation. Like, so you're not constructing your beliefs off of reality. You're trying to construct reality off of your beliefs. You can't justify that he didn't actually do these things when he explicitly said that he did, and you can't justify that he didn't actually do these things when the people that he did it to spoke out and said he did.
Dean, that's crazy, Dean. That's crazy. I'm looking at the
then
comments.
actually
Whose
respond.
Kids am I following?
The comment section is saying that he follows kids. Okay.
No, I'm just looking like this. Somebody check
gonna
his
do-
following list. I don't know. I don't know what they're talking about.
We're going to do the same thing that we did yesterday with a guest that you guys had said the same thing about, which, by the way, you were inevitably right on. I have my Discord open to my lives chat on the right side of my screen so I could see everybody in there. If he actually is following children, feel free to take a screenshot and put it in that lives chat. And we could then act. So just keep that in mind. Now, if you are following children and they could prove that, I'm going to very promptly remove you from the live. Now, before that occurs, right? If it occurs, I want you to please respond to the last thing that I said. All right? I want you to please respond to the last thing that I said. What I said was a damning defeater to the argument that you tried to purport, basically assuming that what Donald Trump said in that clip was a joke. And the defeater was, if it was a joke, why did he explicitly say that he did this and affirming Howard Stern asking him if he did it? And then why did the victims that he did this to speak out and say that he did it?
Dean, I don't know. I can't even lie to you right now. I'm being called a pedo in here, and I don't like. I'm trying to figure out. I want to know what am I doing that's I'm not unfollowing anybody. I literally just got some elevation graphs from my cousin. I know because I'm trying to figure out what because I don't like that, Dean. Like me and you can debate all day, but I don't like that.
We'll only affirm what the chat is saying, right? If there is evidence suggested in my Discord. Okay, but so far, every single person in my Discord that's been looking through your following list says, I don't see any minors. I don't see any kids either. Sunny says, Dean, there's no minors. Gray says, yeah, I just see grown women. Brooklyn says, just MAGA ladies. So I think that you're clear. All right. And by the way,
thank you. I appreciate that, Dean. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, of course. And by the way, chat, before you go suggesting that somebody is following kids, please make sure that you're right. Okay, right? Because what I don't want to do is have to defend somebody and argue that they're not following kids because so far I've had my Discord looking through his following list and they can't find anything. Right, 30 seconds after he suggests that sexual exploitation is a joke. I don't want to do that, guys. So please only make that suggestion, right, if it is true. Okay? But now please respond to the last thing that I said.
Can you repeat it, sir? And I do follow Dean. I like the debates. I do like that. I do follow you. The people talking about he's following him. He's following. Yeah, I do follow him. I like the engagement. But can you repeat what you said, sir?
Yeah, of course. You argued that Donald Trump was joking for the last time when he went on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls at Miss Teen USA, Miss USA. Then I gave you a defeating position to that argument that I like your response to. The defeating position to that argument that I would like your response to would be, well, if he was joking, then why did he explicitly say that this is something he did do in response to Howard Stern explicitly asking him if it was something that he did do? And then why did the victims that he did it to at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA speak out and say that it happened to them? right? This is literally synonymous to your best friend going to a party, coming home from that party, going to your house and telling you that he raped a woman, and then that woman coming to you and saying that he raped me, and then you basically writing it off as a joke with no reason whatsoever. You're actively perpetuating rape culture, and you're silencing victims of sexual violence, included within this clip that we just listened to of Donald Trump boasting about sexual exploitation, Howard Stern, but also on the broader scale by promoting the image that for whatever reason, if somebody tells you that they've perpetuated sexual violence and the victim of said sexual violence tells you that they perpetuated it too, that you could just ignore it. And that's somehow a responsible way to function in a cohesive society.
So, in short and in layman's terms, you're telling me, so because other people are laughing at this joke and I'm condoning said joke,
Can
I'm
you
pretty
respond
much
to the two
supporting-
specific points that I made?
No, I'm trying to get clarity. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
But I've already given you clarity on the 2 points.
100%.
But I've already given you clarity on the 2 points that I'd like you to respond to like 7 or 8 times now.
Dean, again, it was a locker room joke. It was just like the grab him by the cat situation.
I'm going to interrupt you.
But Dean,
I'm interrupting you because you're just going back.
You're
I'm interrupting you because you're just going back to your original position that I've already defeated with 2 damning points that I want you to respond to. Like, it just sounds like you're coping and like you clearly don't want to have a real debate, right? Like, I feel like right now what you're doing is you're just simply not using your brain, and it's embarrassing, right? Because you literally can't even like verbalize a response to the points that I brought up to defeat your argument. Like, this is pathetic.
Because it's a dry joke, Dean. Like, it was a joke.
Right. You're back to repeating your original claim that I already debunked and
I understand that because
false.
the claim stands the same.
No. I definitively proved your claim false using 2 points. The 2 points I made to definitively prove your claim false is that Donald Trump explicitly said that he actually does this in response to Howard Stern explicitly asking if he actually does this. And we've had multiple victims at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA speak up and say that he actually did this to them. Okay?
What did the
Until
victim
you
say?
could give some type of response to those 2
What
points.
did the victim
right?
say?
This is just
What did the
like
victim
coping.
say?
So
what did the victim say?
So we had 4 teens, ages 15 to 17, that competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997, speak out to BuzzFeed in 2015 and say that he would barge into their dressing rooms and look at them while they had no clothes on, and he'd do this to some girls as young as 15. And then we had multiple women that competed at Miss USA between the years of 1997 and 2003 speak out and say that he'd do the same thing to them. One of these women, her name is Victoria, and she'll actually join this live time to time and tell you personally how he did this to her, alongside Miss Arizona at 2001 that spoke out and said he did this to her too.
It's wild. That is wild.
Right. So we have all these victims that have publicly spoken out, right, separate from one another at separate times, but gave the same consistent testimony, merely reaffirming what Donald Trump explicitly said he actually did to Howard Stern, right, in 2005 on his radio show. So when you suggest that it was all just a joke, what you're suggesting is that we should ignore reality. You're suggesting that we should ignore sexual violence. You're suggesting that when a terrible POS man engages in these deplorable actions, we should baselessly, illogically write it off with no rhyme or reason just because you think you like that man.
No. That's not what I think, Dean. I think people make dirty jokes, and it was a joke, Dean.
Exactly. All you have to say is, it's a joke, Dean. It's a joke. You can't rebuttal the points I gave you. You can't give further explanation on how it is a joke, even though he explicitly said he did it. You can't explain the disconnect between various victims speaking out at different times, all with the same consistent testimony that what he described is what he actually did to them. All you could say is it's a joke. Okay, you're just willingly siding with the perpetuators of sexual violence over the victims with no rhyme, no reason whatsoever by just repeating the same one word, joke. You know, the only joke here is you. And you're a very bad joke. a dangerous joke, a violent joke.
A violent joke?
Yes.
How am I a violent joke, Dean?
Yeah, because when you ignore violence, more violence happens. You are a cog in a machine, a system that perpetuates this violence systemically in this country from the day it was born until now. All right? And you willingly aid and abet inside of that machine by discarding the violence, by ignoring the violence, and by writing it off. If society ignores murder, if we stop putting murderers in jail, if we stop refusing to hire murderers into job and positions, and we befriend murderers arguing that it didn't happen at all, then more murders will happen. And I hope you can see through the lens of that very simple and easy to track analogy that that is exactly what you're doing right now to sexual violence. It is so easy for you to help, right? Stop the system dead in its tracks. All that you need to do is to acknowledge that sexual violence is wrong, and then to acknowledge that it's something that should be taken seriously. That's all you need to do.
Wrong. I never said it wasn't wrong. I never said it wasn't wrong.
But you're saying that it doesn't need to be taken seriously.
I'm saying, okay, so Dean, with that logic, right? Are we going to take, okay, let's say, for example, Family Guy, how they have the little funny little old pedo man. Am I supposed to look at Seth MacFarlane and say, hey, you might be an in the closet pedo because you have this funny pedo man making jokes? Am I supposed to do that now?
Okay, so, well, I think that what we're discussing right now is taking actions that actually occur seriously. Now, this is a separate subject that also matters. I don't think it's okay to like novelize P3-ophilia, and I think that we should condemn that, right? In media, in TV, in movies, just because if we do condemn that, it will help aid and abet in the destruction of a system that allows the social permissibility of these actions by trivializing them. But that's like a whole separate issue, right? The issue that I want to focus on with you is just believing, right, people when they tell you they perpetuate sexual violence. Right? Like that's all I want to convince you of. Right? Like, can you please give me any other scenario where a boastful, prideful, egotistical man that cares about nothing more than his own self-image to other individuals and the power in which he wields and possess made a quote unquote joke about sexually exploiting women and girls when in all reality he didn't actually sexually exploit women and girls?
I can't give you that off the top of my head, Dean. No, I cannot say.
Exactly. So basically what you're saying is that Donald Trump is the first person and the last person that you've ever seen in the totality of your life, right, apparently joke about sexually exploiting women when he didn't actually do so. Keep in mind, this is the same guy that was held civilly liable for the rape of E. Jean Carroll. Best buddies with Epstein, knew what he was doing to the girls and said and did nothing. Sent him letters depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, may every new day be another wonderful secret. And you're just going to sit there and call it a joke. You're pathetic. You're not even worth my time. You're not worth anybody's time. You're a grown man. Use that brain. And what is he going to say in response to this, Strat? He's going to say it's a joke. He's ignored every syllable of every word that he's ignored every syllable of every word that has left my mouth since the moment this conversation started, because all he knows is those 3 words.
So how do you feel about your friend Harry Sisson doing it?
Joke.
So how do you feel about your friend Harry Sisson doing it?
Oh.
How do you feel about your friend Harry Sisson doing it?
Well, I'll happily talk to you about Harry Sisson the moment that we can finish our conversation about the president of the United States of America.
Let's wake it up, Dean.
For sure.
Let's wake it up. Y'all tap Dean's screen. Y'all wake it up.
The moment we could finish our conversation about the president of the United States of America, we could talk about some 23-year-old political influencer from New York.
Let's do it.
Okay, so then respond to all of the damning reasons I gave you and more to demonstrate that it wasn't a joke.
I guess it wasn't a joke, Dean. I submit. You got me. You got your gotcha moment. You can clock it. It wasn't a joke, Dean.
Okay, so then you no longer support Trump as president, right?
Sure.
We're getting to a point with these debates where the Trump supporters have to concede. We've had 2 Trump supporters up on this live so far today. Both of them ended up conceding. Do I think that their minds have legitimately changed? I am agnostic. That didn't sound too serious to me. I don't know if he just had this pivotal moment of an eye-opening experience. But it is a step in the right direction because both that last guest and the guest before him like mentally came to the recognition that the only way to move forward was to give a verbal concession. But keep in mind the cognitive dissonance between the logical conclusion that one must concede and the emotional feeling that they still support Trump. What's up, Freddie? Do you support Trump as president?
Hello, Dean Paul Johnson Withers.
Hello, do you support Trump?
Why wouldn't you debate Nick Fuentes?
I debated Nick Fuentes for like 2 hours on Nathan Rawson streams like a year ago.
What about Clav?
What's that?
Debate Clav?
Yeah, I'll debate Clav. So how old are you?
17.
Okay.
I'm not even from America, but debate Clav.
Yeah, I will happily have Clavicle up on the stream. I said that. I said that in a video. I was like, hey, Clavicle, get your booty up here. He hasn't yet, by the way. He knows that I said that. He reposted a video about it. But he won't come up. What's up, Bao? Do you support Trump? Bao is not here, so we're going to go and remove them from the live and move on here to the next guest. Only op inside that cube, you are a American, B at least 18, and C, ready to come up here and have a conversation with me. Angela, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo, Angela. Thank you so much for your kindness. Oh my goodness. Guys, show some love to Angela down below in that chat for the $100 on PayPal. Angela with a $100 says, I appreciate your work. Angela, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much for showing some love and kindness with just outrageous support. I want to see 1,000 Angela W's down below, as well as Felicia. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. And you can find the source for that Howard Stern radio show by going on YouTube, type it in Trump, Howard Stern, Miss Teen USA. It'll be around a 7-minute video posted by CNN 9 years ago. And Susan, thank you so much for the $100 too on PayPal. You guys are going crazy today. Susan with $100 says, Dean, second time this week, but you deserve it. Keep preaching. Love you, Susan. I love you too. Angela and Susan, you guys are absolute icons. Thank you both for the $100 donations. Like, just absolutely, like, insane. I've said this a billion times, and I will always repeat it because it's never going to change. I don't deserve that much love, and I truly and appreciate the insane band, the insane level of kindness that both of you have just shown. Thank you so much, Angela and Susan. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, but I wanted to say that I love you.
Well, I appreciate you so much for that love, Mary. Thank you so much. We are only looking to debate Trump supporters, but you do take care, Mary. Moving on to the next guest, Diego. Let's go to get that next guest, Diego, loaded up in here. As well as Allison, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says MAGA needs to stop bringing up points about trans people in bathrooms. As a woman, the only threat to us are cis men. Yep. Appreciate you for that love, Allison. Okay, they sound about 3.5, so we're going to go to kick them out. Moving on to the next guest, guys. If you happen to be a part of the 15.1 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, guys, go to hop inside of that cube, your MAGA. Then over on Venmo, Christina, thank you for the $5, who says listening to your life has become a nightly tradition in my home. Let's go, Christina. And Hannah, thank you for the $15, who says it's Trans Remembrance Day. Thank you for fighting the rhetoric that perpetuates anti-trans violence. We need more people sticking up for the community. Hannah, I couldn't agree more. Okay, the third largest place where Republicans spent money in the last election cycle was on convincing people that trans individuals were like demonic, right? Like, I think that we do need a little bit more social advocacy. Hannah, I really appreciate you so much for the $15. And I appreciate you for that love, guest, but please only join in the queue of your MAGA. Thank you so much. As well as Kelly, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you, Kelly. Oh my goodness. Kelly with the $50 says, from this boomer who lived through Nixon, proud of you for calling out the MAGA corruption. Keep on going, friend. Thank you so much, Kelly. I want to see 500 big Kelly W's down below in that chat for the $50. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, guys. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Age right now.
Deanie, how's it going?
Okay, well, they sound underage. I'm going to kick them. Hello, do you support Trump?
You know me.
Well, apparently...
I made a video about you.
Apparently you were on my live stream yesterday.
You denied my love call yesterday.
Well, guess what? I'm going to get denied again. Okay. All right. Moving on to our next guest right now is Bio said America first, so I'm going to kick him out of precaution of him like slurring or saying the N-word or something of that nature. They all seem to love to do that. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, but I'd like to define that. If I hate the man, but I support what he's doing.
Well, you are in the UK, so unfortunately I do have to move on. You do take care. We got Lil Bro Trippin' coming up next. Over on YouTube Super Chat. Hey, Sizzler, thank you for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, Dean, my girlfriend needs to know if your tree's real. Yes, this is real. This is real. Thank you for the love, Sizzler. All right, moving on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and let me know by dropping a me with like 2 E's, because I think me with 1 E is for whatever reason blocked in my chat. Down below, if you want to come up here and have a conversation about why you're MAGA, folks. We're just looking for that next Trump supporter. They're pretty hard to find today. As well as Photo Nerd, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars over on Super Chat, who says, keep on doing what you do, Dean. You reach people. Kudos from Canada. Kudos to you, Photo Nerd. Thank you for being here. I really am happy that you're enjoying this stream, and thank you so much for the 20 Canadian dollars. Show some love to Photo Nerd down below in that chat while we're working on getting that very next Trump supporter loaded into the box. And we're going to be very quickly banning people that break the rules. Hello, are you an American adult that supports Trump?
Yes.
Okay, and how old are you?
18.
And what time is it?
Wait.
Banned. Moving on to the next. Guys, see, that's what happens when you break the rules. Yo, Jarek! Thank you for the $75 over on PayPal, Jarek. That is Jarick. You guys are showing so much love today. I know that I've already said it a couple of times, but goddamn, it's true. Jarek with the $75 says, love you, Dean. Also, quick question. Who would you rather have in office? You, Jarek. Anyone. Jarek. Anybody but this tyrannical orange maniac. Thank you for the $75, Jarek. That is Jarick. Show some love to Jarek down below in that chat. What is up, Crocs? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, just give me 10 seconds.
Age?
You won't regret it. 19, born in 2005.
Okay, and you're asking for 10 seconds. Well, if you support Trump, then you can stay up here for as long as you want to have a debate.
Yeah. Last year, I was in a rough time of my life where the man in office as of now, I was a complete dumbass. I was far right. I was racist. I was a terrible person. But Dean, here, just let me turn on my camera for this one. Dean,
if you vote for Trump, you're a fucking dumbass! Get out! Like, what's wrong with you? He's a rapist, bro! Let's go!
You know what? I'm really proud of you for getting out of that alt-right community. Now, I want to clarify, it's not normal to have a racist phase. It's by no means normal to be on that alt-right. Okay, that is like condemnable and terrible as all hell. But genuinely, okay, and my next breath will not discount the harm perpetuated by the alt-right community nor your existence in it a year ago. I'm genuinely so proud of you for getting out of it. I am. I'm so proud of you for getting out of the alt-right community. I think that something a lot of people really need to realize here is that getting people out of that alt-right community is one of the most important social mechanisms that ought occur for the further development of this country in a positive direction. The alt-right community is a corrosive toxin on the social and moral fabric of America, and we should absolutely celebrate people leaving it. So good job. Welcome into it. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
19.
Okay, and what year were you born in?
2006, sorry.
2006, and what time is it?
It's 3:17. I was born 92906.
Okay, let me thank a couple people, then I'll pass you the mic and you can tell us why you're MAGA. David, appreciate you for the $20 over on Super Chat, brother. Thank you so much. David with the $20 says, keep up the great work. Thank you so much, man. Let's get 200 David W's. And Casey, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo for the quote-unquote necessary work being done. I appreciate that, Casey. That is K-S-E-Y. Show some love to Casey and David down below. Morgan, appreciate you for the 8. Christina, thank you for the 5. And Hannah, thank you for the 15. Thank you. Go ahead and take it away, my friend. Tell us why you support Trump.
A lot of reasons, but I was wondering, like, what you think about democratic socialism, like Mandani.
Yeah. So I'm into social democracy, which is like like an inch away from democratic socialism. But no, we're here to discuss why you support Trump. We're not here to discuss Mamdani.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Well, I
was
mean,
just getting.
so do you want to give an argument?
Yeah. What do you think about how Trump was Democrat before like early 90s?
I think it's an irrelevant question to why you support him as president in 2025. Therefore, I'm going to refuse to answer it.
Okay.
Do you think that the left is a party of violence?
No.
Okay. Do you think that the right is a party of violence?
I mean, both sides have had moments like that are obviously not right. My biggest thing, I guess, is on immigration. Sorry, I'm just nervous because I don't know like a topic to think with all these people. But
dude, a video. So that video posted 5 times on Instagram. What the fuck? Yo, for whoever called that out on my YouTube chat, I appreciate you. Go ahead.
I was saying the biggest thing I'd say I think about is like immigration policies and stuff.
Okay, so what's your favorite Trump immigration policy?
Well, I don't know them specifically, but I do agree about like the mass deportation of illegal immigrants and don't think that they should just be given like housing and money and everything.
Okay. Well, guess what? According to the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act passed by our federal government in 1996, it's actually illegal for our federal government to give any public welfare benefits to undocumented immigrants. So the whole housing, money, it's all just propaganda, right? What you're more likely than not referencing is like the social safety nets for asylum seekers during their first 12 months of residency. And those are necessary to exist since for the first 12 months of their residency, we don't give them the legal ability to work, so they can't generate an income to pay for housing, food, clothes, so on and so forth. So obviously, unless we want them to starve to death or die in harsh winter conditions, we have to give them those benefits. The way to move forward from this is just to expedite the time that process takes.
Okay, yeah. I see. I guess a lot of the things like you would say, obviously propaganda and everything, seeing like one-sided news and everything is just hard to like see a different perspective sometimes. When I watch like only Fox News and get like obviously right-wing stuff on my feed. So like I don't know. I've never really taken an outer perspective, but seen like what I see to be like, oh, this must be true because like everyone says it and I see it all.
Okay, right. Well, you see it. I don't think that you see undocumented immigrants getting free handouts from our federal government.
Well, like the stuff that I see on my feed, I guess like how there's millions and they're like taking jobs and homes and everything, and like all the videos, not in real life, I guess.
Taking jobs and homes? Wait, explain to me, right, a video that you've seen that shows an undocumented immigrant taking a home.
I guess I don't really know. I'm definitely, as you can tell, uneducated.
Yeah, I honestly think that a much better place for you to be compared to debating me on the live is just like watching it to see what I have to say to maybe educate yourself.
Yeah, I have been. But also, someone you should debate, I don't know if you've heard of him, Cam Higbee. He's a guy I've followed for a long time.
Yeah, Cam Higbee is invited to come up on this live to have a conversation with me today,
Oh, would
tomorrow,
he
and the day
not?
after. Well, he can whenever he wants.
Okay.
Maybe he just hasn't thought about trying it out, but he's more than.
Have you
more than
seen
willing to
anything
join.
from him?
Yeah, no, I know who Cam Higbee is. I've actually even met him in person. We're going to move on to the next guest at this point, just because I think that conversation kind of found its natural end of the debate. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hello. Yeah, I support Trump.
What time is it?
What time is it?
Yeah.
It's 12:22.
12:22 is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. So I'd assume that it's probably... Wait,
Hello.
yeah, 12:22 is in the middle of the Pacific. Like 12:22 a.m. No, 12:22 p.m. Maybe it's 12:22 a.m. for you somewhere in Europe. Yeah. Okay, what's up, Dan? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
22.
Okay. And what time is it for you?
3 a.m.
Okay. Right. Same thing. In Europe. Guys, we're only looking to talk to people in America. We're going to go to get that next guest, Gabriella, loaded up into the box. Here we go. 12:22 is Alaska time? Fuck, you're right. It would be like in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but upwards along that same latitude, you'd find Alaska. Good point. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Also, please stop just like saying that like the guests follow kids in the chat unless they actually are. But if they actually are following kids, please, everyone spam it, right? But if they're not actually following kids, please do not spam it. we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Here we go, folks. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello, Leah. You have 5 seconds. Okay, Leah's not here, so we're going to kick her out and move on to the next guest, Sam. Over on YouTube, thank you so much for the $20, Big Cat. Thank you so much. Big Cat with the $20 says, Trump built a golf course in Scotland and construction caused a water pipe to break. The pipe was connected to a 90-year-old woman's water. Molly Forbes went without clean water for 5 years until a neighbor helped her. Jesus Christ. Yeah, add that to the list of all the terrible things he's done. Thank you for telling me. Please show some love to Big Cat down below in that chat for the 20. Thank you so much, Big Cat. Huge shout out to you. Thank you for your support. What's going on, Emmy? Do you support Trump?
No, I love you.
All right, I appreciate you, Emmy. Guys, please follow the rules. It's been quite a while since we had our last debate, and we'll only ensure that we go without more debates if we can't stick to the rules of only joining in the queue if you are a Trump supporter. So please, 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 please follow the rules. Hello, do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds, Char. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Char's banned. Oh, they sound really young. All right, well, we still got them out. All right, moving on to the next guest here. We got Madeline. Hello, do you support Trump?
My brother would love to debate you.
Is he with you right now?
Yes.
Then you can put him on the mic.
Okay.
All right. Hey, well, she's putting her brother on. Bailey, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, sending love from Idaho. I truly believe that you've helped me help my sad state. Oh, I appreciate you for that love, Bailey. Show some love to Bailey down below. Thank you for being here.
Debate Dean.
Oh, that fucking Dean Weathers guy?
Yes, debate Dean.
What, you get accepted or something?
Yes, debate Dean.
Why?
Just do it.
You know that we could hear you right now, right?
Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
That's the question. How about before we hop into things, let me ask you, what's your name?
I'd rather not give that out.
I'm going to call you Jordan, okay? Jordan.
That'll be fine.
What's that?
That'll be fine.
Okay, so Jordan, welcome in. We've been told by your sister that you are a Trump supporter. If you want to grab this
This is
phone.
not my sister.
It's not your sister.
Cousin.
Cousin.
Grew up like brother, sister.
Okay, we've been told by whoever that is to you that you're a Trump supporter. Now, if you want to grab the phone, if you're not holding it, just so like we could hear you clearly through its mic, that'd be great. And the mic is yours, man. Tell us why you support Trump as president if you want to debate, which of course, if you don't, we can move on.
I'll put it this way. I support Trump for multiple different reasons, but the main reason is in a world where common sense is clearly at a loss and clearly on the decline, and things really need to be done, and our country needs to take care of itself instead of taking care of other countries, Trump's the only one that's actually doing that. He's the only one that's preventing this money from being sent out to these other countries when this money needs to be like spread out here in our country to fix things.
Actually, common sense tells you that you're wrong. The largest single year package of foreign aid to another country was this year with the $40 billion that Trump sent to Argentina. Not to mention what you're likely discussing here is the money that the Biden-Harris administration sent to Ukraine. Donald Trump resumed all of that funding in July.
Yes, I'm very much aware of that. And for those things, those are actually needed. But I'm talking about just the random outputs of money that aren't Ukraine, that isn't Argentina. Just these random outputs of money that are going to these random...
why do you exclude Argentina from this conversation about money going to other countries, considering the fact that the stimulus that he sent to their country is the most money ever sent in a foreign aid package in a single year?
Because currently their country is either already in or on the wake of an economical crash. And if their country crashes, it might cause a chain reaction that'll cause other countries around them to crash. And Donald Trump is seeking to prevent something like that.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that you're okay with sending billions and billions of dollars to other countries around the world if it somehow benefits their country. If it somehow benefits their country when they need it. So what money do you think we've seen previous administrations send to other countries around the world, right, that were like more necessary than the economic stimulus for Argentina?
I can't name any off the top of my head. All I know is that when it comes to countries that really need it, like Argentina and Ukraine, I'd even go as far as to say Gaza or Israel probably needs it.
Israel.
But I'm not gonna get into that whole can of worms, because that's a whole other can of worms I just don't want to get into.
Yeah. So, I mean, here's where we're at. You came up here like saying that common sense is at a low. We need more common sense, and we need to stop spending unnecessary.
Common sense in the United States, yes, is at an all-time low.
Well, I mean, wouldn't common sense tell you that you should only believe something if you have evidence for it? And considering the fact that you just failed to answer the.
I've got plenty enough evidence.
So if common sense would tell you that you should only believe something if you have evidence for it, well, then obviously you don't have common sense, considering the fact that you believe that Donald Trump has stopped sending money to other countries in the world that don't need it. But then when I asked you for one example of us sending money to other countries in the world that truly don't need it, and need it less than Argentina needed our $40 billion, you're unable to come up with a single example. But that example would be the evidence, therefore you don't have evidence. Therefore, because you believe in that without evidence, you don't have common sense, according to your own methodology here, that common sense tells you that you need evidence to formulate your beliefs.
Dean, would you like to talk to him about the breaking news for today?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So, Jordan, because remember, that's what we're calling you. Do you think that the left is violent?
Not all of the left. There are good Democrats and there are bad Democrats. It's mainly the bad Democrats that we see nowadays that are making all of the good ones actually look bad.
Yeah.
And it's also the bad Democrats are the ones that lack common sense.
Okay, so if Biden said that he wanted to execute Republicans, would that be violent?
Yes, it would.
Would that warrant removal from office?
Yes, it would.
Today, Donald Trump said that he wanted to execute Democrats.
In what context did he say that?
He responded to an article published by the Washington Examiner on Truth Social with a headline that read, I'll actually just pull it up, I have it saved in my pictures here. With a headline that read, quote unquote, Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unlawful orders from the president. And he responded to that by saying that this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted one of his followers' comments under the post saying, hang them. Wait, one second. And then he reposted one of his followers' comments under that post that says, hang them. So in other words, he's saying that he wants to execute via means of hanging Democrats that are urging the military to disobey unlawful orders, which, by the way, is the oath that they took when joining the military. So in other words, Donald Trump is saying that Democrats deserve to die if they want members of our military to hold to their oath.
And Donald Trump said that he wanted to hang people, or the followers said that?
Yeah, so it's something that he amplified. It's something that he reposted. Donald Trump personally said that they deserve to die. He said that this should be punished by death. And then he amplified and he reposted that post that said hang them.
Well, let's look at it this way. Reposting really doesn't mean anything. It can mean a lot of things. Either you find it funny or you find it supportive. In my case, I find it funny. I did actually see that. I did see that, and I got a good laugh at it.
Wait, I'm so sorry. So we know that in this circumstance, he's reposting that because he supports it and agrees with the message, considering the fact that he personally said that they should die. He said they should personally be punished with death. So then obviously when he reposts something saying they should be punished to death via hanging, right, that means he supports it. Right? And then also, like, hanging people is not funny. I've never found that funny before.
Have you ever? Well, clearly, you haven't seen the Inglourious Basterds.
I've seen Inglourious Basterds, right? Inside of that movie, when they were like, doing what to the Nazis? I'm gonna feel. I don't want TikTok to ban me. When they were doing things like that to the Nazis, I didn't find it like funny. I found it like enjoyable. It put a smile on my face, right? Not because it was like funny, but rather because it was like historically relieving.
Yeah.
I also would love him to switch his mind because I am gay. And
Maddie, I've already told you my stance on this. I have no problem with it. I have no problem with the LGBT, with the LGB. It's the TQ plus is what I got a problem with, and what they're trying to push on the children.
But Trump tried to ban same-sex marriage.
But he didn't. The fact is that he didn't, and I already told you, Maddie. I don't have a problem.
Okay, so what it sounds like you're supporting is a president, right, that you said if it was Biden should be thrown out of office, but then when it's Trump, he's your guy, and you're also listening to somebody that you grew up with, right?
Let's look at it this way.
Brothers and sisters. One moment, telling you that he tried to ban, right, a right to marriage for members of the LGBTQ plus community here, which would personally impact your cousin. And you're saying that ultimately, because that appeal to SCOTUS failed, you don't really care. So what I would like you to first respond to, and maybe you could just give it a breath, is the fact that Donald Trump called for the execution of Democrats. And you said if Biden called for the execution of Republicans, he should be thrown out of office. So therefore, if Trump calls for the execution of Democrats, why shouldn't he? And then we could follow that up via conversation about the LGBTQ plus community. But quickly before we move on, we need to come to a resolution on that last point.
As for the incident of the Democratic soldiers, clearly in this context, he's talking about Democratic soldiers, which in this case, these soldiers are actively saying, yeah, just because Donald Trump is in presidency, I'm not going to do my job as a soldier of the United States military.
So point number one,
that is considered a form of treason.
So point number one, you're just completely wrong. All right. Once again, I'll go ahead and read off the headline that he said should be punishable by death. Okay. The headline that he said should be punishable by death is, quote unquote, Democratic veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unlawful orders. So
Which is a form of treason.
So how is it treason to urge members of our military to refuse unlawful orders?
Because whether or not they're unlawful, that's not our call to make. As citizens, that is not our call to make. He is the president of the United States.
So
yes.
So you think the president determines what's unlawful?
Way of following it, but at the end of the day, it is still orders, and whether or not they choose to follow those orders is whether or not it's morally wrong. That is not for us to decide.
Okay.
Yes, it may be morally wrong for it at the end of the day, but at the end of the day, those are not our orders.
Okay, so let's follow your.
If they choose not to follow it.
Let's follow your logic here. So what you're saying is that members of our military have an obligation to follow any order from the president, regardless if it is lawful, unlawful, constitutional, or unconstitutional. And if they do not follow those orders, then they deserve to be sentenced to death via execution in the style of hanging. So if Donald Trump, told the military to find every single Democrat that posts anti-Trump messaging on the internet and lock them up, take them to detention centers, and systemically kill them, right? And then the military refused to do that, you would then argue that they're committing treason and should be sentenced to death themselves, right?
By technicality, yes, they are committing treason, but then again, that's just a technicality. Is it morally wrong? Yes.
So you would argue that they should be sentenced to death.
By the technicality of our laws, yes.
Oh my goodness, dude. Okay.
But that's just
so I have a question. I have the question. What's the difference between Trump and Mussolini in this regard? What's the difference between Trump? One moment. What's the difference between Trump and any historical dictator? Because all that you're saying is, or even you, right? All that you're saying is that Donald Trump, right, fulfills all of the criteria of a historical dictator that is issuing unlawful orders to his military.
But he hasn't.
And then Donald Trump says, right, that these people deserve to die, right, if they do not follow his unlawful and unconstitutional order. And you're actually telling me that you agree with that. So I think it's clear.
But I'm saying by technicality, that's what's going to happen.
So, I think it's time that we clear up, right, your lack of sense and your lack of knowledge as it relates to the law. I think it's absolutely preposterous that you just told us that you support Trump issuing a death warrant for members of our military that are failing to abide by his unlawful orders. But in all reality, no. Members of our military, they took an oath to uphold the Constitution and to take lawful orders from the commander-in-chief, right? So when the commander-in-chief, well, just give me a second, when the commander-in-chief issues an unlawful or unconstitutional order, right, it is actually illegal for them to follow said order, and it might even be treasonous for them to follow said order, and it is promoted legally, socially, morally, and constitutionally speaking for them to not follow said unlawful order. There is no obligation socially, morally, or legally for our military to follow an unlawful order from the commander-in-chief, since according to Article 2, Section 1 and 2 of the Constitution is the highest law of the land, meaning that all operators under the American government must abide by it, including the president and his orders to the military. right? So if you want to argue that it's treasonous to not abide by a unlawful order from the commander-in-chief as a member of our military, then all that you're telling us here is that the oath that has been in place since the drawing of the Constitution for now 250 years, that every single member that joins our military takes upon joining it, that they will follow the Constitution and defend the Constitution from threats both abroad and domestic, is treasonous by nature as well.
When you put it like that, no, you're in the right. You're right. I'm wrong.
Right.
But here's
and by the way, remember a second mistake that you made there was in arguing that what Donald Trump is doing is issuing these death warrants, right? This mandate of execution to members in the military that disregard his unlawful order. That's not who he's issuing it to. He was issuing it to the Democrats that have urged the military to abide by their oath and not follow any unlawful directive that he gives.
In what case would this be an unlawful directive? Let me give an example of that. Are you talking about how he's issued troops in the state of, like, what was it, Ohio? Or
Sure, I could give you an example, but keep in mind, like, according to the wording of like the article and Donald Trump's response, there doesn't even need to exist any specific unlawful orders that he's already made. Because all they said was, hey, if he does issue an unlawful order, don't follow it, that he responded to by saying, well, I think you'd need to die. Right? So even if he hasn't issued any unlawful orders yet, right, he's still saying that they deserve to die just for suggesting to the military that if he does in the future, they shouldn't follow it. But he has issued unlawful orders, one of them being an order to the National Guard to violate the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878 when he told them to function as a domestic law enforcement agency and arrest citizens in the streets of this country without a declaration of an insurrection. That is illegal. That is unlawful.
by citizens of our country, what do you mean? Are you talking about the illegal immigrants that currently plague our lands?
Well, no, I'm talking about citizen and undocumented immigrants, and I think the real plague to our lands is you and other people that support the tyrant in the Oval Office, not the hardworking families that contribute trillions of dollars to our GDP, pay hundreds of billions of dollars per year in taxes, and are multiple times less likely to commit any and all crimes. But I mean, just to clarify here, it's illegal for our military to arrest an undocumented immigrant on American soil. It's illegal for a military to arrest a citizen on American soil because they do not have the legal right to function as a domestic law enforcement agency.
Let me explain something to you. The term illegal immigrant means that they are here illegally.
Means that they broke a law when they came into the country, right? They broke federal USC code 185-3, I think.
But they've ultimately chosen to stay as an illegal immigrant status, but yet are choosing to still gain these rewards and benefits that they gain through by staying here illegally, which then puts an even further hamper on the already legal citizens of the United States of America.
Well, that was misinformation, and I'll address that misinformation in a bit, right? But before we address that information, I just don't want to use it as a deflection. Address the fact that an unlawful order that Trump has given to the military is to arrest people in America when they can't legally do so, unless there's an insurrection declared, which there's not.
Actually, yeah, no, my buddy just brought up a great point, because let's look at it this way. Back when this illegal immigration status actually first started, they were taking up all of these places like schools, hospitals, and areas, and giving them to these illegal immigrants, places of necessity, places of learning, places of healing, and giving them to these illegal immigrants in large portions that they were taking from the American public.
As a medical student, it's a part of HOSA that you're not allowed to ask them questions about immigration.
But before we get there, once again, so you're trying to bring up like more points about how you think undocumented immigrants harm America, socially speaking, economically speaking, so on and so forth.
Okay, well, let them take your house,
I want to address.
And let's see how funny it is.
So I want to address all of those points, right? Because you're wrong about every single thing that you just said. But I'm going to repeat what I said in my last breath. That's a deflection away from the premise. That premise being that I gave you an example of an unlawful directive, right? That like Trump gave to the military. Like regardless if it were true or false that undocumented immigrants strain social safety nets, the military still doesn't have the legal right to arrest them. Regardless if it's true or false that undocumented immigrants are straining schools, hospitals, so on and so forth, the military doesn't have the legal right to arrest them, right? So I want you to address that unlawful order.
Has been issued, because warrants were issued People were arrested. A legal warrant was issued.
Oh, so members of our military, they can't function as domestic law enforcement agencies. They are just within their, just as well as within their right to arrest somebody with an outstanding warrant for their arrest as you are. Like, can you arrest somebody if they have an outstanding warrant?
It's called a citizen's arrest.
Dude, you can't arrest people.
No, but you can hold them until the real authorities come.
Okay, so you agree that you can't arrest people, right?
Yes, you can legally. You cannot arrest people, but you can legally hold someone.
Oh, okay. So what we're talking about is like literally arresting and taking to jail. So you cannot arrest
Yes,
people.
legally
Right?
detain.
Okay. So you also can't legally detain in many places, right? That is only something that a lawful order with reasonable suspicion of a crime, right, can be made by a law enforcement officer.
You lost for words?
No, I just didn't hear him.
Right? So once again, so do you know what the Posse Comitatus Act is?
You're gonna have to refresh my memory on that one.
So
It's
the
been
Posse,
a while since I've heard
so
that.
the Posse Comitatus Act is something that our Congress passed in 1878 to prevent America from devolving into a martial law type state. And the Posse Comitatus Act is clear. It says, and I quote, that the military cannot function as a domestic law enforcement agency, because if they could legally function as a domestic law enforcement agency and they're obligated to take legal and lawful orders from the president, then the president would be able to order them to arrest people based upon any whim, right? Which is exactly what Donald Trump did when he told them to arrest people in the streets for protesting, suspicion of being an undocumented immigrant, so on and so forth, right? But like we discovered that was a bad tyrannical authoritarian thing years ago, so we passed this act to strictly forbid it. Right? So when Donald Trump is telling them to make arrests, when Donald Trump is telling them to function as a law enforcement agency, well all that I'm going to tell you is that is an unlawful order.
Well, let's look at it this way. When that first got instated, we're talking. Let's talk about the most recent incident that I personally can think of. Well, Nazi Germany, when the Nazi Party, aka the soldiers, were acting like a police force and rounding up all of the Jewish individuals. You're talking about that kind of military policing authority, yes?
So that's actually going to be like an historical example of an incredibly authoritarian and a tyrannical martial law type state.
Yes, but see, the massive difference between that and what's happening now is people aren't actually being gassed or killed. People are just being rounded up and the
Posse Comitatus Act doesn't say it's only illegal for the military to make arrests and to function as a domestic law enforcement agency if they then kill the people they arrest. It just says that it's always illegal for them to function as a domestic law enforcement agency, point blank, period. So regardless if they arrest, detain, and deport them, arrest, detain, and kill them, it's illegal per the Posse Comitatus Act.
Okay.
Right? And then to address a lot of the information that you espoused about the existence of undocumented immigrants in this country and the impact that they have on the country, you said that they drain our social safety nets, that they're given money and funding. You're wrong.
They are.
So not from our federal government, because in 1996...
Okay, then where else is it coming from then? Where else is it coming? Where else is this money coming from if it is not from our federal government?
Do you know what the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1996 is?
I have heard about it, but I don't remember vaguely what it is.
That's an act that our Congress passed to strictly forbid the dissemination of public welfare benefits to undocumented immigrants by restricting their eligibility to legal residence and lawful citizens.
Then tell me where this money is coming from then.
Well, it is coming from Fox News and misinformation, apparently.
That's not what I asked. Tell me where the money's coming from that these people are getting.
Well, first you're assuming that money exists.
We do know it exists because there's plenty of information out there on the public web, on the internet, everywhere that these people are bragging that they're getting this kind of money from our government.
Okay, so go ahead and prove it.
Prove it.
Yes, yes, I asked you for proof. Remember earlier you told me that you had common sense and that common sense would dictate that you need evidence for your beliefs? All that I'm doing is I'm asking you for your evidence, and since you said that you're a man of common sense, obviously you should have it, right?
Okay, how am I going to prove something when we're on live?
Oh, so you're saying that you said that with no evidence?
No, there's plenty of evidence out there.
So could I have it?
Just go to the internet and literally type in certain phrases, and you can find people literally bragging, people literally, or even threatening people.
Well, see, the thing is that a lot of people on the left like to rile Trump supporters up and piss them off by trolling, saying they're an undocumented immigrant, and then showing some bans, right? That's just like, that's satirical content to make you mad.
Bans. You just used the word bans. Who uses the word bans anymore?
Well, I'd say it's much more embarrassing to support a rapist as president than it is to use the word bans.
To support a rapist as president.
You heard every syllable of that word, yes. And because you're so pro-law and order, I'm surprised that you don't condemn him for the rape of Eugene Carroll. That was proven by a court 2 years ago, the same way you're condemning undocumented immigrants, suggesting that our military should enact upon an unlawful order to detain, deport, and arrest them, right? When in all reality, that federal misdemeanor is light years of levels of severity beneath and below Donald Trump raping Eugene Carroll.
Not to get started on the Teen USA and Miss USA.
Yeah, or as your cousin brings up, the sexual exploitation of naked women and naked girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, or the fact that he was sued in New York for lying about the valuations of his properties to a bank, or the fact that he intentionally concealed classified documents of his property in the state of Mar-a-Lago after his first term ended, or the 4 infringements and violations on the law of the land, the American Constitution, the last 10 months, including but not limited to the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, or the 22nd Amendment. But what I'd like to hear first from you is a response to the first claim I made, which is Donald Trump is a rapist, and a court proved it 2 years ago in 2023, in the civil case, E. Jean Carroll versus Donald J. Trump, where all 9 unanimous jurors agreed that yes, he did rape her.
Yes, he did, and which was proven, and I will admit, yes, that was proven. And yes, did he not serve any jail time? As far as I know, no, he didn't.
Well, it's because it was a civil court, not a criminal court, but you just agreed that it was proven, so now the burden rests on you to stop supporting a rapist as president. What do you got to say about that? Isn't that fair?
You use the term support very loosely in that sentence. See, what I support is a president that is actually willing to get things done for our country.
What is one thing he's got done for our country in the last 10 months that is good?
What?
What is one thing he's gotten done for our country in the last 10 months that is genuinely beneficial?
He has banned men from participating in women's sports, which honestly to God.
So you think it's genuinely beneficial to keep quote unquote men? Trans women aren't men. We just can't talk about that on TikTok because we'll get restricted for it. So you think it's beneficial to keep men out of private women's only areas?
Yes.
So if a perverted cis man, not a trans woman, because they're not men, nor are they perverted. In fact, trans women make private women's spaces safer. I can give you an argument for that in a bit if you want. But if a perverted cis man were to unconsensually barge into like a private woman's space, like a dressing room, just to intentionally sexually exploit the women and girls in there by looking at them while they're naked, what should happen to that man? Since you obviously are victor for women and girls' rights, as you're saying, the one beneficial thing that Donald Trump has done in the last 10 months is protecting women's rights, and this somehow justifies the tyrannical, dictatorial actions like calling for the execution of Democrats. So what do you think should be done to an incredibly perverted cis man that walked into a woman's only dressing room and sexually exploited the women and girls in that space by looking at them naked?
Beaten within an inch of his life.
Okay. All right. So would you do that to Trump? Let's go and roll the clip.
You say hello with vagina. And well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
In that context, yeah, I'd beat his ass.
Okay, so you obviously don't support him as president anymore, right?
No, I still support him because I support what he's actually doing for our country.
Oh, so do you typically like argue that somebody who you think should like almost DIE should be the leader of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth? Like which
Let's
one
look
is
at
it?
it.
Like which one
Let's
is
look
it?
at
Should we
this
like
one.
punish? Should we punish him and BEAT him to like an inch of his
Just say
LIFE?
beat.
Or
Don't say
no,
pussy,
no,
just say
we have to. We have to for TikTok.
TOS.
It's taken. I think it's taken as like violent and criminal behaviors that'll get the live stream taken down. So I have to. I understand it's not that fun, but I have to. So should we BEAT him to an inch of his LIFE, or should we make him POTUS?
She just took the phone away. Give me a second.
There you go.
Let's look at it this way. Let's look at it this way. Let's get back to the topic. Do I support Donald Trump? Yes, and I'll tell you.
So let's run away. Okay. You know what? Obviously, you still support him as president, even though he's raped Eugene Carroll, sexually exploited these women and girls. So let's look at it this way. Would you still support Donald Trump as president if he raped a kid?
No, I wouldn't. If he raped a kid, no, I wouldn't.
So why would you support him if he raped an adult, but not if he raped a kid? What is a relevant difference that makes one wrong enough, but the other one not wrong enough?
Yes, he did just say that.
Can you answer my question?
Actually, no, I won't answer that question because let me ask you what logic that is. You're asking me if
the logic is to point out how you're illogical by nature, okay? Right? Honestly, I think the difference here is the reason why you'd hold like adult grape as a not red line, but yet child grape as a red line is because it's been definitively proven that Donald Trump has graped an adult, but it's not been definitively proven that Donald Trump has graped a child. So once again, the question remains, right? You already told me that you do think you already told me that you do think that Donald Trump is guilty of raping Eugene Carroll, right? But yet you've also told me that you still support him as president. But you went on to say, you're crashing out, sir. Stop, calm down. But then you went on to say, right, that you would stop supporting him if he was guilty of raping a child. So once again, the question that remains is why is adult grape not enough, but child grape is? What's the difference?
Let me tell you why this is not. Let me tell you why the adult case is not enough. Because one, yes, there was evidence that proved that he did do it, but ultimately there was not enough evidence that ultimately proved in the end.
It's not that there wasn't enough evidence; it was that it was the federal court.
Let's just leave the conversation me and him, if that's okay with you. I just don't want to get I don't want to get like too convoluted.
Federal court or civil court, he was never convicted of it. That is the key logic there. He was never convicted of it.
So when you say convicted, you just mean like found guilty?
Yes, he was never found guilty.
Oh yeah, he was. Do you want to see the verdict form?
I would like to see the verdict for it, actually.
Perfect. We can pull it up on screen. Let's go ahead and do that. Give me 20 seconds. Here is the verdict form from the jury. Let's go ahead and look at question number 1 and question number 2. Question number 1 says, did Trump rape Miss Carroll? Jury selected no. Question number 2 says, did Trump sexually abuse Miss Carroll? Jury selected yes. The reason why they selected no to rape but yes to sexual abuse is because what he was found liable for doing was forcefully penetrating her female member with his fingers against her will and consent. And the legal definition of rape in the state of New York at this time 2 years ago was the forceful penetration of the female member with the male member, which did not include the fingers. However, under their statute of what they legally define sexual abuse as, that included the penetration of the female member with the fingers. However, socially speaking, right, we obviously would both include the penetration of the female members with a man's fingers unconsensually as rape. And by the way, that is now reflected in the updated law of the state of New York and the law of 34 other states as well. And like, I don't think that we should always say the law determines what is and is not grape, since in many states in America, they've determined that it's not grape for a 45-year-old to have sex with a 14-year-old, given that that 14-year-old's parents consented to child marriage first.
Well, that law's just stupid and doesn't need to exist.
Right. So do we see here how it has been proven through a jury verdict, through a conclusion of guilt, that Donald Trump is guilty of the rape of Eugene Carroll?
Yes, I do see that now.
Okay, so now that you accept that Donald Trump is guilty of adult rape, and you still support him as president, yet you said if he was a child rapist, you would stop supporting him as president, the question that remains is very simple. Why is adult rape not enough, but child rape is? What is the relevant difference?
The relevant difference is, again, ultimately, there wasn't enough evidence to actually convict him.
Oh, but I thought we just agreed that you think that convict means guilt, and you just accepted that he was guilty, so therefore there was enough evidence to convict him.
Did he serve jail time, yes or no?
Oh, no. So this was found in a civil court, which determines financial responsibility, not a criminal court that determines criminal responsibility or sends people to jail. And the reason why this determination was found in a civil court, but not a criminal court, is because the statute of limitations had run up on the criminal court. If that was too much nuance for you, I could dumb it down. Just ask.
Did he serve jail time? Yes or no?
Oh, the answer to that question would be no, because that jury verdict, that guilt was found in a civil court, which determines financial responsibility, not a criminal court that determines criminal
Then explain to
responsibility.
me
Sends
why
people
it
to jail.
wasn't taken to criminal court.
Well, I already did. You just weren't listening. I said that the statute of limitations had ran up in the state of New York, meaning that even if she had a video of him doing it to her, she still couldn't pursue criminal charges.
I got no words, honestly.
Well, you're going to have to find them. Find them or concede.
Look, I concede, but at the end of the day, I support Donald Trump, and that's mainly due to what he does for this country. Our financial system is on the rise. It's been better than it ever has been.
So I don't think that the reason why you still support Trump has anything to do with how he's benefiting our country economically speaking. My evidence for that would be that our economy is worse in every single facet than it was a year ago. GDP growth is down 1%. It went negative in the first quarter. Trump's treasury tells us it'll go negative again in the fourth. Business investment is down from a boom under the Biden-Harris administration, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Same thing with inflation. It's up. Unemployment is up. Our economy lost 50,000 jobs a month before September, and now they're refusing to release the jobs report for October, not to mention the fact that we now have more unemployed Americans and open job opportunities. But back to the first thing that you said, which was at the end of the day, I still support Trump because I think he's beneficial to the economy. I'd argue that it's rather because of your own cognitive dissonance. Okay, right? You can't use your brain to connect the logical dots between Donald Trump.
You do know why our country is in the state of it's in, right? It's
because of the Trump presidency imposing tariffs on every other country in the world.
Our country is in a state of downfall that can only be solved through multiple, if not dozens of different decades worth of presidents.
So then why was everything going up until the day Donald Trump was elected?
What?
Then why was everything going up until the day Trump was elected? Your argument would only bear weight if it was the case that we saw an economic downfall at the end of the Biden-Harris administration. But all we saw was booming success. GDP growth was soaring, okay? Investment in American manufacturing was soaring. Inflation was going down. Employment was so good that it was nearly at like full capacity, full employment, and our economy was doing great. Donald Trump walks into office, imposes tariffs on every other country in the world, passes the most expensive policy ever passed at $4.5 trillion, a big, beautiful bill, takes health care away from 10 million low-income Americans, has Republicans in Congress vote against an extension of an ACA subsidy that will keep the health care costs for 45 million Americans on Medicaid through the ACA down by 300% compared to where it's going to be at next year because they're letting that subsidy expire. Tariffing our allies, making goods sold in the grocery stores more expensive, reducing investment into American manufacturing because now it's unstable and there's no clear vision for the future, deporting 2 million undocumented immigrants in 10 months, firing millions of workers, deporting millions of consumers, dropping our GDP growth, dropping our taxable revenue generated by the taxpayer, and spending trillions of dollars to get it done in the process. These are the reasons why things are only continuing to get worse, not because it's a trend that we saw before Donald Trump even walked into office.
He said he's done.
Well, the reason why he's done is because he lost the debate and he can recognize that logically, but logic exists in a separate part of his brain than the line of reasoning that he uses to form his political opinions. I swear, for whatever reason, there is a large portion of the American electorate that becomes a drooling toddler as soon as we start mentioning politics. Okay, right? Like, I bet that you have enough intelligence to go back to high school and pass like a math like a senior grade math test. I bet that you have enough intelligence to go sign up for university and get a pretty decent degree. But for whatever reason, you literally turn that light switch off the moment we start discussing politics because you've been propagandized by mass media fucking mind control with Republicans on Fox News cramming horseshit down your throat for 24 hours, 7 days a week about how much the Democrats suck, immigrants are violent, and Trump is your savior. right? Stop
Not all
treating real
immigrants are
life
violent.
like it's a game.
There
Stop
is a
looking
large
at stop
portion,
looking
though,
at
that is
politics
that,
like it's a
not all of them.
UFC and start treating things with a more serious, more logical and cohesive demeanor. And by the way, if I was wrong in every single word that I'm saying to you right now, then you wouldn't say, Dean, I'm no longer willing to talk to you. Then you wouldn't say, look, at the end of the day, Dean, you've refuted every single point that I brought up, yet I still support Trump. At the end of the day, Dean, I think Trump is great for the economy. And even when you could precisely explain with facts and sources in less than 2 minutes why I'm wrong in every single point that I could make, will make, or have already made, I'm no longer willing to engage in this conversation. Sci-fi, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Or the second hypothesis here is that your ego won't let you like concede. I think, right, that like humans have a really big issue with like coming to the conclusion and recognizing that they're wrong. I actually wrote a little bit about this earlier today. I want to read you something off of what I wrote. So, like, for existence, in the 60s, Lyndon B. Johnson doubled down on the Vietnam War despite mounting evidence that it was unwinnable and increasingly unpopular. A gambler goes to the casino and immediately loses his cash, only to deny the idea that he came there to lose and ultimately gambles his life away. Napoleon refused to retreat in Russia, even when it was clear from early on that his troops were doomed to starve, freeze, and annihilated by the country's climate. Right? Why? Well, because of the male ego, okay? It is an impenetrable force that perpetually puts people like you in between a rock and a hard place, that rock being truth, and that hard place being the falsehoods in which you've come to treat as truth, even if you recognize them as such.
You wanted me to do this. I did not prepare for this. You wanted me to do this.
Apparently, he wasn't prepared enough to debate you, Dean.
He'll never be prepared enough. You could waste you could waste the rest of your life trying to come up with the blame game, excuses, and propaganda. But ultimately, in the face of truth, they can't win. This is like trying to argue that you could use that you could use. Oh, go ahead.
Now that's ego.
What's that?
Never be prepared enough. That's ego.
Well, what I'm saying here is like you'll never be able to get a 10-foot wide pole through a 3-foot wide door, right? No matter how you try to like Jimmy rig it, if you're trying to get this pole through the door by just pushing it forward, ultimately it's never gonna happen. Right? And I think the analogy here would be no matter how you try to distort the truth, as long as it is a distortion of truth, it'll never win. I mean, we examine things logically here. Like ultimately, logic has objective like confines, and that you cannot change regardless of the distortion that you provide. And if one is smart enough to call it out as distortion of truth, then it will never beat truth. The only way to get the pole through the door is to turn it around and take it in the long way. The only way to get you on the winning side of the debate is for you to concede and recognize the truth, buddy. And that truth is Donald Trump is a terrible, tyrannical, dictator-esque authoritarian fascist who fulfills all 14 defining tenets in accordance with the literature, was held civilly liable for the rape of the woman, criminally convicted of 34 felonies, has infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 10th, 4th, 14th and 22nd Amendment in the last 10 months, launched a coup on our government in 2020, onset an unprecedented attack on our democracy when he tried to install fake votes for himself in Congress because he was so mad that he lost to Biden, he tried to rig it and void the voice of the vote in the people. As long as you're on that side of history, you will forever be wrong. Now, if you don't have anything else to say, I can move on to my next guest.
Very sorry about that, Dean. You had a great debate, and I loved all your points.
Sounds like he's done. We're going to get that next guest loaded up inside of that queue, guys. Only hop in that box if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you loaded in here. We'll have a conversation. I think I'm cooking today. I'm feeling all right, guys. Let me tell you. Moving on to the next guest right now. So although we have 19,000 people hanging out with us in the stream on TikTok, I actually think that it's going to be difficult to find a Trump supporter to come up here and debate, right? Like, let's see how long it takes us, Chad. I want y'all to like seriously count the minutes here, right? Like, hopefully, like for whatever reason, the next person we like load up is a Trump supporter, right? Like, that'd be nice. But I just see us taking a while because I just think that they're too scared. What's up, Zin? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, Dean, your lip.
Right? So, I mean, one guess down, guys. You got to be at least 18. Come on. That's common sense, guys. You got to be at least 18. You got to be an American adult, and you got to be MAGA. What's up, T. Dunby? Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. All right. Please stay to that queue then, T. Dunby. Only join in that queue if you're here to debate, guys. Only join in that queue if you're here to debate. Like I said, I think it's going to take a while for us to find that next guest. What's going on, SWS? Oh, SWS is gone. Okay. Goodbye. Moving. Oh, hello.
Right. Moving. Oh, hello.
Test. Test.
Please, Dean, I need this.
Can't do it with the echo. Moving on to Mason. Here we go, folks. Let me know down below in that chat if you're MAGA. We'll get you loaded up in here. This is going to take a while. This is going to take a while. I can feel it. Hello, Mason. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Age.
Huh?
How old are you? I don't even need his response. He's like kid. He's like a kid. He's like 14. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We got Kyle loaded up into the box, guys. Like I said, it will take a while to get the next Trump supporter up here. Even though we have 19,000 live viewers, right? The thousands of Trump supporters watching right now are too scared to debate. What's up, Kyle? Do you support Trump?
Hell no. Fuck Trump.
All right, base Kyle, but please, 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 please just stay out of that queue. Please stay out of that queue. Please, please, please. So we can hopefully just get some debates going on. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hi, yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born in?
February 22nd.
That's a month. That's a month and a day. What was the year? 2007. 2007. Perfect.
2007, yeah.
And you're seriously a Trump supporter?
I am seriously a Trump supporter.
Okay. Do you mind if I take a second here to thank a handful of donors?
No problem.
All right. So before we hop into this debate, I just want to thank a couple people that have donated, guys. By the way, if you want to support me, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal right there. You can also find it in the link tree in my bio. And at the pinned comment over on that YouTube stream. Over on YouTube to start with the super chats. Purple, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, I love seeing you explain to people how the propaganda has damaged them. Thank you for shining a light onto this. That is seriously what needs a light shined on it. Thank you so much for the $10. As well as Kirsten, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Larissa with a $1. Carissa, CRYSSA, thank you for the $20. Let's go, Carissa. Carissa with the $20 says, I just appreciate everything that you do to educate the youth and even older to know the truth. Have moral compass. Much love, Dean. All the love in the world to Krista. Show some love to Chris in that chat. Then Shannon and Shaylee, I appreciate you both so much for the $5. Larissa with another $5. James with a 1. And Devontae. Sorry, not Devontae. Devani. There we go. Devani. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Devani, you're fucking crazy. In a good way. Thank you so much for your love and appreciation. That is insane. That is Devani, spelled D-E-V-O-N-I-E. Devani with a $50. Thank you for the support. Says, keep preaching facts and truth. Proud to donate to your cause. Devani, you're fucking awesome. I want everybody watching right now to show some love to the GOAT, Devani. And then Ashlyn and Krista, appreciate you both for the 5. Alyssa, thank you for the 5. Kendall with a 3. Kirsten, thank you for the 15, who says, listening to you while on a road trip. Hey, have fun on your road trip, and I hope that life can help you pass some time. Thank you for the $15, Kirsten. All right, we're all caught up over on Venmo, over on PayPal. Kathy, thank you so much for the $100. Oh my goodness. Kathy, it's so good to see you again. If you don't know, Kathy comes in here every single day and drops some love. I love you to hell and back, Kathy. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity with 100 big ones. Let's get 1,000 Kathy W's. Kathy says, thank you for brightening my afternoons. You know what, Kathy? Thank you for brightening mine. I really appreciate you for supporting what we do here. Huge shout out to you. As well as Kristen, thank you for the $10, who says so much respect for what you do. And thank you, Kirsten. Sonia, thank you so much for the $10, who says thank you for teaching and spreading the good word. All of the love to you, Sonia. I really appreciate you for being here. Addie, that is ADDY, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. Good to see you again. You're also here with us every day. Huge shout out to you, Addie. Show some love to Addie in that chat. Danielle with a $15 says, I'm here so much I can listen to a color and know what facts you're about to hit him with. Let's fucking go, Danielle. You are here. I remember you too. I'm starting to really remember a lot of you guys. And then Sharon, thank you for the $25, who says, I appreciate young voices fighting for the truth. Thank you, Sharon. Let's get 250 Sharon W's. Naomi with the $13 says, keep up the great work, Dean. Thank you so much, Naomi. Mario, thank you so much for the $20, asking me where I get my news from to stay informed. Honestly, I just listen to Aaron Parnas, and then I fact check Aaron Parnas on AP and Reuters. I understand that may not be the most practical way to go about things, but it's what works for me. Thank you so much for the love, you guys. We're all caught up. Go ahead and take it away. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
Yeah. Okay. So I have a few notes here. Let me pull this up real quick. Oh, okay. Here it is. Looks like MAGA has no self-respect.
All right. Well, I gotta admire the patience. She waited there patiently for minutes while I was thanking people to to shit on MAGA. Banned though because we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters. What's up, that freestylist guy? Are you MAGA?
I am MAGA. What's up, Dean?
Oh, jeez. What's going on, man? So you support Trump? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, we're gonna start off with something really easy. Hopefully, this should change your mind, as it should reasonably change anybody's mind. If Biden called for the execution via hanging of Republicans, should he be removed from office?
Yeah. I mean, if it's gonna be like a crazy public execution, then I believe so.
If Trump called for the execution via hanging of Democrats, should Trump be removed from office?
There would have to be some sort of disciplinary action towards that, yeah, as well, because it's not. There's no morals or ethics there.
So if Biden did it, he should be removed. Therefore, if Trump did it, should he be removed?
In a sense, yeah.
So yes is your answer? Final answer?
Yeah.
Okay, he did that today.
Okay.
So he should be removed, right?
Yeah. Is he gonna try and pass anything to do this?
So he went on Truth Social, and he said that the Democrats telling members of our military to not abide by his unlawful orders if he makes one are guilty for treason, and this is a seditious crime that should be punished by death. And then he went on to say that they should be hanged, right? Because he reposted a comment by one of his supporters under his post saying hang them. It's super simple. You said if Biden, right, wanted Republicans to be executed via hanging, he should be removed from office. You said if Trump wanted Democrats executed via hanging, he should be removed from office. That's precisely what he said today. Take the red hat off, redact your loyalty. Chances are it won't happen, and we're going to deal with some mental gymnastics. The mic is yours.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say, but where I'm coming from is if somebody's actually going to try and cause a public execution, then, say me and you were somebody like a power like that, then I believe that the morals right there are not connecting. Now, what's with this? I have a question for you, Dean. Why do you believe? Now, I understand that you just argued somebody with the rape allegations. Grape. But why is it that he was only charged for the sexual abuse and not the grape? And you just, in your debate, was that you stated the fact that, even if she had video proof of this in the state of New York, or whatever you said, she wouldn't be able to use that in the court of law. But that wouldn't make sense, because let's say if I was a woman and that were to happen and I have video evidence in the state of New York, I feel like I'd be able to do that and give evidence proof of somebody doing that to me, just because I don't know.
Do you know what a pivot is?
Pivot?
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
Lean to one side, unless you're talking about a different.
No, in a debate. Do you know what a pivot is? Do you know what it means to pivot in a debate?
No, let's see.
It's when the person that you're debating makes a really compelling point that you can't refute, so then you just try to completely change the topic of conversation. It's a bad faith debate tactic. Okay?
But what am I supposed to say against it?
Well, what you're supposed to do is concede, right? Because what you said is that if Donald Trump, right, called for the public execution via hanging of Democrats, you no longer support him, right? Because he should be removed from office. He did that. You should concede. You're no longer a Trump supporter, hopefully, right?
Well, I get that, but then I also look at other properties of what he does for the country.
So you're on a fence. It's well, maybe he wants to publicly execute his political opponents, but because of reasons X, Y, and Z, he might still be a good president.
I mean, I guess. I mean,
so,
that's
so
really
what are, so what are those?
I mean,
so fill in the blank. So fill in the blank for me. Okay, I'm gonna say the sentence. The sentence is gonna have a blank in it, and I want you to fill it in for me. Even though Donald Trump wants to publicly execute his political opponents for suggesting the military has to follow the Constitution, I still think he's a good president because blank.
Because he helps the economic structure of lower class people.
What is one thing that he's done for low-income Americans in the last 10 months that's been beneficial for them?
Living in the state of Connecticut, I believe that some groceries have been down.
Connecticut is the richest state in the country.
Okay.
But grocery prices are not down according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They've actually gone up.
Okay.
So that's not a good reason. Let's play the game again. Even though Donald Trump has called for the public execution via hanging of his political opponents for suggesting the military abide by their oath and uphold the Constitution, I still think he's a good president because blank.
Dean, I don't know, man.
So your final answer is, even though Donald Trump wants to politically execute his political opponents, I still think he's a good president because I don't know.
I don't really look into politics like that as much as I do now.
Okay,
well, Are you vaping, Dean? Are you vaping, Dean?
Yes. So if you don't know, I guess the question that would remain is, then why isn't him calling for the public execution of his political opponents enough?
Enough?
Yes. Enough to stop supporting him?
Because that's just public execution of somebody. It's
Right.
like a dictatorship.
Exactly.
Now you're stating facts that I have not seen today. Now I came on here not knowing that you're going to argue that because I didn't even see that Twitter post.
Okay, but now that you know this is true, right? That should be enough, right?
Well, I'm going off of what you're saying. I have to do my own research on that.
Oh, wait, actually, I'll make it even easier. How about I quickly play a easy to track walk through video of me describing this and providing evidence for it. Are you ready?
Okay.
Perfect. Let's go ahead and do this together. Do give me 1 second to pull it up. Where is it at? Let's see here. Home. Screen recordings from YouTube. I think this is it. No, that's not it. Let me go ahead and quickly download it. Is it on my... Let's see here. 1 second, sir. I do have to find where in my files I have this saved. Here it is, Dystopian 2.0. That's the title of the file, funny enough. Dystopian 2.0. We're downloading it right now from my Google Drive. We're going to go ahead and upload it to this TikTok Live. Video, add, select file. Here we are. All right, let's go ahead and watch through this video together. The President of the United States of America, Donald Trump, is now demanding the execution, more specifically the hanging, of any Democrat urging our military Constitution. You need to know. Donald Trump posted... Okay, here we go. Let me know when you're watching. Constitution.
I am watching.
And Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner. Let me make that a little bit bigger for you just so you could actually see the tweet. Titled, Democratic Veterans in Congress urge service members to refuse unspecified unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, this is seditious behavior, punishable by death. And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, hang them, George Washington would. So there's all the evidence.
Okay.
Oh, 1 second. Also, for everybody in the chat, same deal. I have Discord open up on the right side of my phone screen. Sorry, not my phone screen, my computer screen to the lives channel. If he's following kids, feel free to send it in there. And if he is, I'll get him gone.
What?
Go ahead. He sure
Okay,
is.
Dean. Okay, Dean.
So give that a response before I kick you. We just want to hear the lack of
response. Is that you're telling me that I'm following kids?
I'm not even gonna let you give a response. Yeah, you're following a 15-year-old. You should really unfollow them. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. All right. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now. We got RG Man 313 connecting to the stream. Appreciate you guys. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Nope, they're not. Oh, they were a child. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Everybody just do be patient while we're loading up that next guest. We got Trust is Earned connecting to the box right now. A couple of people to thank here. Abby, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. He says, can't believe the world that we're living in. Thankful for people like you, Dean. Thank you so much, Abby. Amanda, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Sonia, thank you so much for the 10. Fasto, that is F-A-U-S-T-O with the $10 as well, who says, I just want to say thank you for putting all the MAGA ums in their rightful place. Thank you for the $10, Fasto. Show some love to Fasto down below. And then Yulia, thank you for the $5. Over on Venmo, Philip, thank you so much for the $50. $50 over on Venmo. Yo, I want to see 500 Philip W's. And that live chat, thank you so much for the love, man. That is like insane. Philip with a $50 says, Dean, these people are hurting my brain. Yeah, they hurt my brain too, Philip. It's preposterous. Thank you for the $50 though, bro. Show some love to Philip down below. Shane with the $10 who says, leftists in rural South Georgia keep showing up against fascism. Fucking love you, Shane. Kiana with the $10 who says, can you imagine how many debates you'd get if you did a Thanksgiving live? Oh, so many. I'd be debating whole fucking families. Linda, while we're also working to get that next guest up here, Linda, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Who says, love you, Dean. I love you too, Linda. Let's show some love to Linda in that chat. Huge shout out to you. Thank you for your support. And then Aaron, thank you for the $20 who says, I'm 32. Went from full on MAGA right wing to a leftist in the last 3 years. Good fucking shit. I'm proud of you, man. Show some love to Aaron. Thank you so much for finally being on the right side of history. Then one more here, Madeline. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. And this is actually the Madeline that was the cousin of that last guest that we had up. She says, this is the Madeline who's just on your debate live, and I'm truly glad that you talked to my husband. Sorry, not husband, cousin. Jesus Christ. Don't worry, I'm not accusing you of being from Alabama. And I wish that you changed his mind about Trump because I'm a member of the LGBTQ plus community, but apparently he doesn't care. I love you, Dean. I love you too. I love you too, Madeline. Thank you for getting your cousin on the live. And I'm really sorry about that. He's definitely a handful. Thank you for the $25, Madeline. Please show some love to her. What's up? Do you support Trump?
So I actually used to. You could probably tell by my voice.
But you don't anymore?
So, not so much. I've definitely kind of fallen off.
Steve, please do not take me kicking you as a symbol of disrespect. That's actually a symbol of respect. You were literally too cool, too goated, too based to be on the live stream. We're just looking to talk to Trump supporters. Huge shout out to you, man. I'm proud. What's going on, Jay? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you, Jay?
I just took me a hydro. I'm fucking tweaking.
And you're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. We got Nikki loaded up in the box, guys. The rules are very simple. You got to be an American. You got to be at least 18 years old, and you got to support Trump as president. And by the way, if you're like watching and you want to support me, you want to support what we do, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. They're also at the top of the phone screen and in the pinned comment on YouTube. You can attach a message, and I can give you a shout out. Hey, shout out to you, Nikki. Unfortunately, I'm going to ban you. Just kidding. I didn't actually ban you. I just kicked you because you're not a Trump supporter. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guest. Yo, Daniel, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. I really appreciate that, man. You shout out to you. And Andrew, thank you for the $15. Who says it's actually insane how narcissistic some of these Trump supporters are. Dude, it doesn't make me. Honestly, like, I'm just like, I expect it now, but it is insane. Oh my God, the largest egos ever. Thank you for the $15, Andrew. Let's show some love to Andrew down below. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Oh, geez. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. Can you go into a little bit more of a private space, into the bedroom and close the door? We can just hear the dogs barking in the background.
Yeah, hold up. Let me get him to calm down. Stop. All right.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2006.
Okay, you actually can't be 18, born in 06, my friend. Peace out, Liam. Moving on to the next guest. We got Alan loading up into the box. And Honey, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Honey didn't attach a message, just the love. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and show some love to Honey down below. Let's get 100 Honey W's. Thank you. We got that next guest, Rate Chaser, connecting to the stream, guys. Right now, we're looking for a Trump supporter. I mean, we have an unfathomable viewership right now. We have 20,000 people on TikTok. We have close to 7,000 people on YouTube. That is insane. First of all, I just really appreciate so much for people for being here. I'm really happy that we could, spread the good word. Now, chat, he said that he was 18, or did he say that he was 19? Because 06 is 19. I thought he said that he was 18. Oh, you could be 18 born in 06. Oh my God, I forget that. I guess that just sounds crazy to me. Like 18 born in 06? Like, damn, I'm getting like old. Sorry, what was that guy's name? Listen, let me know what his name was down below in that chat. We'll bring him back up as the next guest because he still could be 18 if he were to turn 19, like in the next month and a week. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
34.
Okay, I'm actually going to ask you the same question I asked the last guest that he didn't have an answer to. Are you ready?
Please.
Okay, and I'm going to continue to ask this to Trump supporters until we get a legitimate answer because I'm not sure that there is one.
Okay.
If Biden called for the execution via hanging of Republicans, do you think that that should be enough to kick him out of office?
Probably not.
Buddy, we shouldn't have a president removed from office for calling for the execution via hanging of his political opponents? Why?
The left calls for a lot of violence against Trump. I don't agree with that statement. Horrified by the little piggy comment this week, but it doesn't mean I'm still not a supporter. He's out of pocket a lot of times.
Listen, you're saying that the left calls for a lot of violence against Trump. Do you condemn them for that?
It's a good point. I do.
Right. So you condemn calls for violence. So why don't you condemn a call for public executions?
I didn't say I didn't condemn it.
Right. Well, I guess my question is, why is it not enough to kick him out of office? Right. Like if anything, right, should be a red line for a president. It should definitely be wanting to kill your political opponents.
Yeah, I don't agree with what he said today. I haven't looked into it, looked at the context of anything yet. But if you just look at it from the facts of he said it,
right.
then definitely condemn it.
How about let's ask another question here. So if Biden said that like Republicans should be executed for suggesting that the military should only follow lawful orders, do you think that's enough reason to remove Biden from office? Be honest. You know the answer is yes. My answer is yes.
Yeah, but the one thing I'm struggling with is the freedom of speech. And I know that he's the president. It's not uncalled for, but that's like the one thing I struggle with is just like everyone's got, freedom of speech,
So
right?
what you're basically saying is that, well, we have freedom of speech, therefore we have the right to say whatever. Okay, but this doesn't mean that you have to support people based upon what they say, right? I'll give you an example. If Donald Trump used this First Amendment right to say, I hail Hitler and you should too, would you still support him as president?
No.
So if Biden used this right to say, I want to execute Republicans that suggest the military should only follow lawful orders for myself, would you ever support Biden as president?
Probably not, no.
So if Biden did it...
I don't have a good rebuttal for what he said today.
So if Biden did it, you would never support him as president because he did it. But if Trump did it, you'll still support him as president even though he did it. The only difference in these two scenarios is in one scenario, Democrat is saying it, and in the other scenario, a Republican is saying it. What this tells me and everybody else listening in is that you have cognitive dissonance as it relates to holding people on the right accountable for the heinous things they say and do.
I think everybody should be held accountable for the things that they say, right?
So that means that you're disputing the existence of cognitive dissonance in your mind. Therefore, logically, because you'd never support Biden in a billion years if he did it, you should stop supporting Trump right now as he said it this morning.
Right, but let's just back this up. I don't like Biden. I didn't like Biden based on a lot of his just inner workings and things like that, but he was president. So if he was president and he came out and said something like that, nothing's going to happen to him either. That's not that I don't condemn or I don't like with some of the things that Trump says, but sometimes he's, in my opinion, the lesser evil, right?
Well,
and I don't know if evil is the right word.
So he ran against Kamala Harris. You would never be able to name something more evil Kamala Harris has done or said than directly calling for the execution of your political opponents. You will not be able to justify the last statement that came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there on that.
Dude, Trump is making these debates a cakewalk for me. Like, I don't even have to try anymore. It's just it's just so obvious that it's like he's somebody that you should never support as president.
I do like some of the policies and things that he's doing for the country.
Well, this is like saying the fact that you like Hitler made the Autobahn, so you're on the fence.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
It is a good point.
Yeah. So, but again, I still support more of what the Republicans are doing in the political sphere right now than what the Democrats are doing.
Okay. So I'm actually going to literally quote verbatim the question I asked the last guest before I removed him. And let's see if you have a better answer than he did. Fill in the blank. I still support Trump as president, even though he's directly calling for the public execution and hanging of his political opponents, the Democrats, because...
of some of the good things that he's put into place since coming into office, like implementing the tariffs, bringing in the additional funding, the 19 or $9 trillion, I forget the number right off the head, of additional investments into American infrastructure through AI pushes and things like that, the closing of the border. There's a lot of things I do support on that end.
Okay, so you said tariffs, investment, closing the border. Tariffs,
Yeah.
he's repealing them for affordability. Investment has gone down according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis, with statistics available to us publicly through the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Investment into American manufacturing was booming under the Biden-Harris administration, went up every single quarter. Trump wins the election. It's gone down since. Closed border. The only thing Donald Trump has done to reduce undocumented entry is to play fascist and to violate the constitutional and human rights of the undocumented immigrants in this country by illegally deporting them to Sica and El Salvador, where they're beaten, tortured, and starved like Abrigo Garcia, black bagging college students and illegally taking them to detention centers 1,000 miles away, or illegally deporting Venezuelan immigrants with no due process in violation of an order from a federal judge to that same place in El Salvador, the Center for Terrorists, and by attempting to repeal their constitutional rights, such as he did on day one with Executive Order number 14160 to take their right to birthright citizenship away, even though they've had that right guaranteed to them by the 14th Amendment since its ratification in 1868. So in totality, to keep my response short, the tariffs are failing. He knows it. That's why he's repealing them. You were wrong when you said that we have more investment into American manufacturing now. According to the best data available to us from our government, it's going down. And the only way he's been able to reduce undocumented entry is by scaring it away, by violating the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country. So there's a very weak reasons to still support him as president, even though he's actively calling for the public execution of his political opponents.
Yeah, you're just stuck on the public execution thing. I've been listening in the shadows for a long time. I like you. I support you for what you're doing. I think there should be open debate on both sides, but you're like really hunkered in on that exact thing today.
As we all should be. We should all be hunkered in on that. We should be.
Okay. So, is that all we're going to talk about then?
Well, I mean, I just gave you 3 succinct and unique rebuttals to the 3 points that you made surrounding tariffs, investment in America, and closing the border. It doesn't sound like you had a word to say in response to those.
No, I don't.
Right. So it's like you're telling me that you want me to talk to you about something other than I'm calling for the execution of me and other Democrats. But then the moment I give you rebuttals to other points like closing the border and immigration, investment into American manufacturing, I'm going to mute you just while I finish this breath because we could hear the children. Investment into American manufacturing or the tariffs, you literally explicitly say, no, Dean, I don't want to give you a response. Like, let's face the facts, my friend. You sound kind of lost. I sent you an invite to unmute. Devontae, thank you so much for the galaxy.
Sorry, didn't mean to mute. I just thought I'd try to step up and see if I could take a shot at Dean, but I don't know if I could beat you, to be honest with you. Doesn't change how I feel about Democrats versus Republicans or where I'm at on the side of the aisle.
It should.
I don't think I can convey my message in a way to beat you.
Well, you can't convey your message at all.
I mean, I gave you a few reasons on why I support Trump.
And I rebutted them and you didn't have a response. Because remember, like, the thing that I'm beating you in is a debate about the facts. Those facts being, is Donald Trump a good president?
Yeah, I still believe that.
So that's an example of cognitive dissonance, the same cognitive dissonance we've seen in every guest on this live so far. It's no longer a question on, well, maybe these millions of Americans support Donald J. Trump as president because he's doing something good. There's reasonable arguments to be made that he's a good president, and the logic tracks, but rather the only reason millions of Americans still support Donald Trump as president is because they're suffering from a chronic condition of cognitive dissonance and exertion of the male ego.
Yeah, I think you got me here. So
okay,
we'll cut it off. I got some kids running around here that need some attention. I'd love to keep going, but I don't want to disturb the live with my son who's asking for some help right now.
You have a good rest of your day. I hope you consider the things that I shared with you. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Here we go. Over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for the $20, Breezy. Thank you so much for your kindness. I'm gonna need y'all to show some love to Breezy down below in that comment section for the $20. Breezy says freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences. Breezy, I could not agree more. You're absolutely spot on. You know, you get arrested for screaming bomb in an airport. You get fired for hailing Hitler. And you should lose a position to the presidency if you're calling for the death of Democrats. Yeah. Thank you so much for the $20, Breezy. What's going on, Matthew? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
21.
What year were you born in?
03.
03? What month?
Yeah, December 26th.
All
After
right,
Christmas.
Yeah, you would be 21. All right, I'm going to thank a couple people here real quick, and then I'll pass you the mic to tell us why. Noah, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love, man. Haley, thank you for the $1. Jojo, thank you for the $15, who says, watching with my preteens kids, Amelia and August from a red state. Thank you for keeping the discourse civil and speaking the truth. Keep going. Thank you so much, Jojo. Shout out to Jojo and her 2 children. Thank you so much for being here. Edgar, appreciate you so much for the $6.90 over on Venmo. And yes, Edgar, you know why I'm going to tell you this, but DM me on Instagram. Yes, please do. Joy, thank you for the $10, who says, Coast Guards just announced that swastikas are no longer hate symbols. I listen to you every day. Yeah, dude, I heard about that. Like, come on, that's insane, man. It's so insane. Thank you so much for the $10, Joy. Jennifer, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, keep at it. Thank you so much, Jennifer. And Judy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Judy, that's insane. That is insane. Thank you so much for the love, Judy. I want y'all to show some love to Judy down below in that comment section so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Judy. 500 Judy W's. We're all caught up over on Venmo. I also see a handful of individuals in the chat spamming that he be 22. No, I know that he be 21 because I was born in 04 and my birthday's passed. I'm 21. He's born in 03. His birthday hasn't passed, so he'd be 21. And then I actually have a big one here. Oh my goodness. Miss Lynn. That is Lynn. Lynn. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal, Lynn. I do not deserve a cent of that. That is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity. Alongside everybody, you guys have been so freaking kind today. Lynn with $100 says the work that you do and so many other young people are doing is so important. And I want to support what your generation wants for the country that will be living in. I love you and I support you. Fuck Donald J. Trump. Lynn, I love you too. Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much for the $100. Show some love to Lynn in that chat. And then one more before we hop into this debate. Mr. Jarek, Jarick, thank you for the $50 again over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Jarek. Jarek says, just wanted to donate again to say thank you for educating the community and hopefully Trump supporters on how awful of a president he is. Much love to you as well, man. Thank you so much for your contribution, Jarek. I appreciate your support for what we do here. Thank you. About a billion times over. Show some love to all the donors in that chat while we pass the mic over to Matthew here to tell us why he supports Trump. And if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, in the top of the phone screen, and in the pinned message on YouTube. I would heavily endorse if you do want to donate to do it through the links in my bio, so you're ensuring that you're getting the right account and not one of the billion scam accounts out there. But thank you guys so much. Take it away, Matthew. Why the hell are you pro-Trump?
I like his support. Well, I like the border policy, like the closed borders. Big supporter of that.
So closed borders, something Trump said. It's not a policy that's passed through Congress that he signed into law. So I think if we're going to invoke the word policy, we must use it correctly. What policy has Donald Trump passed that closed the borders?
Not sure, but I mean, it's definitely.
So in other words, you're saying that you support
illegals aren't coming in. I mean, illegals aren't coming in as much as what they were under Biden.
Well, you're absolutely right, and I went over the reasons by the last guest. It's because he scared that entry away by violating the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country. That's fascist, okay? We shouldn't be supporting that.
Well, I heard something about, do you know anything about, like, the cages that Trump, I mean, wasn't that under Obama and Biden?
So I'm not too familiar or read up with the cages that people on the right like to say were true under Obama. So the way that I like to summarize it is with one breath. I'm not a partisan hack. If Obama was putting people in cages, I wouldn't support that. So now that we've dealt with the pivot back to Trump, do you support the fact the way that he was able to reduce undocumented entry into this country is by violating the human and constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants that are already in the country?
I mean, did they come legally?
No, they didn't. They broke the law and they entered in illegally.
So if you're a legal immigrant, you have rights.
Yeah, you do.
Why?
Why? Because
mean,
the
that's like
Constitution
breaking-
says so.
so-
I thought
so
that
if
I thought that
somebody
you were
like-
I thought that you were a patriot.
Wait.
The
Wait,
Constitution
so, like, if
says
somebody,
so.
like, so like if somebody like broke into your home, right? Which essentially that's what you're doing. America's our home, right?
Oh,
You would agree?
America's our home.
Well,
So,
then-
so if America is the home of American citizens, do you think that homeless Americans have the right to set up encampments wherever they want, anywhere in America, since it's their home?
Homeless people?
Yeah, they could just set up encampments on the side of the road, public parks, anywhere, because it's their home.
I mean, yeah, they do that anyways, right?
Well, do you think they should do that? They should have the right to do that wherever they want.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if it's public, I mean,
Wow,
yeah.
you're really digressing away from, all the messaging, so on and so forth of the GOP.
How?
Because the GOP says fuck homeless people, throw them in prisons, get them off the streets. And then additionally here, if America is essentially synonymous to your home, right? Because that's the implication that you just made. Do you think that any American citizen should be able to freely enter and leave this country?
Yeah.
So therefore, because you think that your home is synonymous with a country, therefore any American citizen should be able to freely enter and leave your house.
No, hold on, no.
Okay, so then when you made a comparison between somebody breaking into your house and an undocumented immigrant coming in this country, it was a false comparison.
All right, so my point was like, why? All right, why should illegals have rights?
So they do have rights
mean-
because of the Constitution. Are you arguing that we need to eradicate the Constitution?
No, I'm not arguing that. I'm just I guess
Okay,
I'm
well, the
not
Constitution
knowledgeable.
says that they have rights.
Okay.
Right? Are you saying
Well,
that
I
they should
didn't know
lose
that.
those rights because they broke the law?
No, because I mean they're
Right.
not part of this country. so
Right.
they're
Well,
just-
because if you said that that they should lose those rights because they broke the law, well, then you'd say that Donald Trump should lose his rights for breaking the law 34 separate times with his felonies, being held civilly liable for the rape of Eugene Carroll, intentionally concealing classified documents at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, or lying about the valuation of his properties in a civil suit in New York. But of course, you made him president instead, so I think that's going to be a non sequitur. Now, if you're rather arguing that undocumented immigrants shouldn't have rights as they're not citizens, then this would make you pro-choice all 9 months in all 50 states, because fetuses aren't citizens either, therefore they shouldn't have rights, therefore the woman should be able to kill it with no legal recourse whatsoever.
All right, what I was saying, like, I guess I didn't know that they had rights. That was I didn't think that they would lose rights. I just didn't know they had rights.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Well, I'm happy I could clarify.
So
See,
you got me on that one.
I'm happy I could clarify.
Yeah.
I'm happy I could clarify that for you. So now you don't support the means
Alright.
that Donald Trump has used to reduce undocumented entry since they've led to rights violations. So obviously that's not going to be a compelling reason to support him as president. If anything, that'd be a reason to not support him as president.
Yeah.
So what's next?
I don't know. You got me.
I did get you. Is this the point
Yep.
where you tell me that you still support Trump anyways, though?
I mean, what? So, all right, try to change my mind. Like, why would I rather Kamala over Trump?
Well, I think that the most intuitive argument would be is that Donald Trump is guilty of greater sins than Kamala Harris. Therefore, when it comes down to pick between the two, without an evaluation of Kamala Harris's policy, she'd still yet be the lesser of two evils. He's called for the public execution of his political opponents. She hasn't. He's raped a woman. She hasn't. He's been found guilty of 34 felonies. She hasn't. He's couped this country and tried to rig the outcome of a federal election with fake votes in Congress on J6 2021. She hasn't. He pardoned 172 people that tried to kill cops on the steps of our Capitol and then labeled them as patriots. She hasn't. He denied renting to black individuals in the 1970s and then was sued by the New York State Justice Department for it. She hasn't. He was best friends with Epstein, and according to Epstein, in a new email sent to Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011, knew what Epstein was doing to the girls and did and said nothing. She wasn't. He sent Epstein a letter depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." That's never something she did. He boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. That's never something she's done. And when we start evaluating policy, he says, fuck the poor, take their health care away. I'm not going to allow this court to force me to feed them when they're starving. Kamala Harris says, let's reduce income inequities. Let's give tax cuts to 120 million Americans in the low and the middle class. Let's ensure that new families have increased child tax credit so we can further reduce childhood poverty. And let's also ensure that women and girls have the right to access abortion when new children are the leading cause of poverty within young women.
All right, so abortion's another thing. I don't agree with abortion.
Why is that?
Past two. I mean, I feel like they're humans. I feel like they're in a stage of getting to being a baby. I mean,
yeah, I just think that the whole, well, it's a human argument is like really outdated. I'll give you reasons why. So are brain dead patients. They're biologically alive and they're a part of our species. They're human. Right. We don't think it's murder to pull the plug on them. Or like a unicellular human zygote. It's a first stage of human development right after conception. We obviously wouldn't say that it's murder to kill that, even though it is human and it's biologically alive. So I don't think the species classification of the fetus is what would make it wrong if we were to kill it. And other people who are humans too are the women getting the abortion because they don't want to undergo the stress, physical pain, and mental turmoil of 9 months of pregnancy, childbirth, and the obligation of parenthood for the rest of their lives.
Well, then you shouldn't have sex. I mean...
Well, the argument is they're obligated to sustain the pregnancy because they engaged in sex and that's what caused the pregnancy. Well, when smokers engage in smoking a cigarette that ultimately can cause lung cancer, should they be obligated to deal with that lung cancer? Or should they be able to go consult a medical health professional, seek chemotherapy to kill the life of that lung cancer?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a good debater, man. You're a good debater. I'll say that.
I appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you. But the point's still coming, even though like everything Dina said here is seemingly true, was in direct response to the positions that I granted. I still think that abortion is wrong, and I still support Trump as president. And I don't think I'm going to be able to change that fact. That's just how the minds of Trump supporters operate when they come up here to debate me. I don't think we ever truly get a concession in the moment of. Point number one, I just ask you to consider what I have to say to you. And point number two is to be conscious of your own cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to go over?
Nope.
All right, you have a good rest of your day, Matthew. Let's go to now load that next guest up into the stream right now, guys. Only join in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Please, 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 please. Only join in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. Wow, a couple of people. Thank you. You're over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20. VQXZR. Thank you so much. We're going to call you VQ. Let's get 200 VQWs. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, VQ. VQ with the $20 says, what's up, Dean? I've been watching for a while. Love you and fuck Trump and fuck MAGA. Appreciate you so much. Oh my God. Sorry. Appreciate you so much for that. Love, VQ. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. You're awesome, awesome, awesome. Let's go. All right. We got the next guest in. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
And how old are you?
I'm 20.
20. I'm going to thank a couple people real quick. But before I do, what year are you born in?
2005, September.
Okay. All right. Lindsay, appreciate you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lindsay, to make up for supporting the undocumented immigrants. Thank you so much. Show some love to Lindsay down below in that chat. Same thing with Jamie. Jamie with the $10 says, thank you for your service, MAGA exterminator. Thank you for the $10, Jamie. Tommy, thank you for the $18, who says, thank you for what you're doing. I get more and more pissed at Trump and his message machine at what they've done to their own supporters. They've literally brainwashed them. Yeah. I hope that, millions of Americans can snap out of it. Thank you for the $18, Tommy. Show some love to Tommy, Jamie, Charlotte, and Lindsay. As well as Shiloh and Savannah. Appreciate you guys for the 5. Bailey with the 5, you're awesome. Tabitha with the 5, you're awesome. And Ariana with the 1. Over on PayPal, a couple of people to thank over here as well. On PayPal, thank you so much for the $15, Timothy. Timothy with the $15 says, regarding Trump's order to kill the Dems, if orders are given to soldiers that are all fair and legal, then why should the administration care if the Dems remind soldiers their right to disobey an illegal order? You make a great point, Timothy. That's because they're not all fair and legal. Appreciate you for the $15, my friend. Cherry, thank you for the $10, who says, much love from a young queer woman. Thank you so much, Cherry. Show some love to Cherry. Show some love to Timothy. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. And Miko, that is M-I-K-O. Thank you for the $17 and the 38 cents, by the way, over on PayPal. And And Parker, thank you for the future city on TikTok. You're awesome, man. Miko with a $17 says, been a couple months. Happy to see that you're still speaking for human rights and the truth. And thank you for still supporting my country, Ukrainian flag. You're awesome, Miko. It's good to see you. I remember you. It has been a while. I hope that you're doing all right. Okay, all right. We're all caught up. Show some love to all of our donors. Seriously, I really do appreciate you guys. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok at the top of the phone screen and in that pin message over on YouTube. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump, even though he just called for the execution of Democrats.
What's up, my boy? I support him because of the tariffs. Wait, you cool?
So you're fine if like he tries to coup the government, like calls for the execution of Democrats, as long as he's opposing these tariffs. Like
that's unacceptable. The same way it's unacceptable.
So then why do you
supporting
accept it?
Israel like any other president? It's unacceptable.
So then why do you accept it?
I don't accept it.
You do,
but this
he's
is my
running as
option.
president.
But these are my options.
Well, you had another one that didn't call for the execution of individuals on the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, but you're gonna call me misogyny, but I don't support like women. I don't think women should be president. But if we can talk policy, we can.
Oh my goodness gracious. So that's funny. That's it's so terrible that you're telling me the fact that Kamala Harris is a woman is worse than Donald Trump trying to
not that
end this
not that simple fact. Not that simple fact.
So please tell me, sir, why do you think men are better at leading than women?
That's not what I'm trying to argue about. I'm trying to argue about
what
the
I'm trying to
tariffs.
ask you, sir. Are you going to give me a response, little bro?
Dean, do you know what a pivot is?
Yeah, it's something that I didn't do since I'm asking you for a
No,
follow-up
that's
argument
something.
about
So can we
that
talk
you
about
said.
tariffs and then bring up the whole thing? Like
No,
with,
no. We're gonna talk first about
so
the
you want to
fact that
pivot?
well, it's not
so
a pivot.
can you concede the tariff point? You concede the tariff point?
So the reason why it's not a pivot is because you said it. If you didn't say it, then it would be a pivot. But considering the fact that you said
you concede the tariffs,
sir, if you interrupt me again, I'll have to mute you until I'm done speaking, and that's not something I like to do. Is it okay if I finish without an interruption from this little man child on the live?
yeah. If you could bench 225, yeah.
Well, I actually can, so I need you to shut the fuck up.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. Good boy. Pipe down. Pipe down. Pipe down. Yeah. Dude forgot that liberals can work out too. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Now back to what I was saying. You said that the reason you didn't support Kamala Harris in the election was because you think that men are better at leading than women. You don't think that women should be leading at all. So I'm done with it. Like this, like dancing around the point. Debate me on tariffs first, and then we'll talk about this. No, what we are going to do is I'm going to challenge the notion that you set forth, which is that men are better at leading than women. Does this mean that I concede to you and I think that Donald Trump's tariffs are awesome? Absolutely not. The only reason why I want to talk about the first point you made, which was the fact that you said men are better at leading than women, is because Trump supporters that argue Donald Trump's tariffs are awesome are a dime a dozen, okay? I could replace you in a moment and go find somebody else that will give the identical argument to you insofar as why those tariffs are good. In fact, the last two people have argued that the tariffs are good. It's kind of getting old. What I want to challenge is the succinct and obvious misogyny that you just shared with us all by telling us that you think that men are better at leading than women. If you are scared to tell me what your argument is for that claim, feel free to run away. If you know that there's no cogent, articulatable evidence for that claim, feel free to follow this up by saying, so Dean, concede that Donald Trump's tariffs are good, right? But if you're this big, strong man that you make yourself out to be, remember, you're elevating yourself on top of 53% of our population merely because of what's in between your legs, right? Let's go ahead and hear the big strong argument from the big strong man down here. Why are men better at leading than women? Take it away.
First things first, I want to congratulate you on that monologue. That was a great monologue, Dean. Congratulations. So you do understand that biology. You understand biology, correct?
Yeah, I also understand that in biology there's some sexual dimorphism.
Please don't cut me off.
You asked me a question.
Oh, you're right. I can see on that point right there. So, you understand biology, right? And that how men naturally don't listen to woman authority. Do you understand that?
No, there's nothing about our biology that makes us quote unquote not naturally listen to women.
No, men are natural leaders in biology.
No,
you understand that?
That's a claim that you could give me evidence for, but it's definitely not.
No. Men are natural leaders in biology. There's not been like men naturally look up to other men. They don't look up to women. Okay. They don't listen to female authority.
So what is the argument?
So if we're listening to biology,
so what's the argument? What's the argument?
Listen to Kamala Harris.
So what's
no strong leader would care about Kamala Harris. You think Xi Jinping would care about Kamala Harris or listen to Kamala Harris or any of her demands? So would you think Putin listen to Kamala Harris or any of her demands? No.
So what about the
And that's just the
biology?
biology of humans.
So what about
And I
the-
accept that biology.
So what about the
Men are
biology?
natural leaders. They're the most intelligent. They create 99% of everything. That phone. You see what you're looking at me from? Guess who created that? You see that phone, the iPhone you have? Guess who created that?
Is this a
My argument
question?
is men are leaders and are inventors and are naturally biology basically superior in every way.
Okay, so you went on there to argue that, well, because you can name more things that men have invented, that therefore men are better at inventing. Well,
That's not what I only said. I also said that men naturally don't listen to female leaders, and you can understand that. And that is what misogyny is, I guess, in a sense.
I'm
but
aware
that's
of-
how men naturally are.
I'm aware of the 2 points you made. If you want me
Yeah.
to respond to both of them, you're gonna have to let me speak for more than 4 words.
All right, since you benched 225, I'll let you. Go ahead.
Good boy. Good boy.
All right, good boy, Dean.
The only
Continue.
good boy here is you because you just listened to me. Thank you so much, Pipsqueak. Let's go to put you on mute.
listened to me too, Pipsqueak.
My
Okay.
friend, I didn't listen to you. I asserted my will, that will being that I'm going to continue to speak without interruption.
Good
So,
boy.
I'm not a good boy for listening to myself. You're a good boy for listening to
Speaking.
me. So thank you so much. But anyways, to go back to addressing your 2 positions, your first argument was, well, men are better at inventing because you could think of more inventors that are men. So point number 1, the reason why you could think of more inventors that are men is because men didn't let women invent. Women didn't have the legal right to get a credit card until the 70s. Women couldn't open up a bank account. Women couldn't own property or land. Women couldn't start a business. So how the hell could they invent? And by the way, the same systems of our society that are patriarchal and have socially and legally prevented women from inventing are also true in the context of race and systemic racism. You will be able to think of more white inventors than black inventors because white individuals have oppressed black individuals and taken away their opportunity to invent the same way men have oppressed women and have taken away their opportunity to invent in many scenarios. Therefore, in accordance with your logic, if men are better at leading than women, then white people are better at leading than black people. So let's see if you're racist too.
You have a logical fallacy.
That men are better at leading. Sorry, do you think that white people are better at leading than black people? And if you think that the nature of my argument is fallacious, first give your response to that question, then tell me what the fallacy is.
So I want to respond to the racist argument. So what was fallacious about it was that when you're talking about oppression, you're talking about American oppression. First of all, America was founded 1776. What about all the time period before 1776? How were white countries versus black countries?
Oh, so are you talking about the British colonialization of Africa? Or do you want to talk about how the Spaniards?
I'm
do you
talking about.
want to talk about how the Spaniards went into sub-Saharan Africa, drained their resources? Do you want to talk about how like the imperialism of the West still does so
Let me finish my
to this
argument.
very day, such as sorry, one moment, such as countries as Dr. Congo, so on and so forth. So I mean, this is in a trend that we see unique to America since 1778. However, this is a global trend that we see on the world stage.
Nice ChatGPT monologue. But Dean, first of all, let
Did
me
you see
finish
me
what
type?
then respond.
Did you see me type?
Please, Dean, please let me respond before cutting me off.
Just
Are you
quickly.
gonna do that?
Just
Because I'm
quickly.
I'm literally dog walking you.
Just quickly, did you see me type?
I was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that was just like a monotone monologue. Like it was terrible monologue.
So do I
But-
need to condense the nuance down to crayon and 5 papers and 5 words on paper? Are you a
No,
crayon
that's not what
eater?
I was saying. I was being sarcastic. Dean, can
Are
you
you
chill out?
are you a
Saying
crayon
sarcasm?
eater?
Can you bench 225?
You already asked me that. I already responded yes. What seems to be the case
Okay,
to
but-
me is that you know that
Come
you
up.
don't have a cogent argument to make. You know
I
that
do.
you believe in things emotionally, not
You have- let me-
reasonably. So
let me speak.
therefore, when I give you the facts, when
don't
I
drop me.
debunk your own misogyny, when I'm able to point out the holes in your logic, you go, nice chat GPT monologue, instead of going, Dean, here are the reasons why you're wrong. You go, Dean, can you bench 225? Instead of going, Dean, here's why I disagree with your argument. You go, Dean, that was monotone and hard to listen to, instead of going, Dean, here's my rebuttal to your position. So I think that when you make the suggestion, men are smarter than women, it
Here's
is
my rebuttal.
embarrassing to come up here and position yourself
My rebuttal.
as a sub 30 IQ toddler by giving no rebuttal and only big emotions to every word that's coming out of my mouth.
Dean, here's my rebuttal. So first of all, you cut me off my first rebuttal. You pointed out oppression. I pointed out American oppression has only been since before 1776 slavery. That's before America was existed. Naturally, white men have naturally and have invented more than black people. That doesn't mean I'm saying black men are not superior or less smart. And that's terrible to what your first argument was. We're saying that how white men oppressed black men and didn't allow them to vent. White men did invent more. Yes.
Because of said oppression, right?
No, not because of oppression.
Then what's the reason?
What's the reason?
Yeah.
It was just natural. It was just location. It was just how white people were in Europe. They had different eras, different, like, it was just natural. Like,
so you're saying access
it was all natural.
You're saying access to more resources?
In a sense, and to the culture, it was how the European culture progressed in comparison to the African culture.
So what about the culture makes white individuals invent more?
It was just innovative, a lot more innovative.
So what do you think?
They just naturally innovated more.
So what do you?
That's just how it worked, and it's not. I'm not saying there's anything wrong about it. That's just how the culture.
You're saying that naturally white people have a culture of being innovative, meanwhile black people don't. Expand on that and give an argument.
So do you know, like, the Romanticism era? You know about the Enlightenment era? These are all eras that Africa did not go through.
Romanticism? What?
Yeah, I'm just saying these are all eras that.
What's the Romanticism era? I've never heard of that.
You didn't take history?
Yeah, apparently not. What's the Romanticism era?
It was a cultural movement in Europe. And it was just like emphasized emotion, imagination, individual experience. You can look it up. And over reason and strict logic. It was just, but my point is, it's just how the cultures naturally developed. Your argument would say it was due to oppression. No, it was just due to how the cultures naturally developed. That's why white people invented more than black people. I'm not saying they're superior. I'm just saying their cultures and what they.
Did you mean to say the Romantic era?
Romantic era. It's from the 1700s to the 1800s.
So no, this was 1820 to 1850.
No, Romanticism was 1700s to 1800s, maybe 1850s, 1890s, whatever.
Tell me.
I'm not exact on it. I'm not a historian, but
tell me three specific facts you know about the Romantic era. 3 specific
facts
without clicking on your mouse and typing into your keyboard. Yeah, without clicking on your mouse. the first thing that we hear when I ask for 3 specific facts is. No, but anyways, let me just go ahead and like clear up like the obvious. Do you mind if I speak, my friend? So let's just go ahead. I didn't
land my plane. Please, can you let me land my plane? I want to land my plane, and I want to summarize what I just said. What I summarized is that it wasn't due to oppression; it's due to how the culture evolved.
Okay,
and how the ideas.
So what caused the quote unquote culture of white people to evolve into being more, like disposed towards inventing than the culture of black people?
What exactly? Like I said, they went through different eras.
What caused them to go through these different eras?
I'm actually not too certain.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, point number 1. I think like an argument about like culture is like always reduced to racism, right? But an argument born out of access to resources and opportunity is born out of fact. So I think the reason why you could think of more white people that have invented compared to black people is, as we already went over, maybe like the oppression that we see in America today and historically through the transatlantic slave trade, but also through the exploitation of the available resources in Africa, right? So like what happened was we had all these all these people with their colonialist mindsets going into the incredibly resource-rich sub-Saharan African countries like the Congo, so on and so forth, to exploit the people that live there and to take their resources. When you have more resources, you have more opportunity. And that's an undeniable fact. The predication of capitalism is the assumption that with more resources comes more opportunity. the higher level of the resource you have of wealth, the more that you could do to flourish, the more that you could do to exercise freedom, so on and so forth. Now, I think that this little bit more of a nuanced evaluation insofar as why we could think of more white inventors that are white compared to inventors that are black are also the reason that you could think of more inventors that are men compared to inventors that are women, right? I don't think it has anything to do with a man's manness or a woman's womanness, but more so the historical lack of access to resources, the forms of legal oppression in which have systemically prevented women from creating, prevented women from entering into the workforce, preventing women from accessing bank accounts, getting credit cards, or opening businesses, so on and so forth, that have led to the conclusion of more male inventors. Now, I have a really easy way to test the weight of your hypothesis against my own. Okay? Because remember, your hypothesis is not anything I said, but rather that there's been more men that have invented than women because you think men are literally better at inventing. So let's test that hypothesis. What are the relevant biological differences between men and women that make men better at inventing? If you cannot answer this question, then your hypothesis loses all footing and you're exposed as a low IQ misogynist. Take it away.
Appreciate it. 225. So, my rebuttal to that is
I don't want a rebuttal, I want an answer.
Was that anxiety pain?
Yeah.
Oh, that was anxiety pain. You're feeling real anxious right now? I can make you feel anxious.
Oh, you're saying that a man's feeling emotions? Wait, you're saying that a man's feeling emotions? I thought that your
I'm
argument
saying you're
was
feeling
that
anxious? I'm just asking.
Wait,
I'm a rebuttal in a second.
Wait, but I thought that your argument was that men are better at dealing with their emotions and I'm a man.
I know, but the feminist movement and the LGBTQ, like, it's bad. It's just...
Oh, wait.
You're just subject to that.
Wait. So you're saying I'm subject to a social pressure that makes me feel more emotions. Therefore, the lack of emotions in yourself isn't because you're a man, but rather because of opposing social pressures. Therefore, we could chop this whole argument up to women, right, being more emotional than men, apparently, according to you, to social pressures, not womanness and maleness. But by the way, even in society, we just simply don't see that women are more emotional than men. As men are significantly more predisposed towards just about every action that one can engage in society. That are indicative of emotional thought processes, such as violent crime. Men commit 92% of those, incredibly emotional, right? Such as reckless driving and drunk driving. Men are significantly more likely to engage in those actions, incredibly emotional. 74% of all self-unalivings are committed by men, the most emotional response you could have to external stimuli. Men are significantly more likely to engage in hard DRUG and substance abuse as a way to cope with unhealthy emotions compared to going to therapy, which women are more likely to do, which is the reasonable logical response. Not to mention on IQ, and EQ tests, women outperform men. And this is because of a biological disposition. So remember earlier when I asked you the question, like, what are the relevant biological distinctions that make men better at inventing than women? Well, I could tell you what the relevant biological distinctions are between men and women that make women better able to deal with emotions like stress. They have thicker dendrites they have thicker spines on the dendrites in their neuroanatomy, which is obviously something that you don't know because you're very unintelligent. But anyway, that is something that evolution has given to women because they have the capacity to give birth to children. Not saying that women have to give birth to children, just simply stating that because they do, evolution has given them a higher pain tolerance and a higher stress tolerance, which makes them predisposed to be able to deal with and manage stress and pain better, which is why we see an overpronouncement of men engaging in emotionally driven thought processes, like all the categories I just gave to you of crime, violent crime, reckless driving, drunk driving, gambling, suicide, abusing hard DRUGS as an unhealthy coping mechanism, so on and so forth. Go ahead.
Yo, I just wanted to, bro, can you stop doing that? Can you stop going? I want to respond to your original question. So I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to just ignore everything you just said. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. So the original, and can you actually rephrase your original question because you just went on a whole lot. Just summarize your original question real quick.
Yeah, it's okay, buddy. I got you. I'll help you track. I'll help you track.
Yeah, help me. Track.
The original question was, what are the relevant biological differences between men and women that make men better at inventing than women?
And the relevant is so I wouldn't say actually there is no.
Okay. Because if you say there's no biological differences, then you can't argue that men are better at inventing because
it's not so biological. Okay.
I'm gonna elaborate.
Can you please cut me off?
Don't you think? Don't you think
let
that?
me elaborate.
Don't you think
let
that?
me elaborate.
Don't you think that being a man is rooted within biology?
Huh?
Don't you think that being
No,
a man
bro.
is rooted in
Can you
biology?
stop asking? Can you stop pivoting, bro? I'm
Dude,
original.
dude,
I'm gonna
dude,
answer
literally,
your original question.
literally, just give me.
No,
literally, just
I'm
give
gonna
me.
answer your original question. Stop asking me question after question.
I swear to God, if you give me 15 seconds, I'll be done, and then I'll give you as long as you
Okay,
want.
okay,
So you
okay.
think that being a man is rooted within biology, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
so
in a sense.
so
In a sense, yes.
So if you think that being a man is rooted within biology, and you don't think that there's any biological differences that make men better at leading, then you're saying that there's nothing that makes men better at leading than women because they're a man,
No.
because the woman's a woman.
Okay, so I'm gonna say why it is right now, right? Why men are natural leaders and are invented more is
Well,
because
if it's not
of- it
biological,
rooted,
then
bro.
you
Can
can't.
you stop cutting me off?
Sorry, I know.
It rooted
I'm
from
sorry.
biology.
I'm sorry. If
but-
it's not
but that-
biological, then you can't argue.
No,
that
no,
it's
no, no,
natural.
no. Okay,
last
I'm gonna
correction.
elaborate.
I'll
Bro,
stop cutting
cutting
you
me
off.
off, bro. That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to control the
Wow.
conversation.
Well, I thought that you were a man. Why are you so emotional?
I'm not emotional, gang. I'm laughing. It's funny what you're doing, trying to control. But so it rooted from biology because men were faster. They were the hunters and stuff like that. But it was created out of societal structure. Okay, how the societal structure is built is men get their value. Men get their value, or men are valuable from what they do, right? And so as a man, you are incentivized to invent because that's how you get your value. Women get their value from their looks, from being from their motherhood, etc. That's how they get their natural value, right? And so, yes, it was created from the biology of men hunting, men doing this, doing that, but it's really the result of societal structure. Men being incentivized to invent because that's how they get their value. Women don't get their value from what they invent. No man really cares about a woman's career or anything like that. That's why men are natural inventors, because it was created out of societal pressure to invent. That's how they get their value. That's how they mate. So that's my argument. My argument is stemmed from biology, right? Because men were the hunters.
How old
they
is
hunted
your-
the bigger creatures. You had more value. The biggest hunter was the most dominant and the one who can mate the most.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think that your mom
Yeah.
has value?
Of course, from motherhood, yes. She's a great
wait,
mother.
wait. So therefore,
She's a
you
great
think that your
mother.
mom is attractive?
Huh?
Wait, so therefore, you think
It's
your
not.
mom is
It's not
attractive?
solely from that.
Wait,
It's
wait,
not solely from that.
wait. But you just said
She's a
that.
great mother.
But you just said that women's value is solely rooted within their attractiveness.
To mate.
Wait.
Mating.
Okay, wait. So I have a question. Infertile women don't have value?
To society, not really. No, they can't mate. They can't. They don't really have.
Okay, got it. So because your grandma's
in mating.
So because your grandma has gone through menopause and is now infertile, I just want you to say it outright. My grandma doesn't have value.
In mating, in reproducing.
Oh, okay.
You can have value. You can have value. You can be.
So what you're doing is a straw man. So you're indexing it, right, to like this specific goal of reproduction, right? You're saying that like infertile people don't have value indexed to the goal of reproduction because it can't reproduce, right? I think the way that you're using the word value there is a little bit weird, but I'm asking you in society, right? And obviously what you're engaging in right now is a straw man, since the original conversation that we're having was about societal value. You said that women get their societal value from attractiveness. I then asked you if your mother was valuable, and you said yes. Therefore, according to your logic, you find your mom attractive. Then you started fucking like going crazy, right? Because obviously that'd make you pretty insane. So then you went on to say that women get their societal value from an ability to reproduce. I then followed that question up by asking you, so therefore infertile women don't have value. You said yes. So then I hit you with the defeater argument, which would be that you fucking hate your grandma and think that she has no value since she's infertile as she's undergone menopause. And then that's when you tried to straw man and argue that, well, it's just specific value indexed reproduction. But now that we understand that was a straw man and we're talking about value index to society as a whole, go ahead and tell us that you hate your grandma by arguing that she has no societal value since she is infertile.
First of all, when I was saying societal value, I mean to mating, for a man finding a woman and a woman finding a man.
Oh, wait. So you think that all that society is reproduction?
That's not what I was saying. I was saying in that context.
Okay, well, then you can equivocate between the phrase societal value and reproduction. If you don't think that if you don't think that all society is reproduction, then you can't say that societal value is purely rooted within one's ability to reproduce.
But that's actually a great significance of what goes on in society, how people find each other, why people do certain things. People want power, they want respect. And
wait, would you therefore say that a fertile woman has more value than an infertile man?
I mean, yes. In a sense, yes.
So if Trump was infertile and Kamala Harris was fertile, you'd vote for her?
I can see that. I can see that.
You're not going
I
to
can
vote
see
for
that.
the.
I
You're not going to vote for the
made a bad
individual.
point right there, and I can see that point I just made.
Yeah, you did.
That wasn't my original claim, my original point. I can see that what I just said right there.
You've been making bad points this whole time.
No, I haven't actually. That's the only one I conceded.
Well,
I've been fair with you the whole entire time. That's the only one I'm going to concede.
Well, I mean, I'll go ahead and demonstrate how the other point was bad. You argued that the reason why men are better at inventing than women is there's more social pressures that would incline men to go into fields relevant towards invention. However, that's a pretty easy one to dispute. So just because a field is dominated by men or dominated by one group of people doesn't mean that they're better at performing in that field compared to another group of people. Like, for instance, okay, there's more male surgeons than female surgeons. Tracking your logic, because I could think of more surgeons that are male than female, I would therefore say that men are better at performing surgery than women, right? Got it, I'm out. You could just click on your profile picture, right?
Yeah, I thought I was talking.
So tracking your logic, a conclusion of your logic would be that men are better at performing surgery than women, right?
Men are better at performing surgery than women.
Because there's like 85% of surgeons are men, 15% of surgeons are women, and therefore I could think of significantly more surgeons that are men compared to surgeons that are women.
I don't even know. I'm gonna be honest. Nah, I don't think so.
This was
I
your
don't think
logic.
so.
You said Dean. Oh, you said Dean. This phone's made by man. Dean, this computer's made by man. Because I could think of so many more inventors that are men than I could think of inventors that are women. Men are better at inventing. That was
Because
your
that's just not true. If an area is dominating more.
Can I just? Okay.
Yeah.
So therefore, when you argue that because there's more inventors that are men than there are inventors that are women, that doesn't imply that therefore men are better at inventing.
Inherently no, but society they have been.
Okay. So then when I asked you what is the argument?
But
Wait, we're going way back.
I'm telling you, they are better inventors.
We're going way back to the beginning now. So now that you've conceded that just because there's more inventors that are men compared to inventors that are women, that doesn't mean that men are better at inventing. That therefore your original claim that you think men are better at leading than women because they can invent more, right? And then your evidence was, let's name all the inventions that were created by men. Now name one that's created by a woman, right? That argument ultimately fails. So let's go back to the base bone here, little bro. What is the argument that men are better at leading than women?
No. What I'm saying is they're biologically for the brain wise. No, I'm saying inherently, because of societal pressure, men do invent more. That's what I'm saying, because of societal pressure.
And inherently in America, because of societal pressure, white people invent more than black people.
Because yeah.
So does that? So therefore, white people are better at inventing than black people?
No, but.
Okay. So therefore, because of these societal pressures, so therefore, because of these societal pressures of the patriarchy, right, that lead to more men inventing compared to women, right? That does not mean that men are better at inventing than women.
Well, they are because of society.
Wait, but you just refuted
because this
that
is
logic.
Society. When we're talking about biologically, no, but
you just refuted that logic as it relates to systemic racism.
Huh?
You just refuted that logic as it relates to systemic racism. I'll repeat the feeder. So, like, you're not racist, so you agree that white people are not better at inventing than black people, which I'm very happy to hear. Just wish you weren't autistic either.
I don't want to, bro.
Even though there's social,
I don't want to wait. It's like, bro, it's the knowledge and the logic and what's been passed down. It's naturally because of how society's been developed. I would say honestly, yes, not inherently, but because of how society is, yes. Inherently, no. Inherently, we're equal in a sense. But because of how society is, because how the cultures are developed, yes. And you're gonna call me racist. Okay, it's cool.
Wait. So therefore,
because how the culture is currently, yes, white men are. White men are, yes.
So therefore, you told us that you would never vote for Kamala Harris and you support Trump today, right? Because Kamala Harris was a woman, and you think that men are better at leading than women because you think that men are better at inventing than women because of societal pressures. But now you're also saying that white people are better at inventing than black people because of societal pressures. Tracking your logic, that makes white people better at leading than black people. Tracking your logic, you think that every American should have voted for Romney over Obama, the same way you think that every American should have voted for Trump over Kamala Harris. So therefore, would you argue that when Obama was running for president in 2008, nobody should have voted for him because he's black, and you think that black people aren't as good as leading it as white people because you think that white people are better at inventing than black people? And you just said no to that logic, meaning that you do not think that just because Obama was black made him any worse of a leader than Romney because Romney was white, correct?
No, not correct, because that's not my argument. You're taking.
I'm not asking. I'm not asking you. One second. One second. I'm not asking you for an argument. I'm asking you for an answer to my question.
Please ask me to cut me off.
So I will.
I
if
want
you
to
don't-
elaborate.
I will if you do not answer my question. Do you think that white people are better at leading than black people?
No. You're taking my argument out of context.
Can I just have an answer? I'll let you elaborate on whatever. Just answer the question. Do you think that white people are better at leading than black people?
In general, not absolutely. In general, yes. Not in an absolute sense. You're taking my argument as an absolute.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue of you, an American adult that supports Trump as president. Yeah, he's gone, bro. He's fucking gone. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Oh, they're gone. Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Jesus Christ, dude. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Everyone just hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll get you loaded into the live. We'll be able to have a good conversation. There's quite a few individuals that did donate while I was talking to that last guy. Let me thank a couple people right now. Lady Teapot, thank you so much for the... Oh, hello, do you support Trump? I'm going to go ahead and assume not. You take care. But Lady Teapot, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. I really do appreciate you so much for the love. Lady Teapot with the $20 says it's so hard to be positive now. I've never felt so blatantly isolated and unvalued. They aren't even trying to hide and they keep getting away with it. What do we do? Nothing is working. Love you guys and take care of yourselves. Lady Teapot, I'm going to be honest. First and foremost, thank you for the $20. Please show some love to Lady Teapot down below. But second of all, right, the way that we ultimately like eradicate society of people like that last guest falls down to social stigmatization surrounding it. So when we could reduce a belief to be held by such a small minority that the populace disagrees, and we do that with education in school, we do that through critical thought, rhyme, and reason, once it reaches that inflection point of the only people that believe these things being an incredibly small group, we just stigmatize them, okay? Education won't break through to people like that last guest, right? Rhyme and reason won't break through to people like that last guest. The only solution is for a total societal condemnation. Make that guy feel like a loser for espousing that BS. Make that guy feel socially isolated for believing in that BS. Make that guy feel like he's lesser than. Make that guy feel like he's different than. And make that guy feel like he's separate from everybody else that doesn't think that same thing. That is like ultimately how we like rid society of those like terrible and atrocious beliefs. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Kinda.
Kinda. What time is it?
What?
What time is it?
Midnight and 23.
All right, we're just looking to talk to people in America. You do take care, guys. The rules for joining the live are simple. You just have to be an American, you have to be an adult, and you have to be ready and willing to come up here and have a conversation with me about why you are MAGA. Over on Venmo, Ali, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Ali. Please show some love to Ali down below in that box, as well as Morgan. Thank you for the $5. What's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Nah.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Owen loading up in. Holy fuck. Yo, Owen, do you support Trump, brother?
Oh, hello?
Hey, what's up, man? Do you support Trump?
Can you give me like 2 seconds?
1,000, 1,000. Time's up, buddy.
The proof? Oh, no.
Okay, I'm going to kick him. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you're MAGA. Okay, we have some fucking people to thank. Oh my God. Dude, Peter, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Julia, thank you for the $86 on Venmo. And Soul, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Show some love to Peter. Show some love to Julia and show some love to Soul in that chat. You motherfuckers, I do not deserve this. Peter with $100 says, here's some awesome inventions by women: wireless transmission technology, the dishwasher, Kevlar, discovery of DNA and sex chromosomes, chemotherapy, modern computer programming, and beer. Fuck this misogynistic PRICK. Peter, I fucking love you, dude. I love this guy, Peter, over here. He is the all-time GOAT, okay? This dude is always watching, always hanging out with us, and I love him to death. Peter, thank you not just for the $100 but also for the great message. Huge shout out to Peter down below. Julia with the $86 says, thank you for doing this important work. Well, thank you so much for the love. $86 is like insane, Julia. I'm being serious. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the love, Julia. And Soul with $100 says, been in sick, but caught up and back for the daily cooking. Keep at it, chef. Ya boy, Soul. Soul, I fucking love you too, dude. Show some love to Soul. Show some love to Julia. And show some love to the man, the myth, the legend, Peter down below in that chat. What is going on, Logan? Do you support Trump?
No.
All right, only join in the queue if you do support Trump. Please, please. We're moving on to the muscle rocket. Here we go. John at J-O-N, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo too. Thank you so much, man. Show some love to John. Lauren, thank you for the 5. Jennifer, appreciate you so much for the 10. Also providing a list of more inventions by women, including things like the life raft, stem cell isolation, call waiting, caller ID, binary code, feeding tube, home security, medical syringe, x-ray, fiber optic cables. Preach, preach, preach. Appreciate you for the $10, Jennifer. Morgan, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Morgan. Maisie with a 5. Brock with a 10. Thank you so much for the love, Brock. And Lindsay with a $10 who says, hey, Dean, love your lives. Tell this misogynistic little boy that he wouldn't be in a cell phone without Ada Lovelace, the mother of coding. Dude, thank you so much for the love, Lindsay. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
No, I do not support Trump.
Okay. Y'all, please stop joining the queue if you're not a Trump supporter. Please. Spencer, thank you for the $10 who says, explain that if he uses wipers, seatbelts, and turn signals that he's using inventions because women exist. Thank you for the love, Spencer. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you?
19.
Can you remove that Palestinian flag from your name if you're going to be pro-Trump?
No.
Yeah, why the hell is
It's
that
just
flag
like,
even in
okay,
your
so I
name?
think, so basically, like, I do support Trump. I only support him, not with the Palestinian thing and like the Israel thing. But also I just support Trump because his policy and his border control and also like the energy independence. So
I'm sorry, I'm kicking them because they're a troll. I'm assuming that they're a troll because I just don't think that they could be that dumb. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hello, little boy.
A little weird. Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Do you
support Trump?
No, I don't. Do you?
And can you tell me, why are you pro MAGA?
I think that guy needs to go take a walk. Go take a walk, man. Put that phone down. Go take a walk, okay? Amanda, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amanda. Let's get 200 Amanda W. So Amanda with the $20 says, not him taking biology classes from Andrew Tate. Bro, probably, dude. By the way, Andrew Tate went broke. He lost all of his crypto. Fuck that guy. Appreciate you for the $20, Amanda. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, only request if you are pro MAGA. And yo, Sid. Yo, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. Sid, that is fucking nuts. Sid with $100 says, I know that I haven't been super active, but I'm watching while I recover from surgery and just found out that I got promoted again. I honestly got my original job because I had you guys when I was stressful, and it felt so right to celebrate with my OG community. Proud of you as always, Sid. I love you. If you don't know, Sid has been a long withstanding member of the community here. I even got to personally meet her when I went down to Texas. I love you so much, Sid. I hope that you're recovering from your surgery well. Thank you for the $100. You know, as always, all the big love to Sid. Show some love to Sid down below. That is SYD. We all love you here. Thank you so much for the $100 donation. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Sounds terrible. Catherine, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, and Christina with the 4. We're all caught up over on Venmo. I think that we got a couple people to thank here on PayPal. I'm just going to do that quickly, then we'll pass the mic off to this guest. Thank you for the $25, Louisia. That is Louisa. Louisia with the $25. Thank you so much. Says, as a female physician in a leadership position, thank you for destroying and kicking that misogynist. Yeah, we got him the hell out of here. Thank you so much for the love. Timothy, thank you for another 25. Patrice, thank you for the 20. Thank you guys so much. Patrice with the 20 says, keep on educating them, Dean. You're awesome. Shout out to Timothy. Shout out out to Patrice. And then shout out to Amani, that is IMANI. Thank you so much for the $35 over on PayPal. Thank you. I really appreciate you, Amani. It's so good to see you again today. And thank you so much for your love and support. Jacob with a $15 and Elizabeth with a 10. Thank you guys so much for the love, Jacob and Elizabeth. Then Aria with a $15 says, you're such an icon, dude. Love your stuff. Keep kicking MAGA's ass. Thank you so much, Aria. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, it looks like we're all caught up. Guys, thank you. Thank you. Just thank you all. Just thank you all so much for the love. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. All the big love to all the big donors. Thank you guys so much. Go ahead and tell us why you literally support the worst president of your life, Mr. Dictator Trump.
I don't think he's a dictator.
Okay, would you say that Biden would be dictator-esque if he ordered the execution, right? Or like said that he wants to execute Republicans?
Yeah, obviously.
So
I don't know about dictator, but that's psychotic to say that. Yeah.
Would it? So just a yes or no. Would it be like dictator-esque if Biden were to say, "I want to execute Republicans by hanging them for suggesting that members of the military do not have to listen to my unlawful orders"?
Didn't Biden like commit lawfare against Trump and try to throw him in prison?
So we could talk about the lawfare. We could talk about the throw him in prison. None of that happened. But before we do, answer my question.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question again.
Okay. I'm going to repeat it for a third time. Would Biden be dictator-esque if he said that Republicans deserve to be executed via the means of hanging, right, for suggesting the military doesn't have to listen to any unlawful order he makes?
Okay, I'm assuming Trump said that, right, about Democrats?
Can you answer my question?
Okay, yes, he would be a dictator if he said that, yeah.
So therefore, if Trump said it about Democrats, so would he.
What's the quote he said?
Just answer my question. If Donald Trump said that about Democrats, so would he, right?
If he said people like Democrats that tell soldiers to disobey my orders, my lawful orders, need to be executed, then yeah, that would be a dictator thing to say.
And that their Washington Examiner tied Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted a comment that reads, quote unquote, "Hang them, George Washington would." According to this guest, Trump is a dictator.
Okay, he didn't say hang them, Washington would. He just retweeted that.
Oh, yeah, which means he agrees with it. But he said that it should be punishable by
you
death.
can retweet things you don't agree with.
Well, we know that he agrees. We know that he agrees with this, considering the fact that he personally said this should be punishable by death, and then he like just reposted somebody else that said, "Well, it should be punishable by death, by hanging."
Trump is a whimsical guy. All right, he like says like
but if Biden said it, you'd be a dictator.
Yeah, if it was
if it was anybody but Trump, they'd be a dictator. But if Trump says that he's just a whimsical guy.
I like Trump, but I'm not a diehard Trump guy.
So then why are you making excuses for Trump when you said if Biden said exactly this, he'd be a dictator?
Well, if Trump said, yeah, they should be hung, George Washington would, but he didn't say that.
Oh, well, he said it should be punishable by death and reposted somebody else that said they should be hung. Obviously, Donald Trump agrees that they should be hung because he said that they should be sentenced to death and executed, right?
Should the Democrat senators or congressmen, should they have said that?
Oh, yes, they should have.
Why?
Why? All that they said was that the military doesn't have to listen to unlawful directives by the president.
Okay. But what kind of unlawful directives has he given them?
Well, number one, what they said didn't hinge on any unlawful directives already existing. They do.
Well, they just
they just simply said that, well, you don't have to listen to any unlawful directives that the president makes. But this is a pivot in the conversation because remember, you said if Biden said Republicans should be executed, right, for suggesting that members of our military don't have to follow unlawful directives, he would be a dictator. Now, Trump said Democrats should be executed for suggesting that members of the military don't have to follow his unlawful directives. That makes him a dictator. In accordance with your own logic, There's no way out. If you start talking and you say, Dean, well, what are those unlawful directives? Pivot. If you start talking and you say, Dean, was it right for the senators to say that? Pivot. If you start talking and you say, Dean, well, Trump is a whimsical guy. Well, when it was about Biden, he was a dictator. Therefore, you're engaging in obtuse sophistry when you say anything other than that for Trump. Respond to the argument.
That is a dictatorial thing to say.
So, but he's a dictator. You said if Biden said it, he would be a dictator. But apparently when Trump says it, it's merely a dictatorial thing to say. So why didn't you say it just would have been, why did you say, why didn't you say it just would be a dictatorial thing to say if it was Biden? No, you said Biden would be a dictator.
Obviously, because I have preconceived notions of like the person Biden is.
Oh, okay. But I asked you that question based upon this one statement.
My personal bias made me say that Biden would be a dictator instead of saying that would be a dictatorial thing to say.
Okay, so now you admit the only reason why there's a disconnect here is because of your personal bias in obtuse cognitive dissonance.
Everybody has cognitive dissonance at some point.
Do you think that if Biden were to have said that, should he have been removed from office? My answer would be yes.
So if Biden did that, if Biden said that, you think he should be removed from office?
Are you kidding me? Fuck yes.
Come on.
I'm so sorry. What do you mean, come on? If Biden said we need to start executing Republicans.
He didn't say we need to start executing Republicans.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
He said that.
Well, I guess he didn't, because he said we need to start executing Democrats.
Okay, yeah. You know what I mean.
That's what he said. He said this should be punishable by death. Death is execution.
Okay. Can we move past that?
No. Is it fair to say that if Biden was like, we need to start executing Republicans, that we definitely should automatically, in emergency speed, remove Biden from office?
Okay. Let me rephrase. Okay, Biden saying that would be a dictatorial thing for him to say.
Should Biden be removed from office for saying this crazy dictatorial heinous thing?
No.
Why?
Is he executing Republicans? Is Trump executing Democrats?
I think him just saying that he wants to is enough to remove him from office. Because we don't want to chance him actually doing it.
You really think he's going to start killing Democrats?
Listen to what I'm saying. Even just saying that you want to disqualifies you from being able to serve as the president of the country. If you want to kill half of our country, how could you possibly serve in their better interests? Listen, if I literally think that somebody should DIE, that means I do not care about them in the slightest. I would say they should eat shit. I could care less about their health. I could care less about their well-being. I could care less about anything to do with them because I think they should DIE. So when Donald Trump says Democrats should DIE, right? He could care less about their well-being. He is not qualified to serve as a customer service representative on the phone. So he's definitely not qualified to serve as the president of the most powerful country on the face of planet Earth.
Do you think Trump's really going to start executing Democrats?
I already said, regardless if he does it or not, he said he wants to. That's enough to get him out of office. Regardless if Biden did it or not, he said he wants to. That's enough to get Biden out of office.
Well, Biden didn't try to kill Republicans,
right? Because Biden's not like Trump. So now answer my question: If Biden was like, Republicans need to die, we need to execute them, literally was reposting Biden supporters being like, hang them, Biden should be removed from office, right?
If he's reposting people saying hang them,
he's like, and then he's like personally saying that they should be executed.
Okay, look, I will say that Trump shouldn't have said that, obviously.
That's not the question I asked you, though.
Okay, I agree with you. I've conceded that.
So you agree that Biden should have been removed from office if he said that, so then why shouldn't Trump?
No, I didn't agree with that.
Oh, okay, well, that's the question that I asked you, so answer the damn question.
He's not executing people.
That's not what I asked you either. I didn't say, oh, is he executing people? I said if Biden said he wanted to execute Republicans, should he be removed from office?
No.
if Biden said he wants to execute Republicans, would that be enough compelling reason to stop supporting him as president on its own?
As a Republican, yeah.
Oh, okay. So if Biden saying that he wants to execute Republicans would be sufficient reason to stop supporting him as president, therefore to like maintain logical consistency, when Trump says he wants to execute Democrats, that would be sufficient reason to stop supporting him as president.
I would say the fact that Biden couldn't complete a sentence or like keep his train of thought or hold press conferences where he didn't stutter and lose focus and forget what he's talking about would be enough reason for him to not be president.
So then why isn't Trump calling for the execution of his political opponents? That's objectively worse than stuttering at a press conference.
You can't have a president that doesn't know what's going on in the room, much less in the world.
And you can't have a president that wants to execute his political opponents.
He doesn't want to execute his political opponent.
That's what he said.
He's hyperbolic. He says shit all the time.
So you agree he said he wanted to execute his political opponents?
I agree that he reposted a Washington Post article and then he retweeted something from
the president of the United States. I have a question. Are you just forgetting about this tweet? This is seditious. Are you just forgetting about this tweet?
What?
Are you forgetting about this tweet when he personally said punishable by death? He said he wants to execute Democrats.
Well, no, he said seditious behavior is punishable by death.
Yeah, and in response to Democrats telling members of our military to not like abide by his unlawful orders. So he said he wants to sentence Democrats to death. He said he wants to execute his political opponents.
Okay, everybody knows that he's not going to start executing Democrats.
Wait. Just he said that he wants to execute Democrats, right?
No.
No, wait, explain to me how. Because he said that this is seditious behavior that's punishable. Wait, let's just look at the tweets again. Constitution, then Donald Trump wants you dead. So here's everything that you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled, "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders," by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. Okay, can you agree that in this tweet, he is directly saying that the Democrats, right, are really bad and dangerous to our country, and that these words of the suggestion, right, that the military doesn't have to abide by any unlawful order he makes, can we agree that he's saying that that's really bad? Can we agree that he's saying dangerous to our country? Can we agree that he's saying that their words shouldn't be allowed to stand? And can we agree that he's calling this seditious behavior? He's going to leave now because in this tweet, Donald Trump calls it seditious behavior.
I'm not leaving. I got a phone call. I'm not leaving.
So can you agree that Donald Trump is calling it seditious behavior for Democrats to suggest that the military doesn't have to follow any unlawful order he makes?
No, he's saying lock them up with a question.
Okay, if we can't agree that he's calling it seditious behavior, then you can't read English.
No, yeah, he's saying seditious behavior from traitors.
So he's calling Democrats traitors for suggesting that the military doesn't have to follow any unlawful order he makes, and then he's calling that seditious behavior, correct?
Okay, there's context to this.
Could I just get a yes or no? Can we agree that he's calling that seditious behavior? No. No. It is that simple. It is that simple. Is he calling that seditious behavior?
What did the Democrat congressman
answer my question? Is he calling that seditious behavior?
I can't answer your question until you...
Okay, if you can't answer the question, then I'm going to kick you from the live because you're a despicable member of a cult with no spine that apparently won't even read English. Like, dude, this is unreal. It is seriously getting to the point that with this position, he has to deny his own eyes. Okay, he sees the tweet on his fucking phone screen. I just showed it to him. You have to deny your own eyes. Dude, like you are literally willing to deny your own eyes to defend Trump as president? That makes you despicable POS. That makes you a member of a cult. That makes you invaluable to me. Donald Trump is calling for the death of Democrats that are suggesting that this unlawful behavior...
to our argument here.
Buddy, the argument... not only is there substance, I just showed it to you. Let's go through it again. Let's go through that substance again. If there's no substance, then don't interrupt me. If there's no substance, then do not interrupt me. Trump posted this on Truth Social. Okay, so let's start off with the first bit of substance. The Washington Examiner posts an article on Truth Social titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unlawful Orders." He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unspecified Unlawful Orders" by saying that, and then Donald Trump responded right to this article that's titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress Urge Service Members to Refuse Unlawful Orders" by saying this is really bad, dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors. Lock them up, President DJT. So in this tweet, Donald Trump is saying, right, that it is seditious behavior, right, that makes you a traitor and deserving of being locked up for suggesting that the military can refuse unlawful orders from the president. This is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed. So then after he called that seditious behavior from traitors, for the Democrats to suggest that members of our military don't have to, follow unlawful directives from Trump, he then tweets again, seditious behavior punishable by death. So this was a direct and an immediate follow-up to his last tweet saying that these Democrats, right, that are telling people they don't have to follow unlawful directives from Trump if they're in the military, right, deserve to be punished to death. Now, what is a synonym to be punished but to death? Executed. Executed would be the synonym. Followed that up with a second post that reads, "This is seditious behavior, punishable by death." And then he reposted, right, somebody saying, "Hang them, George Washington would." So not only can we conclude with 100% certainty, because of all the substance and the facts that I just gave you, that Donald Trump thinks Democrats should be sentenced to death, right, if they suggest to the military, right, that they don't have to follow unlawful directives made by the president, but we can also reasonably conclude that Donald Trump wants them to be hanged.
Once again, there's no substance in this discussion. You just want to get a Trump supporter saying Donald Trump shouldn't be president because he said Democrats should be executed.
I just gave you the substance. Were you listening?
I'm saying we're going around in circles here. There's no substance to the argument. Like there's no ground being made here.
What the fuck? You don't have a brain. I just gave you all the substance. So the substance was the individual tweets that I just put up on screen, me reading them, right, and connecting synonyms to what it means to be punishable by death to execution, then following that up with him saying that he wants them to be hung. That was the substance. The substance was a screenshot of his tweets that I just showed on screen.
Okay, I've already conceded that it's a dictatorial statement.
Okay, so you agree that Donald Trump said that he wants Democrats to be executed, yes?
No.
You don't use your brain. You don't use your brain.
I use my brain all the time.
You don't use your brain.
I just don't make thousands of dollars a day like you do doing it.
Oh, wow. So now you want to talk about the income.
Yeah, I know you make a shitload of money, dude.
Where did my phone go? Oh, fuck. I just dropped it on my foot. So the shitload of money. You said that I make thousands a day?
I know you do. There's no way you don't.
I make trillions.
That wouldn't surprise me.
I make trillions. You know what? You know what? Could you actually thank a couple of them? Can you thank Nina for the $5?
Hey Nina, go to hell.
Dude, what? Buddy, don't tell my donors to go to hell.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Try again. Garrett, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Who says thanks for your voice, love what you're doing, keep up the good fight. Thank you, Garrett. Could you thank Garrett?
So how much money do you make, Dean?
Can you thank Garrett for the $10, little bro? Come on, Pipsqueak. Thank him.
Pipsqueak? That's not very nice. Come on.
Well, I wasn't very nice to deny reality. Now thank Garrett. Say thank you, Garrett.
I haven't made fun of you, Dean.
Garrett, thank you so much for the $10. Good boy. Who says thank you for your voice, love what you're doing, keep up the good fight. Darion, thank you for the $5. Victoria, thank you so much for the $10. And I'm working on a study guide for Thanksgiving. Thank you for the $10, Victoria. Randy, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Show some love to Randy down below in that chat for the love. Thank you so much for your kindness, bro. That is absolutely insane. I want to see 500 Randy W's for the $50. Clayton, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. I use CapCut. Thank you so much for the love, Clayton and Randy. Let's also see here, Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much for the love, Kayla. Show some love to all of our donors down below in that chat, literally right now, folks. Over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you so much for the 27 Canadian dollars on Super Chat. Mered with the $27 says the brain cells shared by all Trump supporters is a total maybe of 5 at most. As soon as Trump does anything blatantly wrong, they suddenly lose the ability to read, write, or speak or comprehend beyond the level of a newborn. We literally just witnessed that in real fucking time. Then over on PayPal, thank you for the $10. Jacob saying, hey, Dean, here's some fake money from the DNC. Thank you so much, Jacob. Brandolin, thank you for the $5. And Milan, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, sending love from Australia. Love to you. Love to Australia. Thank you so much, Milan. Darian with the $5 on PayPal. Martin, thank you so much for the $5. Igor, thank you for the $5, who says, Dean, keep cooking these MAGA fuckers. Justin with a $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Lincoln, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, who says, thank you so much for what you do. Without people, I'd still like be brainwashed and hurting the people that I now love. Oh, Lincoln, I'm really happy that you've been able to change your mind, man. Thank you for the $20. And Addie with another $30. Thank you so much, Addie. Addie says, keep up the good work. I was just myself debating a Trump supporter, and she wanted me to bring evidence, and I just tried, but she had to continue and interrupt me and throwing insults. Sad. Yeah, that's what it boils down to a lot. Thank you so much for your love and support. Thank you so much. As well as Amani, I appreciate you for another $15. Then over on Venmo, Karina, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you, Karina. That is Karina. Karina with a $50 says, Dean, quick question. I would be willing to debate them. Thank you so much for the $50, Karina. Kylie, thank you for the $20, who says, because you're educated and I know what you're talking about. Love you. Love you too, Kylie. Thank you for the $20. Tino, thank you so much for the $10, who says, at this point, MAGA leftovers have a humiliation kink, probably. And holy fuck! Sunny, thank you for this $75 donation on Venmo, who says, how is this for substance? Sunny, thank you so much for the $75. Holy shit. Then Shannon, thank you for the $10, who says, just a little of the trillions. Garrett with the $10 and then Darion with a 5. Thank you guys so much for the love. Holy shit. Thank you.
So that was like $400 right there.
What? Dude, I'm so very thankful to absolutely everybody. Thank you so much for your kindness.
Didn't one of them say from the DNC, though?
Yeah, they did.
You get paid by the DNC?
No.
That was a surprise face, Dean.
It was a joke.
I'm sure.
You legitimately think I'm paid by the DNC?
No, I don't. It wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know who you're paid by. I mean, I know you're paid by your supporters, but like the mindless drones they are.
You think they're mindless drones for donating to somebody that's like spreading awareness about the facts. I don't think that makes them mindless drones. If anything, it's quite the opposite. I think that you're just jealous. I think that you're pissed, and I think you're mad.
I'm not mad at all.
Maze, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo from the DNC. Nikita, thank you for the $10 who says keep bringing up the hard questions. Anna with the $10 saying calling Trump whimsical's crazy work. Thank you so much for the love, guys. Go ahead. So do you think that they're all mindless drones? They're all mindless drones?
That was $10 more.
Serenity, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo from the DNC. Thank you so much, Serenity. And Matthew for the $15 on PayPal, who says for squirting the substance of the argument all over the guy's face. And Valerie with the $5 over on Venmo from the DNC. Laura, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Said I love being a mindless drone. And Kat, thank you for the 20 Canadian dollars, who says I literally made a MAGA bingo card. This guy's already managed to cross out almost all the squares. Sophia, thank you so much for the 50 cents as well over on Venmo. Melissa, thank you for the $5 saying mindless drone donation. Guys, I really appreciate you all so much for the mindless drone donation. Let's get some W bots, some W drones, and some W DNCs. Jenna, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC saying fuck this guy. I'm so grateful for all these mindless drones. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, dude.
Like another $60, $70.
Dude, oh, well, 75 because Shelby just sent $5 on Venmo as well, saying beep, boop, bot from your DNC robot drone. More mindless drones just sending me all the money in their bank accounts.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, dude, let's go. Mindless drones for the win.
So how much do you make?
I already told you, trillions of dollars.
Okay, come on.
I'm being honest. I'm a trillionaire.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure Elon Musk is jealous.
Kimberly, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, who says you give me hope from this old vintage lady. Oh, Kimberly, thank you so much for being a mindless drone. Hannah, thank you for the $5 as well on Venmo, W mindless drone. And Nina with the $5, W mindless drone. So, God, do you want to like make an argument about why Trump is a good president, or do you just want to stay like talking about my donations?
No. Yeah, I would love to talk anything about anything other than the one tweet he made or 3 tweets he made.
Right. It's like you want to talk about anything other than like calling for the execution of Democrats. Anything other than trying to rig the election in 2020. Anything other than him boasting about sexually exploiting women and girls to Howard Stern and Miss USA in 2005. You know, honestly, what that tells me when you say you want to talk about anything other than that is you know that thing is indefensible, yet you still choose to support him as president, which makes you weak.
No. I feel like we've covered that like 4 times now, and I would like to talk about anything other than that.
So I'll let you make the argument. What do you think Trump's a good president?
Let's see, the border policy.
Which ones?
Well, I mean, the fact that there's 90% down from when Biden was in office.
Oh, so we've already went over this like 2 times so far in the live. I don't think that Donald Trump's implemented any like good, proactive, long-term policy to reduce undocumented entry. I think that he's been scaring it away by violating the human and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants that are already in this country.
What constitutional rights do they have? They're not immigrants, documented immigrants of the country.
Yeah, for sure. So like one constitutional rights that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil would be birthright citizenship. Donald Trump illegally tried to take that away from them with EO number 14160, signed it into law's first day in office. They also have like a right to due process. Donald Trump has been infringing on that by deporting some Venezuelan immigrants to Secot and El Salvador without due process, alongside many other rights. In fact, they have just as many constitutional rights as you, per the 4th section of the 14th Amendment, which would be the Equal Protections Clause.
Well, birthright citizenship is a mistake, honestly.
So then you're saying that the Constitution is a mistake and you're a traitor to this country.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Is that in the Constitution, birthright citizenship?
Yeah, the first section of the 14th Amendment. I'm happy I could educate you.
I'm actually hitting my anxiety pin also, Dean.
I know, I get you worked up.
No, but so you think like thousands of Chinese tourists should come here every year and have children that are dual citizens so they can steal our intellectual property?
Being a citizen of the United States of America doesn't give you the right to steal IP. What?
Thousands of Chinese tourists fly to America in their 8th month of pregnancy, stay here, have their children. Their children are now American citizens.
That's right, they are.
Okay. Is that normal? Is that like an okay thing to happen?
Yeah, it's completely constitutional.
You think we should fly to China? You think we should have a bunch of Americans fly to China in their 8th month of pregnancy and have Chinese babies that are now Chinese citizens?
Well, I mean, I don't think I'm judging if this is something that individuals like should or shouldn't do. I don't think I'm making a judgment on if it's normal or not. But what I am saying is that it's completely constitutional.
Okay, but is it moral?
Is it moral? I mean, I don't really see why it would be immoral.
You don't see why it would be immoral if somebody has dual citizenship and their loyalty is strictly to one of the 2 countries?
Well, I mean, if they have dual citizenship and they're willing to spend the money on a plane ticket to come here and have a child here, then I would assume they have some loyalty to America, considering all that they wanted to do for said American citizenship for the child, right? But I don't really think that not having loyalty to your country is immoral. That's like very like imperialist.
Chinese citizens are not free people. Like,
oh wait, so you're saying that they're coming over here to have their children here to give their kids more freedom? Not only would I say that's not immoral, I would say they're probably really good parents if what you're saying is true.
That's not at all what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
wait. Like objectively, wanting your children to have more freedoms is a good thing, right?
Well, yeah, obviously, but that's not their goal. Their goal is to
so then what's their goal
here? Their goal is to have their children become American citizens, so they can steal American intellectual property, bring it back to China for the Chinese Communist Party.
I thought I already clarified that because you're a citizen of a country, it doesn't give you the right to steal IP of the country.
Well, no, it doesn't give you a right to, but they do it.
But billions of dollars. Wait. Why would they need to have the child here to like get the IP? Couldn't they just hop on a plane and come here for tourism and steal the IP?
Well, no, American citizens have a way more like interaction with the American society.
Like what interaction is leading to the exposure of what IP for the Chinese Communist Party?
They can send their kids to American colleges.
You could go to an American college without being a citizen. That's called a student visa.
Then. Okay, yeah. And they're also stealing intellectual property and sending it back to China.
No, they're just getting more
people.
Wait. So you think that like international students shouldn't be able to go to American colleges?
Not hundreds of thousands of them, no.
Well, Jesus Christ, then you're just kind of ignorant, right? Because that actually hurts our economy. We should be very inviting of international students to come and study in America, because likely when they're done studying in America, they'll get citizenship or residency. They'll start a business in America. Then all of a sudden we have the best and brightest minds in this country, either working for American companies or starting American companies, which is incredibly beneficial to the average quality of life and the growth of the American economy.
Do you know they hire people at like IT conventions to make sure that Chinese tourists don't come and take pictures of the inventions or software or whatever they're doing to send it back to the Chinese Communist Party? Do you know people actually have jobs that like to prevent that from happening?
Anything that's being shown at a public convention is public and can be accessed by the internet. I don't think that you need to fly in from China to learn more about the public companies publicly demonstrating their software development, so on and so forth, at a public trade convention.
Then why do they do it?
Why do they do what?
Why do they fly in to go to these conventions and get the information to send back to their government?
Well, I mean, I don't think that anybody does that. I think that individuals like travel internationally to go to like international trade shows and relevant niches that they're interested in. But I definitely don't think that the Chinese government is dropping big bands to fly like Chinese spies into America to go to an event that's totally public. That's not happening.
How do you know that's not happening?
Because there's no evidence of it, and I only believe in things with evidence.
Okay, well that definitely is happening.
Okay, so then give the evidence of it.
Well, I don't have the evidence at hand. Obviously, I'm not,
So you believe? So you believe in things with evidence? Wait. First and foremost, I'm not a multimillionaire. I wish. Second of all, you think that you have to have you think that you have to be a multimillionaire in order to have evidence for what you believe in?
No, but I'm sure you have a much bigger setup, and you spend all day researching and talking about this. So.
Well, I think the name of the game here isn't to try to be more educated than I am. The name of the game here is just to beat the bare minimum, which is only believing in things when there's presented evidence.
Well, yeah, that's fair, but the
exactly there's no but. It just is fair. That's just like a baseless excuse.
Of course, yeah. You shouldn't believe anything without evidence.
Right.
Billions of intellectual property.
Oh my God, Caden! Thank you for the $150 donation on Venmo. That is CADEN. Oh my God, that's fucking crazy. Caden with $150 on Venmo says, "Yes, King, make him jealous." Dude, holy shit. Can we show some love to Caden in the chat? Caden, that is way too much money, my friend. I do not deserve a penny of that shit. Oh my God. Show some love to Caden down below. Literally right now. And what was that?
I was going to say, hey, Caden, I'll post my Cash App.
Oh, I don't think Caden's going to send you anything because you're a mindless MAGA drone. Well, I would be surprised if Caden sent you a penny, right? Because it's incredibly unlikely. Thank you for the $150, Caden. And then KC, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo, who says, "Mindless drone, this guy sucks." I appreciate you for the $50, Casey. Show some love to Casey down below in that chat. Seriously, thank you so much for the love, Casey. Ashley, thank you for the $10 saying "Mindless drone squad." Lindsay with the $5. Thank you so much, Lindsay. Brittany, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Brittany. Maze, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says, "That's made up. Flying in your 8th month of pregnancy is severely clinically hard to do." You know what? Yeah, actually, I would love for you to provide me evidence of individuals flying into America on their 8th month of presidency to give birth here. I do agree. That would be incredibly hard to do. Why don't you go and give me evidence for that? Megan, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, who says, "You're fucking awesome."
Hey, Dean,
thank you for schooling another fast-ish idiot. Thank you for the love, Megan. Pete, thank you for the $10.
I gotta go, Dean.
Oh, okay. Well, before you leave, thank Pete for the $10 and then give evidence.
I'll try to come back on tomorrow and discuss it.
So you're not going to provide any evidence of individuals flying in here?
I can't right now. I gotta go, dude. Take care. Good talking to you.
Then Champs. Oh my God, Champs at a CHAMCE. Thank you for the $100 over on Venmo. Holy shit, Champs. Champs with $100 says, "It makes sense now. Trump makes these boring individuals feel special for worshiping him. Without their worship, they would have to admit that they're actually just too lazy to add meaning to their life through hard work and strife." Bro, okay. Eat them up, Champs. Thank you so much for the $100. Seriously, man, thank you. Then Maya with the $10 who says, "This whole narrative is scary. This is just another thing to normalize racism and demonize immigrants." Yup. Ellie, thank you for the $20 as well over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love. Ellie, show some love to Ellie down below in that chat. And yeah, Ellie, I bet I will be doing that soon. And then Morgan with the $10 who says, I adore your content. Well, I don't know what's going on with the camera. What the hell? Morgan with the $10 says, Dean, I adore your content. Thank you for showing how mindless this guy is. Thank you, Morgan. Khalid, thank you for the $5 who says, these people have the intellect of an acorn, bro, I swear. Dude, dead fucking ass. Dead ass, Khalif. Sophie. Sophie, thank you for the... What is going on today? For the $200 donation on PayPal. What, dude? What the actual fuck is going on today? Listen, I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I know that there's like, you know, like the Aiden Rosses of the world that will get like $200 dropped through a donation. They'll be like, yeah. I want to make it clear. I don't think it's any crazier to receive that donation than I did the day I started doing this shit. Sophie, when I say that it's just like otherworldly, when I say that is a level of kindness I, or like most people do not deserve, know that I mean it. Sophie with $200 does a small donation towards your trillions. Thank you so much for the love, Sophie. Seriously, show some love to Sophie in that chat. And Aaron, E-R-A-N, thank you for the $50 on PayPal, who says, I finally got my George Soros payment for attending a protest, so I'm paying it forward. W Aaron and W George Soros. Nadati with the $15 who says, tell this man to thank this mindless drone. He's gone now. He left. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Like, seriously, like, fucking nuts, dude. Just, like, fucking nuts. I'm going to go ahead and shoot a text over to Parker and see if he wants to join up for a bit so I could use the restroom. All right. I just sent him a text, so we'll see if he ends up joining. For now, we are going to move on to the next guest, guys. So show some love, some serious love to all of our donors. Thank you guys so much for the loves. Insane. While we get this next guest loaded up in the live. And Santana. Yeah, for sure. I just sent him the text, Santana. If I don't get a response in like the next 3 minutes, I'll happily have you up. What's up, Toxis? Do you support Trump? Nope, Toxic isn't here. We're going to remove Toxic and move on to the next guest, Cynthia. Here we go, everyone. Okay, it doesn't look like Cynthia's joining either. You know what? Honestly, Santana, if you just want to hop in that queue now, feel free. What's up, Cynthia? Do you support Trump? Cynthia's not here. Okay, moving on to our next guest. Here we go, folks. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now, hopefully here very shortly. By the way, honestly, so I usually in my live streams at around 4 hours. We're already at 4 hours, and I'm feeling fine. And I'm feeling like super duper fine. All right, Bella's not loading in. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Please, 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 please only join the queue if you are a Trump supporter. It is so hard for like me to like identify like individual Trump supporters inside of the queue because it just keeps on jumping around. Hey, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
30.
Okay, and why do you support this terrible, tyrannical dictator wants to execute me, president?
Well, you're making assertions in the question that I don't agree with, so it's kind of hard to answer a question that I don't agree with some of the presumptions within it.
Well, okay. So I guess maybe if you want to...
Yeah, you know that that's a fallacious question.
Maybe you could respond to why you disagree with said assumptions, Mr. Tyler?
Yeah, so you're making the presumption that he's a tyrant, a cult leader, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like, can you define these things?
So, I mean, I think that I could, like, prove, right?
Can you define what a cult is?
Sure. I use a working definition of what a cult is to be a collection of a group of individuals who surround themselves predicated on the common resistance to reality and consumption of misinformation. And I think it's that keyword there, common, right? That would make it a identifiable cult, since it's one body of people with this common consumption of misinformation, denial of reality. And maybe if I were to like continue on this working definition, it would be, right, like towards some goal of like to be subservient to a leader, subservient to a false ideology, so on and so forth. But I mean,
Yeah. So are you? Yeah. So are you saying that there's no groups of people within the left or within the Democratic Party that blindly follow the like leaders within the Democratic Party based on those principles?
So based on those principles, I mean, I'd say if those groups do exist, they're rather small. But I think that there is like a lot of like false ideologies on the left. Like maybe like one of these
So then
smaller,
wouldn't that-
maybe one of these smaller groups that I could give to you would be like the cult-like behavior surrounding the support for the state of Israel within democratic representation. Right? Like I think that the DNC needs really big reform, and maybe that's one
And
of the
did
reasons
Biden
why.
support Israel?
Yeah, so
Did Biden
did
support Israel?
Yes,
Yeah.
Biden
So then would
supported
he be a
Israel.
cult leader? So then would he be a cult leader?
Well, I mean, I think that AI PAC would be the cult leader in that sense, not Biden.
Would Biden be a cult leader because you just conceded that he supported Israel?
Well, I mean, I think that Biden and all the members of Congress, right, are looking towards the same leader, and it's not Biden. It'd be like the state of Israel in of themselves, Netanyahu.
So they're cult followers then. So Biden's
the state of Netanyahu, or if you'll allow me to finish speaking here, right, like funding through AI PAC. And I think that like most of Congress would be like cult follower-esque as it would relate to this ever. Can you stop unmuting yourself? I'm muting you for a reason. It's not even because you're
I'm not
interrupting
even-
me. It's because you have background noise. Thank you. Yeah, so like many members of Congress, on the right and the left included, signal like signs of being a follower of this cult of Israel and placing Israel over America. I just think that this is significantly more pronounced on the right than it would be the left. And maybe as it relates to Trump.
So then do
'cause
you concede that Biden is part of a cult?
Can you finish allowing me to speak, Tyler?
I mean, you're monologuing.
I'm not monologuing. I'm answering your question. I would really appreciate if you'd allow me to speak. So now that I've answered your questions, insofar as many members of Congress possessing these cult-like behaviors directed towards the state of Israel, I would like to now ask you a question.
I mean, you're not responding to my question, though.
So you just said, Dean, do you concede that Biden's a part of a cult? I don't know if I'd say a part of a cult. Definitely like cult-like behaviors.
You're coping right now, bro.
No,
so
I'm
what's
not
the
coping. I'm
difference
just
between
answering
being
your
a part of
question.
a cult and exhibiting cult-like behavior? What's the difference between being a part of a cult
What's the difference between
and
being a
exhibiting cult-like behaviors?
For sure, because I don't feel like the totality of like who Biden is consumed by said cult-like behaviors. Like for instance, like one data point to represent this would be the fact that like Trump is significantly more pro-Israel when compared to somebody such as Biden or Kamala Harris, meaning that Donald Trump would represent these tendencies to a significantly higher degree, meaning that in some senses Biden lacks these tendencies. And because we don't see like I'd say a sufficient subservience to these cult-like tendencies within somebody like Biden, that I'd label him as a member of a cult. Now, if you ask me to identify what that arbitrary threshold would be, insofar as like how far pronounced would these cult-like behaviors have to be in order to be described as a member of a cult, I don't know if I'd be able to give you a non-arbitrary answer. However, in this sense, I just appeal to the fact that just because I don't know something doesn't mean that it's false, and this is going to be like a relative arbitrary threshold.
Okay, so you're conceding that your notions are arbitrary. But next question is that, so
Well,
you mentioned totality, right?
I want to respond to that, Tyler.
Yeah, so don't cut me off.
I am, because I want to respond to what you just said. I am going to cut you off.
Yeah, so you mentioned
You're acting like this is your live. This is my live, Tyler. So you just said, Dean, you're conceding that your notions. I'm not disingenuous for wanting to respond to something that you just said. Stay pissed that like I have like cogent, nuanced answers to your questions. I bet
You
that
have the mute button.
I bet that you expected to come up here to be able to like run the live, direct it, and like make me look silly because I don't.
You're
know how to
scared of
answer the
engaging
questions
in
that I'm
formal-
asking. I think that you're scared of engaging in formal debate, given the fact that you won't even allow me to respond to what you said. Now, to respond to what you said, once again, you said, so Dean, you're conceding to the notion, right, that you have like arbitrary guidance insofar as what these principles are. So it's not a concession because I never argued otherwise, so that on like minuscule points, insofar as like what would the arbitrary distinction be between possessing cult-like tendencies and being a member of a cult, I never argued otherwise. Right, like obviously, I think that like for vast majority of all individuals, they're going to assume some arbitrary notion of what the level is insofar as when somebody goes from possessing cult-like tendencies to being a member of a cult, because that would be like a concept that isn't explored often within individual thought processes, or like within the mainstream media. Like, I bet if you were to ask yourself even, right, like at what point does one go from possessing, right, cult-like tendencies to being a member of a cult, your answer would be arbitrary as well. Right? But I'm not going to let you like guide this live, because keep in mind the question being asked is, how do you still support Trump as president? And I think that you're actively running away from the premise of the debate by rather exploring what I think the threshold would be between what qualifies an individual as possessing cult-like behaviors or being a member of a cult. So just back to the pre-assumptions that I gave you when I asked you the question insofar as why you still support Trump as president, I said that he called for the execution of me and Democrats. And that's actually something I'd like to explore with you that seemingly you don't want to talk about at all, since you're not here to give an argument about why you support Trump predicated on everything that you've said so far.
I'll talk about it.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he
about
wants to execute Democrats?
Can you pull up the quote?
Yes. The president of the United States of Washington Examiner you need to know. Donald Trump posted this on Truth Social. He responded to a post published by the Washington Examiner titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress."
Can you
urge
pause like
service
that
members to
monologue so we
refuse
can go over the quote?
unspecified, unlawful. It includes more than one screenshot. So you're going to have to watch it all the way through. I'm sorry if you have the attention span of a toddler. Let's go and continue to play it. Orders.
I just am focused on the quote.
Bad. Yeah, well, there's more than one screenshot that would be relevant here. So you're going to have to look at all of them.
Yeah, okay, then share the multitude of them while pausing your bullshit monologues.
So I was in the middle of trying to share them, but you, this little piss boy down here, got really mad and then asked me to pause it for some reason.
Cry about it.
Well, I'm not crying about it. I'm just simply calling it out. I think that there's a difference between like demonstrating tears and just simply saying that the requests in which you're asking of me are seemingly like in opposition to your own goals. You can't simultaneously want me to pause on one screenshot and ask for all screenshots at the same time, right? Because, right, obviously this would be a video.
I want to go over one quote at one at a time.
Okay, well, let's just watch through the full video first, and then we could go back to the individual, to the individual slides. Is that okay? Washington Examiner titled "Democratic Veterans in Congress." That's what I thought. Good boy. Urge service members to refuse unspecified, unlawful orders by saying that this is really bad and dangerous to our country, and that their words cannot be allowed to stand. He then followed that up with a second. Wait, this motherfucker's Canadian.
Can we engage with these quotes? How do you know I'm Canadian? What?
Your bio says so.
Oh, perfect. Anyways, you're getting slapped, and I'm supporting Trump, so let's go for the quotes. Are you going to kick me and run away?
This
you going to
mother's
kick me
Canadian.
and run away?
Wait, I have a question.
Are you going to run away?
If Chick-fil-A doesn't let you walk in their restaurant because you don't have a shirt on, are they scared of you?
Can we engage in, like, the quotes, or what?
Well, yeah. So
are you scared?
I'll actually engage in that subject with you, and then I'm going to kick you. But before we do, you just said, if I kick you, then I'm running away, right? Well, I mean, no, that's not true at all, because the life has rules, right? The same way Chick-fil-A has rules. So if Chick-fil-A doesn't serve you because you walk into their restaurant without a shirt on, are they like scared of serving you, or are they just enforcing the rules in which have been pre-existent? Like you'd have an argument that like I'd kick you because I'm scared of you if I made the rule up that you have to be an American to join the live, like when you join the live. But because I've had those rules since I started doing these broadcasts, right? And when I started doing these broadcasts and I made that rule, I didn't even know who you were, right? Obviously me removing you from the live wouldn't be because I'm scared of you, but rather an enforcement of pre-existing rules that I had prior to even knowing that you existed.
Yeah, the rule couldn't, like, the Chick-fil-A rule could imply that the reason why they don't serve people without shirts is because there could be something wrong with these people, which would imply that, yeah, they could be potentially scared to serve them. That could be a reason why.
Okay, so you're saying
there could be a reason for fear, yeah.
So would the analogy here be
And
the
running
reason
and
why I
scared.
don't debate Canadians is because I'm scared of Canadians? I think
I think that you're just
right,
bringing
exactly.
up...
You don't think that? I think that that's a little bit like unintuitive to posit.
Yeah, I think that you're just scared of my arguments right now.
Well, I'm actively refuting that position as
Can we get to the quotes, or are you going to keep running away from him?
Well, sure. We'll get to the quotes as soon as you could concede that when I remove you from my
Perfect.
life. After we get to the quotes, it's not because I'm scared of you.
Yeah, you're a little piss boy for needing a concession about something that's just meaningless right now at this point when I'm trying to get to the quotes.
Well, I mean, I just don't like it when people come up here and then try to argue that I'm somehow scared of them.
I know,
I find it
because you're
annoying.
because you're fragile.
Well,
yeah, you're fragile. That's why.
Well, no, actually, I think the reason why you say that is because you're fragile, right? If you were confident
so
within your
caught
own
up.
arguments, then you wouldn't need to try to win a debate by
I'm
arguing
trying to get to
explicitly
the
that the
argument.
other individual is scared, but you'd win the debate
Trying to
via
get to the
substance of your
arguments.
position. And we could happily get to like
Trying to
this
get
one.
to the substance of the quotes.
Okay, well, if you're trying to get to the substance of the quote, then concede the position that when I ultimately remove you after we go over these quotes, it's not because I'm scared of you, but rather because you're
I
breaking
will
the
not
pre-existing
concede
rules.
to that. I will not concede to it. Are you going to kick me because I won't concede?
Yeah, actually, I will. You have a good rest of your day, man. Because we do only talk to individuals from America. You do take care. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only op inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Yes, dude, huge guest W. Huge guest W. You know, honestly, he really had a good point there. I made those rules 2 years ago because I had a crystal ball in my hand, and I knew that in exactly 2 years from now, a Canadian conservative would join my live that would be able to refute my argument with precision. And those rules existed just so at some point in the future, I would be able to justifiably kick them. So I just want to make sure that every single person in the chat spamming WGuess right now is going to be consistent. The next time we have a 14-year-old join the live and I kick them, make sure to comment, Dean, you are scared. The next time we have a liberal join the live and I kick them, make sure to comment, Dean, you're scared. The next time we have somebody from the UK join and I kick them, make sure to comment, Dean, you're scared. The next time we have anybody join that infringes on our 3 rules of being American, over the age of 18, and being a Trump supporter, and I remove them from this live, every person spamming WGuess spams my comment section saying, Dean, you are scared. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 47.
And why do you support Trump?
Well, the one of the reasons why I support Trump is because I feel like as a Black woman, the Republican Party does a better job of addressing our needs instead of the Democrats.
You're trolling.
No, I'm not. Why would I be trolling?
Come on, you gotta be trolling.
Why would I be doing that?
The party hates Black women so much they chose a dictator over one.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I think that you're trolling.
I am not trolling. Do not kick me. Okay, so one of the reasons that I would give you on why I support him is because, well, Kamala Harris, one of the things that she did was, wait, I have it over here on my computer.
Okay, when I kick this guest because they're trolling, every single person that like called me scared for kicking that last guest better also call me scared for kicking this guest. Because in the same way that last guest violated my rules because he was from Canada, this guest is likely violating my rules because they're not a Trump supporter.
I'm not trolling. What did I tell you?
I'm gonna give you a chance here. I think you are. So go ahead and give like an explanation for how the Republican Party better addresses the needs of Black women in America.
Okay, well, can I start off by saying why I don't like Kamala?
Sure.
Okay, well, in 2015, when she was the, I think it was this Attorney General of California.
She was the AG of California in 2015.
Yeah, so there was an instance in San Francisco where Mario Woods was shot multiple times by white police officers, and Kamala Harris did not pursue any criminal charges against them. Okay, I'll take out my gum. I'm sorry. I can get it can be really annoying.
Okay, so typically charges against, like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but charges against local police forces typically don't come from the state level. They can, but they just typically don't. They typically come from the local level.
What do you mean by that?
Like usually it'd be like the DA of the city in which this would occur that would like prosecute police misconduct, not the attorney general of the state as a whole.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I think like since local police departments have control over that, I don't think that they should have, and I think that it should be like more of a state thing because
So not city,
if
county.
local, yeah, because I think if local police departments are able to police themselves, this would lead to like bias or something like that. I don't know.
So actually, I agree with you, right? What you're describing right now is like a really good point, right? I think that there should be more like state or federal level prosecution of local police departments to like exacerbate, right, like a lack of potential bias towards the individuals since they'd be closer in physical proximity to one another. However, this doesn't change the fact, right, that the solution to this is systemic reform, not shitting on one person, that one person being Kamala Harris.
Okay, well, because what I have here says that she opposed statewide legislation requiring independent investigations of police shootings, and
Oh, well, if that's true, I would critique that of her. I don't think this makes her worse than Trump.
yeah, well, the thing is because like I
Right,
saw the video.
what's worse? So like oppose legislation to independently audit, right, cops, or to support legislation to expand the access of broad federal criminal immunity, right, for police officers to, what else has he done? To like systemically defund all Planned Parenthoods if they offer abortion, meaning that not only, right, are we infringing on women's rights here by taking away their right to abortion, but also infringing on women's health as a whole by limiting the available resources that they have access to, even if it's non-abortion related from a Planned Parenthood, or, like his economic policy of taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, redistributing wealth from the bottom 54% of income earners to the top 46, so on and so forth, right? Like these things are obviously like much worse than like potentially opposing independent investigations into police shootings. Although I could definitely agree that that's still bad. Right? And that's if you could provide evidence that she opposed said legislation.
Okay, wait, can I have like 1 second to find it? Just 1 second.
Right, but can you agree that this doesn't make Kamala Harris worse than Trump?
I mean, I can agree that she hasn't done as terrible things as Trump, right?
So therefore, like, she would be the lesser of two evils from your perspective.
Yeah, well, honestly, like in comparison to the bad things that Trump has done, I care more about the black community.
Even in reference to the black community, I mean, Donald Trump launched an attack on the black community by basically making the term DEI interchangeable with the N-word. I mean, like now because of his attack on DEI in specific reference to black Americans, right? Whenever these racist Trump supporters see a black person working a job, they say they got that job because of the color of the skin, not their qualifications. We saw this happen with the black mayor of LA after the LA fires. We see this continue to happen with black individuals in positions of power all around the country, like not to mention the fact that he called it woke to care about slavery, and he's defunding the African American History Museum in DC, telling them to take out anything that they're teaching about slavery. If you've ever been there, that's like a lot of their exhibit. And on top of that, banning access to abortion disproportionately negatively hurts black women. 54% of women that do get abortions indicate it's because of financial instability. Because of systemic racism, black women are more likely to experience financial instability compared to white women. Therefore, when you ban it, you disproportionately hurt them. Same thing with the wealth redistribution from the poor to the rich from the policy that I just named. The average socioeconomic standing of the average black American compared to that of the average white American is significantly lower, right? Because of slavery and its aftermath and systemic racism today. Therefore, that's disproportionately harming black Americans, right? And the fact that he just emboldens that Christian nationalism. He emboldens the explicit racism. We literally had a Trump supporter up here earlier saying that they think that white people are better at leading than black people. And because of that, what we see is like further disregard for these systemic issues that impact black Americans, a denial of systemic racism as a whole, so on and so forth.
I mean,
but
I do
also, if
understand-
you're a Democrat, you're wasting my damn time.
I'm not a Democrat. I see people saying that I'm following Democrats and stuff. That's because I want to see like the news and stuff that they're having. Like just because I follow somebody doesn't mean that I support them.
Oh wait, we finally got Satan up here. Here we go. But go ahead. Could you respond to everything that I just said?
Okay, yeah. So in regards to all of like
Here, I
that,
actually really need to go pee. I'm gonna let Santana listen to your response. I appreciate you for coming up, man.
Yeah,
For everybody
I got
tuning
it. Go
in,
ahead.
I'll be right back. Oh no.
okay, well, in regards to all of like, okay, yeah, no, not yeah. You go ahead. You go ahead.
No, I was just saying you were going on about how Trump overwhelmingly is better for the black community. I'm super interested to hear that one.
Yeah, well, I think that's because I feel like the black community is like too overly reliant on the Democrats. I feel like over like every election and stuff, that the Democrats like always are expecting like a black vote, and like when people see like the stats and stuff, and they see that like not that many black people are voting for Democrats and stuff, I feel like
Black
they
people
like they're
overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris. Black women at 92%, black men at was 80%. Black people overwhelmingly voted. And sorry, chat. As soon as Dean comes back, the camera should focus. It keeps trying to focus, but he's not there. But in just a moment, he'll be back and it'll focus. Black people overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris. It was you're in the minority when it comes to actual support for Donald Trump. And the reason why the Democratic Party, well, while yes, I agree that they have become reliant on the black vote, the reason why black people overwhelmingly vote for Democrats is because they vote for progression and they vote for harm reduction, not because the Democrats are just so great, but literally it's for progression. Your camera was going haywire,
dude. I don't know what it is. I think like
it kept trying to focus.
I wonder why. It's been doing that a lot. I don't know. Maybe it's like an issue of like the autofocus with a lens. I don't know.
It has to be. It was trying to zoom in to catch you, but you weren't there, and so it just kept bouncing in and out.
Yeah, maybe I just need to get a new lens. Who knows?
But would you like to respond to the fact that overwhelmingly black people vote for harm reduction, and the Democratic Party does that to a higher clip than the Republican Party, which doesn't do that at all?
Well, then again, I think that Democrats get most votes from the black people because, like I said before, they're more reliant on the Democrats, So I don't know really what to say to that. And also, like in terms of harm reduction and stuff, like what I said before, like of Kamala Harris not criminally charging those police officers.
Yeah, you lied about the case.
Which case?
The case of Mario. I don't want to mess up his name. Mario Woods. I was about to say Williams. Mario Woods. I read the information on the case, and not only was there 3 independent investigations into it, the DA, who was not Kamala Harris, actually made the decision not to press charges against the police officers because they did find that they used excessive force, and that's why Mario Woods' family was able to win a $40 million settlement from him. But they didn't feel like it was force used to the level that the actual police officers needed to be prosecuted. Just because he was wielding a weapon. They shot him with bean bags and pepper spray, and he kept coming, and then they shot him. And the reason why it was deemed excessive force is because of how many times they actually shot him, not because they shot him. So yeah, there's that.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't know that about the Mario Woods case. I just knew that Kamala Harris didn't criminally charge them, and now that I know that that's the district attorney's problem, yeah, I see your point on that one. But I also see that in the 1990s, Biden supported restrictions on welfare programs.
Okay, was Joseph Robinette Biden running for office, or was it
No,
Kamala Devi Harris?
I'm pretty sure he was the was he a senator at the time? Because I'm not sure.
Sure, but who was on the 2024 ticket? Was it Joe Biden versus Trump, or was it Kamala Harris versus Trump?
Well, that would be Kamala.
Okay, so I don't want to do a what about Biden.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry about that then. Okay, because I also heard that Kamala enforced the 3 strikes rule. And as you like as a black man, you should know that like
Howdy,
black
partner.
Americans are disproportionately represented in prisons.
Yep, that's why Kamala Harris
I-
started the Back on Track program.
I don't.
I looked at it as well, Dean.
I don't
know.
think this guest is a Trump supporter.
So she has retweets of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. I don't know.
But Trump supporters don't know words like disproportionate.
They don't.
I don't think I've ever heard a Trump supporter use the word disproportionately before.
That's funny. Because, because like I said before, Black Americans are disproportionately represented in California's prisons, and this is because of the 3 strikes rule, which I'm pretty sure it. I don't know.
Did you hear what I said about the Back on Track program?
No. Can you please repeat it?
Sure. Kamala Harris started the Back on Track program, which allowed it helped with the recidivism rate in California, allowing people to gain freedom instead of being incarcerated for crimes, and it helped with things like improving their credit, their GED, getting their GEDs, getting jobs, things like that. And it was disproportionately beneficial to Black and Brown Americans. So literally the program that she put in place actually benefited Black and Brown people instead of putting them in jail.
Oh, okay. Because wasn't she also the person who was like aggressively charging people as attorney general and district attorney? So she kind of created like
over 1900 people charged, and only 40 something people actually sentenced to jail time because of her program. She overwhelmingly helped Black and Brown people disproportionately with her Back on Track program. You've been propagandized.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. Because I will say that Kamala Harris, I liked some of her policies, but I feel like I liked more of Trump's.
Like what?
Well, I saw somewhere that Trump was going to fund more HBCUs with more money, I'm pretty sure.
He didn't. Joseph Robinette Biden did actually funded HBCUs more. And even Barack Obama, Donald Trump cut funding to HBCUs. And if it wasn't for a Black Congress member actually backdooring the funding into a piece of legislation that Trump didn't want to veto, then the funding would have been completely struck from the budget. Like he literally cut HBCU funding from the budget, and the Congress had to find a way to actually sneak it past them.
Oh, okay. Because I don't really keep up on the news and stuff like that. I really just do my research before the elections and then vote. But then, like, because honestly, I'll give it to Kamala Harris because she had like what 5-6 months or something to come up with a platform, right? But well, Trump had way more time than her, so I'd understand why she'd be like a bit less prepared than Trump. But like still. Trump, under his first election, I'm pretty sure, I see here that over 1.4 million Black Americans have found a job.
Mm-hmm. What's happened since he's been back in office this term?
Well, I feel like there's been more jobs, hasn't there?
No, Black unemployment rate has spiked and disproportionately spiked for Black women. Like Dean said earlier, Donald Trump has had this quote unquote attack on DEI. And so Black women have faced the brunt of disproportionately losing their job. And even while we don't have the October jobs number because the Trump administration didn't collect it, we finally got the job numbers from September, and the unemployment rate spiked up as well. So like Trump is bad for jobs. There are some indicators that says that Donald Trump, since being in office, has lost about 1 million jobs, but the true numbers we'll never get them because they stopped collecting data.
Well, I think I can applaud him for attacking DEI because I feel like if you're not qualified enough for a job, you shouldn't get it. And I think jobs should be based around merit and not based on your skin color.
Sure. What's DEIA?
Diversity, equality, and then I don't know, inclusiveness. I don't know.
Mm-mm. So DEIA, the A is for accessibility. It disproportionately helps everyone, right? It's about helping people and removing the biases. And can you name one policy that's actually been passed into law that implements DEIA?
No, I cannot.
Because there is none. Donald Trump, like Dean already called it, Donald Trump actually just is attacking black people. Like DEIA has an etymology, right?
Yes.
Before they said DEIA, they used to call it CRT, critical race theory. And before critical race theory, they called it BLM, Black Lives Matter. And before Black Lives Matter, they called it thug. And before they called it thug, they called it boy. And before they called it boy, they called it the N-word. That's it. It's just a racist dog whistle now, where white nationalists want to call us the N-word, but they can't call us the N-word in public because they'll be publicly persecuted. So they just say it's DEI.
Damn,
Okay,
that's a damn. I don't think I've ever heard it I don't think I've ever heard anybody explain it as good as you just did.
They just, it's cold words. That's it.
So really, that was like a really clear explanation. I appreciate that.
Okay, so when you say DEIA, it does and the A stands for accessibility. Does that mean like that, like disabled people or something are able to get more jobs?
It's removing those biases that people have, and for some reason they feel like people with disabilities may not be able to work at a proficient level, which is untrue, right? Just because you have a disability does not make you less than. It just put like the basic principles of DEIA is merit based, right? I mean, you put everything on the table, and the best person with the best stuff gets to do whatever. It removes the fact that hey, this is a white man, or this is a man, or anything like that. It just it levels the playing field. It has nothing to do with race.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't really educated on that because I dropped out of high school when I was 17 because I got pregnant with my first baby. So I don't really know about a bunch of the terms and stuff like that, and I'm currently like trying to go back to school, but yeah, I didn't really know about that actually. And
Trump is really bad for you in that case. Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
No, I was just gonna say I probably need to get off the stream here soon. I'm getting pretty hungry, so I'll probably want to end this conversation here unless you have anything else to add on.
I'm good.
Okay.
I would say just do your research because the issue that a lot of people have, and Trump preys on this, is he actually is good at peddling misinformation and disinformation. And if you're easily someone that falls for propaganda, then you're going to believe the stuff that he says.
Okay, well, so what reason should I not support Trump then?
He's a fascist, a racist, a classist, a sexist, wannabe authoritarian. He also is stupid. So there's that. So.
Okay. I understand this. I think I will take my leave now.
All right.
Okay. Well, Santana, I really appreciate you for joining me, man.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. I'll see you later.
Yeah, man. See you later. Dude, show some love to Santana in that chat, folks. Such a smart guy. Such a smart guy. Okay, we have a couple people to thank before we do hop off. As well as, right now we have 5.4 thousand people watching on YouTube. If every single one of you guys could drop a big thumbs up on the video, I'm not talking about like the heart thing that shows on the live chat. I'm talking about like an actual like on the YouTube video. It will really help push this live out to like thousands of more people once it's over. Last time I had you guys do this on YouTube, like I think it was I don't know, like 5 days ago. It's 5 days ago or so. I think the VOD title is like Trump Blue Bill or something like that. That is now one of my most watched VODs on YouTube, simply because the viewership on YouTube was able to drop a like. For everybody on TikTok, you guys don't need to worry about it. I'm talking to the people over on YouTube, but shout out to everybody spamming a thumbs up in that TikTok chat. Love y'all. So seriously, do consider dropping a like over on the stream on YouTube. I do want to thank everybody that I haven't thanked yet, and maybe in like the last hour or so, it's been a little bit before we do up off. I want to start with Ron. Thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Dude, thank you. Thank you so much for your kindness and your generosity, Ron. That is nuts. Ron with $100 says, keep on preaching, bro. Thank you so much for your kindness. Show some fucking love to Ron the man down below. And then Kira with a $10 on Venmo who says, did you see that the Capitol building was on fire 2 hours ago? No, I haven't seen that. Thank you for telling me, Kira. I'll have to look into that once I get off. And Rihanna with a 5 and Allie with a 5. Thank you, guys. Sonny, thank you for the $10 who says, I just realized I have the same shirt as you, W shirt. I got this from my girlfriend's closet. W shirt. Thank you for the $10, Sonny. And then Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo who says, I've never seen somebody dog walk MAGA the way I've always wanted to see. Thank you, Dean. I lost my soul dog Zeus this week, and we would watch you every night in bed. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Jessica. It is pretty hard to lose a pet. Sometimes harder than losing distant relatives, at least in my experience. It is a very sad thing. So I hope that you are able to, I hope that you're feeling all right. And thank you for being here, Jessica. Thank you for the $20. And Katie with the $10 who says, did you see that the U.S. Coast Guard announced that they're no longer going to classify swastikas, nooses, or Confederate flags as hate symbols? Yes. So, I mean, this actually plays into that last conversation, right? The Trump administration is terrible for marginalized communities, including Black Americans, because they just don't view hate as hate. And that's a really good example of that. Jacob, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jacob. Ducky, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo too, who says Tyler's bio says he's Canadian. Damn, that came in when we were talking about Tyler. Yeah, man, it did say that he was Canadian. And dude, William, holy fuck, bro. William, thank you so much for the $200 on Venmo. I'm really happy that we took a moment just to thank people before we hopped off, or else I wouldn't have seen that. Thank you so much, my friend. I just read your message there. I'm really happy that you enjoy the lives, and I'm really happy that you're here with us. Thank you for the $200, Mr. William. That is crazy. Thank you so much. And Mandy, thank you for the $50. Mandy with the $50. Thank you guys so much for the kindness. This is crazy. Mandy with a $50 says, Dean, my 2 kids are Trump supporters. Such a disappointment. It's been hard to keep these issues separate from my relationship with them. It's frustrating that they're unable to see the danger in voting for Trump. Keep up the good fight. Thank you, Mandy. I get it. My 2 parents are Trump supporters. So, a little bit of a Uno reverse there. And I understand how that feels. And I also understand how sometimes it could feel like impossible to talk to them. You know what I mean? Like, I think I am really good at talking to Trump supporters, and I still really struggle with having those conversations with my parents. You know what I mean? It's just like an impossible task sometimes, right? But thank you. Thank you so much for the $50, Mandy. And Matt, thank you for the $10 who says, I love watching your stream and proving Trump supporters wrong. Thank you, Matt. Phoebe, thank you for the $10 as well. Serena with the $10. Cole, thank you so much for your kindness as well. Thank you so much, Cole. You are awesome, awesome, awesome. Then YVO, thank you for the $10. Brandy with the 15. Mad Scramble with the 10. And Cole with the 6. Thank you, guys. Then Ellie, this came in 40 minutes ago, but I still really want to thank you. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you. And then over on PayPal, let's see who we got here. First and foremost, G, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Nova, thank you for the 5. Shelly with 5. And Natalia, thank you so much for this $66 donation. Thank you so much, Natalia. Natalia with the $66 says, you're amazing. Keep fighting those fools. Thank you so much, Natalia. Linda, thank you for the 20. And Addie with the 20. Huge shout out to both of you guys. Addie, have fun at the movies. And Linda says, just wanted to thank you for giving me the knowledge to combat the growing MAGA cult. Thank you. Thank you so much, Linda and Addie. You guys are awesome. Sonny, thank you for the $20 who says, I love your streams and I listen at work while I play video games. That's so cool. Yeah, the streams definitely are fun to listen to while you're doing something else. Like, I'm about to go to the gym, and while I'm at the gym, I'll probably be listening to Jaden's stream. And then Carmen, thank you so much for the $50. Dude, you guys went fucking crazy today. Carmen, thank you for the $50. That is CARMEN. Thank you so much, Carmen. Carmen didn't leave a message, only the love. Thank you so much. And it looks like we're all cut up. Now, for everybody watching, I actually have a very special live for you guys to raid. So my friend Jaden, I think he's live right now. It's actually his birthday. I want you guys to go show some love to Jaden for his birthday. He is a phenomenal debater, very intelligent guy. And on top of that, he does great voice impression. So go send him a raid. That is at Mr. Jaden LeBron. That is MRJAYDEN LIBRAN. It is his birthday, okay? It's like his special day, okay? Everyone has one special day out of the 365 days of the year. Today's his day. So please, 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 please go show Mr. Jaden some love. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. Today was crazy. And I'll leave it at that. Peace and love, guys. Bye-bye. Go Ray Jaden.